coming out.
Goodbye.
What a beautiful job by Evil Geniuses to bait that attack.
This is the most excited I have ever seen EG.
They didn't realize TSM was ready for a fight. TSM is going very low. The area of effect damage coming in huge from Ackerman. Oh, nobody followed Pez. Pez went on a mission all by himself.
LCS coverage. We've got a packed house as we bring you more summer split action from our studios here in Los Angeles. We've assembled here at the desk like a trinity force of league enthusiasts ready to drop tons of knowledge on you. Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson, and with me are Joshua Jat Leesman and David Freak Turley. Guys, thanks for being here with me.
That's freaking awesome. I love it.
All right, let's talk about the leaders. LMQ riding a 5-game winning streak. They methodically took apart TSM yesterday. What is the ceiling for this team, Jat?
It's really hard to say because honestly, I didn't expect them to be the #1 team in North America with a chance of opening up a 2-game lead after the game against COG this week. I think the biggest holder back of them could have been their over-aggression, their ability to contain that. And they've actually done that extremely well. So ceiling is definitely Worlds for them, maybe success at Worlds.
Yeah, honestly, LMQ just looked phenomenal. I thought maybe they would start falling off midway through the split because other teams would start catching up with their roster changes. But LMQ keep finding ways to innovate their own play style, keep playing this aggressive style. And even though they've just stayed this group of 5, they've just gotten stronger and stronger and stronger. And I think they are the #1 team to stay throughout the split.
Well, they have a big test today as they take on CLG. Now, if they win, they could become the first team to own the top spot with a 2-game cushion.
Yeah, which would be a little bit strange for this split in the North American LCS. I mean, we haven't had the team, as you say. I do actually think CLG will hold an edge in this next game, only because I think they're going to be really heavily prepared after that defeat they had to EG yesterday, which was somewhat based on really poor pick and ban by CLG. And if we're following the Counter Logic Gaming storyline, it would be to beat LMQ and create another tie for first.
All right, now if we take a look at the other end of the spectrum, Dignitas is on a 5-game losing streak. Now, it's nothing new for this team to slide. It's happened to them in the past.
Yeah.
What do you think they need to do to pull themselves out of this funk?
Oh, so there's 2 things I want to bring out. So one is I think stats could lie a little bit. So they went 2-2 in Super Week. They just happened to lose the last 2 games. So that is part of the loss streak. Last week they went 0-2 to CLG and LMQ, which like you can forgive any team for. They're the top 2 teams in the league right now. Okay, yes, they had a bad game against Curse. Yes, this all means a 5-game losing streak. But there's still this really strong team that just once in a while makes a really dumb choice and loses a game. They shouldn't, but they're still very good.
I kind of agree with that, but I mean, every team, we're 21 games into the season.
Yeah.
Everyone has played everyone else 3 times, so every team has had the exact same schedule. And Dignitas is sitting at an 11-10 record right here, so they have definitely fallen back to mediocrity in a sense, which is what they shouldn't have done. And it keeps happening for Dignitas. I don't know how they're going to fix it, but they need to if they want to make it to Worlds.
Well, so it's on them to make the changes. And guys, this is a game of adjustments. We saw a lot of new faces and new strategies on the field yesterday. We saw Ezreal, Xerath, reworked Nidalee, Tristana mid. Talk to me.
Yeah, this was a really cool yesterday that we had, mainly because it was the same patch we've played on 2 weeks in a row, but it wasn't until yesterday that we saw the main forms of innovation by North America here. And I think it's just speaking to how it does take time to adapt to changes, and we've had so much stuff change. Jungle itemization, AD carry itemization, and teams are really starting to learn how to counter each other, and we might actually be seeing an actual growth and evolution of our metagame. Yeah,
we're finally seeing something that I think is an actual adaptation to the metagame. People keep using the term metagame, I feel like in the wrong way a lot of the time. Like, adapting to a metagame is saying, here's what the game is around me. I'll play in a certain way that capitalizes on this. So I'll use LMQ as an example, as an Ezreal pickup being an adaptation to the metagame. Because Ezreal works really well alongside Twisted Fate, because he can participate in a Destiny gold card, right? He can show up and at least do his ultimate and do something there as Ezreal. TF is a popular contested pick, so LMQ will pick this champion to deny it. So they know, okay, TF is a common champion now to be in our pools because it's a denied pick. So if we play a lot of Ezreal, we know it's going to go along with a commonly picked champion for us. And that's a really cool adaptation to the metagame.
All right. Well, let's take a look at a hashtag with a life of its own in the LCS Big Plays. Up first from EG's upset versus CLG, at @SSuppress writes, Crepo the God. That Destiny turnaround really opened up the map and the game for EG. Let's take a look.
Not the case here. And they're going for it.
Uh-oh, Void Puppy, no! Oh, he gets it! The black shield coming out!
Goodbye.
What a beautiful job by Evil Geniuses to bait that attack in. They're able to get the kill onto that one, and EG is just running rampant right now.
A little bit of a misstep by CLG. They kept porting in maybe too aggressively throughout that game, but Crepo played that perfectly. Black shield on the gold card target. The bind is so easy to hit on a Destinying TF, so I mean, it was a great play.
Up next is a big play from the most popular player of the day, from C9 versus Complexity. You just heard it. At Cyranos tweets, that tower dive and then flash auto for the kill was insane. Ball's living up to those cheers. Here's your next big play.
Whoa. Whoa! Whoa! Straight under the turret, tries to 1v1 again. Gonna throw it on his shoulder! Oh, he gets the auto attack and it just floats along. So this is what that new Italy looks like, huh?
Well, they can no longer have Westerice hold the split push.
So many balls, Chance. I feel like these are going to be something that is fantastic for now, but if it continues forever, it's going to be like the Wards. But for now,
Which means it's going to be
great.
I hope it stays around forever. I love those chants.
Well, to each his own. You know we're going to want more of those epic moments from today's action, so please share them with us by tweeting at LolEsports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Pulling up the standings, though, we've got LMQ in first.
Yeah, and in a battle, it's CLG in second, followed by TSM and Cloud9 tied for third. And actually dropping down to fifth place was Dignitas.
And Kurth right now still in 6th place. Complexity holds 7th, and now just 1 game back in last is Evil Geniuses.
In today's schedule, however, we started off with Evil Geniuses facing off against Dignitas. Then Complexity will take on TSM.
After that, it's LMQ versus CLG, and in our final LCS match, Curse will battle it out with Cloud9. But keep it tuned right here for the North American Challenger Series. We'll be bringing you a best of 3 between LolPro and Cognitive Gaming.
Then head over to Twitter and join the conversation. Today we want to know which team is best at adapting to the meta and why.
Yeah, send your thoughts to us at LolEsports. Use the hashtag LCS, and we might pick your answer to be read later in the broadcast.
Now, Jad, before we move on, I want to get your thoughts on a topic we touched on yesterday. Now, team communication and how important that is for success. But before we do, let's listen in on a recent example of great shot calling.
Yeah, after your next gank, you should probably come top. Yeah, that's why I said make sure you can follow with the 80k. Otherwise, you should just come top. This is getting rather terrifying up here. Just throwing that out there, guys.
Chad's lane is ridiculous.
Did she leave? Hey man, I'm holding on up here. You guys just gotta stop sucking. If you guys think you can 2v2, I think that's a terrible idea. If it's a terrible idea, you probably shouldn't do it.
Ooh.
Right. That should have been our motivational speech at the start.
It's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Just
That's just like life advice
The
at that
miss
point.
upstairs has spoken.
And he's got her stun up too. This might be dangerous.
Oh my god, the Timbers is huge! Whoa! Chad's a god! Get the hell away from Chad is a god!
All right, Zyrene,
Oh my god! All right, so guys, hold on. Me and Freak will be in, me and Kobe will be in the top and the bottom lanes. The other 3 push up the middle so they can't wombo all 5 of us at once.
All right.
Great. Hopefully they come out and fight one of us while we're at the other guys, and then the minions expose their nexus.
Let's go, boys!
Good plan.
I kind of want blue buff. By the way, can I get a No! That wasn't in your plan, Chad, but I really...
No, Kobe, you can't get blue buff. Oh,
clearly
okay,
getting
you're
loose.
allowed blue buff. Oh, okay, Chad.
Hey, if someone's gonna deviate, we all have to deviate.
If I'm getting
It's
one...
dragon time.
I'm getting red, then let's go.
No, please no.
We got him on the run, boys!
Let's go!
We got him on the run!
Not only can we yell in mics, we can click mics!
Yeah!
Today is our day.
So, Jet, when you look at the great military, a quick round of applause there for you. Much deserved. When you look at the great military strategists of history, Hannibal, Sun Tzu, Genghis Khan, Captain Kirk, where do you draw your inspiration?
It's a good question. I had a lot of Captain Crunch when I was a child. That was pretty good.
There it is. You heard it here first, kids. Captain Crunch. It's a breakfast of leaders and champions and all those things. Now, Freak, the question for you is, as his teammate, did it ever occur to you to actually help the guy?
Well, I'm an AD carry. My job is to stay bottom lane and push turrets, which I did. So I did everything I possibly could have to help Jat.
That's a very singular mindset.
Yeah, he died a couple times in a 2v2.
I blame Riv.
All right.
Well,
Selfless.
blame the support. Well, you guys came out with a win anyway, so I guess it works.
Yeah.
If it works, it
Victory.
works. Now we've got to take a quick break. Warming up in the bullpen, though, is Evil Geniuses, who will take to the Rift against Team Dignitas. Keep it keep it right here for all your NALCS action. Welcome back to the North American LCS Summer Split. I'm Rivington Bivens III, and with me is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. We are heading into our first match of the day. It's Evil Geniuses versus Team Dignitas. Kobe, EG had a very good day yesterday, taking down the #1 ranked CLG.
Yeah, you could really see it on the players' faces. What a huge morale boost that was for the team. After the hugs and high fives, Crepo tweeted, "Expletive, yes, that's what I'm talking about." And then Pobelter followed it up with, We, expletive, did it, boys. Helios, specifically in that game, did really well. It was the early game where he was everywhere on the map, and he kept Dexter off balance and in check with backup from Pobelter, who was controlling that mid lane.
That's right. And with the highs come the lows. Dignitas is now in possession of the longest current losing streak in North America. Like Icarus, who flew too close to the sun, they've fallen back down to earth and are in 5th place now, just 2 games ahead of Curse.
A lot of the analysts were also predicting that, Dignitas would drop off towards the end of the split. And Dignitas have really focused on preventing that. But yesterday, Curse were able to pull the rug out from under Dignitas in Champion Select with that double AD carry comp. And last week, it was Ackerman who surprised Dignitas with his move to hide in the bush and leech experience top. So we're seeing them have a problem with all these surprises popping up. They are not handling them very well.
No, they are not. Evil Geniuses have shown a tendency to struggle in the late game. When they play against Dignitas, they put some of the blame on a certain bowl cut in the bottom lane.
Or 3-0 against CG.
And the reason why is mainly because they're still trying to find themselves as a team. They're doing really well right now, but they're still having trouble closing out games.
Dignitas, very strong. I don't like Kiwi Kid. Kiwi Kid, very nice player. Make me crazy. Very many times come my jungle.
Kiwi, he's like, okay, Cutie you stay in his lane, I'm gonna play the map. He just moves around, buys a side stone. Even without lane swaps, he walks around and just creates a lot of pressure. But occasionally, he'll get caught.
We just have an easy time closing out the games against them, and they would kind of fumble around, like moving around the map. Randomly, one of them just messes up, and then they can't group, and then they lose everything and they try to group up for it.
The reason that we screwed up so hard that game was because whenever we win a team fight, they're grouped up. Our side waves were pushing into us.
So even in our matches against them, they'll have an early lead against us, but they won't know how to transition it to a win. And that's kind of where we shine.
We'll see if both teams can get to the moment where they shine here in our first match on day 2 of week 9. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Evil Geniuses. That means it's Inox in the top lane, Helios in the jungle, Pobelter in mid, Altec at AD carry, and Crepo on support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top, Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Crumbs, mid shifter, AD carry Cutie Pie, and support, the bowl cut himself, Kiwi Kid.
That's true. Kiwi on the bowl cut.
The original Loco Doco is just a copy.
Yeah, that's right. He was forced to copy though. It wasn't even that good of a copy, and I agree with most people. It could have gone deeper to the second layer.
It was a half-hearted bowl cut.
It was. I was thinking like a Lloyd Christmas from Dumb and Dumber bowl cut, all the way around the front. It would look good. So coming into this one, obviously EG is going to have to carry the momentum from yesterday, and they're going to have to do it for the rest of the split, or things won't be looking good.
Yeah, I mean, EG, yes, they have a lot of momentum, and they're very excited about being able to win some games finally.
Yeah.
But they really seem to need some sort of surprise to take over Dignitas. Dignitas, in the games that have gone as planned, Dignitas have performed very well. But Evil Geniuses, we'll see what genius plan they have hatched for this match.
And then you look at kind of what Shifter said, and it's not something they completely bank on 100% for a team to kind of make a mistake late game, but is that really where Dignitas looks to get an advantage on EG, is when they can't finish the late game? Because if Dig doesn't get a lead early, we usually see them not winning the game at all. So that kind of works against them in every facet.
A lot of that has to do with Crumbs in the jungle.
Yeah.
When Dignitas were doing very well, Crumbs was able to invade the jungle, get a lot of vision for the team, and have a big early impact. But as we saw yesterday, Helios is adept at shutting down their opponent's junglers. And that Nunu is left up. However, Lee Sin and Elise already still left up right now, so Crumbs will probably be pretty happy with one of those two. He's not a guy who will pass up one of the top tier jungle picks.
Nope.
We saw it a couple times yesterday, but that's definitely out of the ordinary.
Tristana gets banned out. It's been creating a lot of opportunities for teams, even being banned out with the Yasuo now. We saw a lot of teams with Triss being banned out still go to Yasuo for the potential of control in the game.
Yeah, and it's no surprise here that Dignitas are really focusing on AD carry, as Altec has been a big part of Evil Geniuses in their wins, always with a strong scoreline when the team fights roll around. Taking out the 2 late game AD carries may look like Dignitas are going to play for that early game, and they don't want to have They don't want to let Evil Geniuses have one of those extremely strong late game scaling AD carries.
And if you're going to get pushed in, why not get the best that can stop that?
There you go. What's good against early pushes? Diggs. Good early pick here from Evil Geniuses.
That works.
Definitely not surprising. One of the first picks, very popular all around the world right now.
So your Shifter decides to go. Great pickup there, as we were saying. The TF gets left open, and the Syndra is open as well, but we probably won't see a mid pick from Dignitas until the later portion of their selection. Zion Spartan is hovering the Blitzcrank as the team discusses what they decide to go in picks. Crumbs rocking the Bugs Bunny today for his mouse cover. We did see Riven from Shook twice in a row over in Europe. I don't think so.
Yeah,
that's in
as
Crumbs'
you said,
bag.
Leeson and Elise are both up. Wow.
Whoa.
They steal away
Hey now.
the Nunu. Having watched yesterday, Helios will be happy to grab one of those, either Elise or Leeson. But yeah, stealing away that Nunu from Helios seems to be a good plan to stop the recent success that Evil Geniuses have been having. I mean, the duo of Helios and Pobelter, it shows how much time they've been putting into duo queuing just those two guys, because they really controlled a lot of the early game from that mid lane and jungle with the combination of a strong mid lane winning his lane plus the invading Nunu for jungle. And after Evil Geniuses already lock in one half of that combo, Dig wants to break it up. Plus, you know, this just plays into Crumb's playstyle. He loves being the early Sightstone utility jungler. And Nunu is definitely one that embodies that entire mentality.
Yep. I like the pickups from EG as well. We'll see how they play against Crumbs' first attempt at a North American Summer Split LCS. Nunu having that Elise and Morgana, easy ways to repel out and be safe for a few.
Yeah, the other thing about the Nunu now on the new patch with the new Spirit of the Ancient Golem is that the bonus 25% health that you get from the item applies to the passive that Nunu has, where he consumes a golem and he will get extra HP very early on. So he can take advantage of that Ancient Golem item much earlier than a lot of other junglers. And it just gives him such a strong base health very early on in the game, which allows him to roam around the map feeling fairly safe with all of his speed boosts and defensive stats.
Nidalee being locked in on the side of Zion Spartan. He went with that, a 1-1-1 play yesterday against Curse.
Yeah.
And they were taken down.
It was actually fairly surprising how Zion was not really able to bully his lane with this Nidalee, who after the reworks is an extremely strong top laner for bullying in the lane phase and then transitioning into a split push. This time around, he's going up against Inox, who is a Nidalee main, or was a Nidalee main, and knows the champion inside and out. Inox actually going to go for the kill pressure on that Nidalee too. So this is going to require a gank at least from Helios.
Yeah.
And if you can get that early pressure, Aurelia is a champion that can snowball a lane pretty quickly.
Oh,
she gets jungle attention. So the Rain Dwarfs,
as Zyrene would say, they bring out the archers. We'll see how this plays out. Inox bringing out Aurelia. Zion Spartan has done that during the summer split, so he knows what he's facing in that top lane. But like we said, a little bit of rushdown coming from that. Where does Helios decide to go with his early game aggression? EG may play for the late game, but Helios likes to make moves as soon as possible. It's just they take a little time to use the advantage they have to close out the game. That's where Dignitas wants to take a hold. They've got quite a siege comp of their own there with Poke.
yeah, Dignitas locking in that Xerath last pick. It's that arms race of the mid lane where you're looking for longer range and more wave clear. Ziggs versus Xerath is pretty much the two premier champions for that.
All right, so before the battle begins, let's see how the votes stand over on LOLesports.com. Currently, Dignitas is leading 70% of the votes, quite a bit.
Yeah, and you can keep voting throughout the game. Either use the hashtag EGWin or DIGWin. Just tweet us at LOL Esports, and we'll update that all game long.
Final sips of water and sustenance being taken, hands being warmed, and the focus begins.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny too, because Dignitas did get some of their really high priority picks, like Braum for Kiwi Kid, which is one of his favorites. However, they already had the Morgana in mind. They had the Morgana in the pocket. great counter to pretty much everything that Braum does bring to the table. So we'll see if EG can actually handle this, because they were expecting a lot of this from Dig, except maybe the Nunu steal.
Right. The Morgana pick I always like to focus on for Evil Geniuses. It's something they continuously go to. It's something that can keep Altec safe. You have, not a cleanse, but pretty much Black Shield level 1 can save the AD carry, which most teams like to focus in the bottom lane right quick. And then once he gets going, he's out of laning phase. He's probably going to get 3 or 4 kills in one fight, as always. Very consistent once EG gets to that fight phase. So maybe Dignitas won't be finding that advantage they want towards the middle part of the game. And we are going to be onto the rift for EG versus Dignitas, Week 9, Day 2. Let's get this game underway.
All right, so already we see Inox expertise against Nidalee. He's decided to go with a sustained start for Aurelia. Crystalline Flask starting it off, not going for Doran's shield start, so we'll see how this works out for him. It will probably be a very passive early game for Inox then. Maybe have Helios once again concentrate his efforts with Pobelter in the mid lane. Because this mid lane, these two players are very, very different mid lane players. Shifter has been focusing a lot more on farming and waiting for team fights, rather than Pobelter, who just looks for aggression early on. He looks to make his own plays, and he's been creating a lot more pressure in his own lane.
And we can see that in Shifter's numbers usually. Down an average of 15 CS against most. And he just, when in playing Syndra as well, he'll have an average CS of the same that he's laning against, when you should figure that to be a bully.
Ooh.
That does go to show.
So,
plays for that CS.
Blows being exchanged in the top here, but Crepo landed a binding down by the river. That's 5 gold for Crepo. He actually earned money for this early skirmish.
It's already getting crazy. Quite a bit of damage being traded in knowledge for the teams. Wards go out. Ooh, vote begins to change quite a bit. EG just swung that one.
Yeah, after that champion select, people feeling pretty confident with their Evil Geniuses. I do like to see Pobelter really sticking to this Flash Ghost mid-laner meta. Stacking up all the traps and cleared it out for Helios.
Doing? Oh, he took Volatile Spider. He is really lucky he's not going to be running through a cocoon right now.
Yeah, pretty much every single Elise for jungle Elise is going to start Volatile Spider for the sustain that you get when you switch into Spider form. Skittering Frenzy is mandatory when going for the jungle. As you can see there, he's just healing back up off that blue. So Zion, not only is Zion facing Inox, who's a Nidalee top lane main, but he's also coming to lane with half HP, and then Doran's Blade start means he only has 1 health potion to rely on.
And this is huge in the bottom lane. Cutie Pie was forced to walk all the way around. He'll gain that 6 CS, but that's an early level 2 coming in for Altec and Crepo to keep fighting strong. Instantly, as Shifter gets hit,
there it is.
He throws down the damage.
Pobelter answers with a bouncing bomb of his own, and it looks like, yeah, both of them pretty strong in the trade so far, fairly even. The bottom lane for EG.
Oh, wow. How's that taste? Wow. Great play coming from EG, starting off very early.
That river action where EG were able to reroute Dignitas just paid off so big. As you said, not only were they able to get the CS lead, but zoning them from the experience is huge. Cutie Pie has nothing to rely on now. He's got no health potion sticking around, and Crepo looks to zone him.
Altec in perfect positioning now. They're definitely taking care of the bull cut in the bottom lane early.
Also, there's no way for Dig to save their own bottom lane because they don't have sustain. Braum is so susceptible to being pushed in. There's no way that Dig can actually come back in this lane by themselves. They have to leave that lane, and EG can continue to shove this in. Once again, it looks like Altec will be a big part of this Evil Geniuses game.
And Inox being able to stay alive, hopefully he can stay alive. Crumbs is taking some turret shots. This is going to be very low. He's thrown out, and it's going to be safe for now. One last hit. He is going to go down. Unfortunately, Inox tries to stay for the long haul. If he were to live, Altec and Crepo would be having a field day.
Well, second time around, Dion says he will hold no punches. And he takes advantage of Inox. Getting the first blood there with Crumbs. Calls them over. Crumbs already had both of those passive buffs for Nunu too, so he can tank up a few shots. But really good job by Zion, because he was heading to lane with half life. He had to really bully that lane hard. And since Helios spent his time on the bottom side of the map, Crumbs was able to get away with a dangerous dive. Pretty much all that Helios got out of that too was a counter jungled wolf camp and a little bit of gold there from the white. So, starting it off, I definitely have to give advantage to Crumbs.
Yeah.
Helping out his lane there.
It's always hard to watch your lane being lost, but if you make the right moves, you make up for all of that very quickly. So far, a kill in the favor of Dignitas. Doesn't really open up too much on the map, but it does start their momentum. Hopefully shutting NACS down to start, as Crepo and Altec have been having quite a lane down here, still doubling the CS of Cutie Pie. And the first back for Altec was just a quick Dorans as well. They're not trying to do anything fancy or get a quick first item. They just know they want to continuously win the lane.
Yeah, he's got an extra Dorans up here on Cutie Pie. But they're actually using the lane control to try and bring the Dignitas bottom lane into a more dangerous position. You can see how passively Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid are going to have to play now. Trying to get those CS with their abilities rather than walking too far up. Helios is looking to make a pay.
Dig very focused on the lane, have not thrown out a ward. Those are only coming right now from Cutie Pie, and his trinket is down.
So the ping there by EG, they think that Dignitas have a ward up in that bush, but they don't even have a ward. So that's actually bottom lane communicating something to Helios that's incorrect. They think that there's a ward in that river bush, but actually Kiwi Pie and Kiwi Kid were completely blind there, and Helios could have gotten in to burn some summoners.
So even, oh man, I was gonna say, this could be big for Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie if they can't turn it around. I mean, well, there's big. EG dodges it out. Very nice, Cutie Pie able to make those moves.
Yeah, great dodge. He was on his last breath right there, so close. Second time it's been forced to recall though. This lane's still in Evil Genius's control. Top lane though, all of this attention down bottom.
Helios in the right spot this time though. Let's see what they can get on him. Looks like they're just focusing on the turret. They're definitely not.
And they're getting,
as
look
hard.
at that massive turret damage. They're taking this turret down very, very quickly. And Dignitas are not afraid to actually destroy the turret quickly because Nidalee is extremely strong in the split push. She's very safe and almost hitting level 6. Crumbs though walks into a ward.
I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Shift of roaming. Nice little bit of damage. Helios knew there wasn't going to be too much of a chase there. But now with vision in the top lane, Kiwi Kid you can see getting a bit more aggressive. That lane not turning in CS. But you can see without mana, Altec wants to be a little bit safer. They've pushed themselves to out of resources. Good time for Dig too.
Yep, Zionsparm's able to walk his way all the way down. Nidalee extremely mobile. By shoving in that top lane, Crumbs created the opportunity here for this dragon. So very well thought out jungle path for Crumbs. The visit top just to shove in Inox so that Inox cannot join down at this dragon, having had to use his teleport for laning phase, whereas Zion was able to keep his. And Zion doesn't even teleport back to top lane either, so even after the dragon, they're still saving that teleport from Inox, or from Zion, to be able to use down bottom. Any sort of ganks in the bottom lane or overextension, Evil Geniuses are gonna have to be careful.
So revisiting the pinged out ward in the bottom lane.
Oh man, he missed all 3.
Well, of course. It's hard.
The pinged out ward?
The pinged out ward in the bottom lane. Even though Helios, he had a pretty good positioning. Wouldn't you still go for that to attempt the gank? Even if you're going back, kind of not losing anything by going for it.
Well, as we said, you know, Zion could teleport down there, so maybe they were worried about the teleport visitation, but yeah, it seemed like a missed opportunity just because they miscommunicated.
Live to fight another day, that's for sure. So we see Crumbs clearing out his side of the jungle. Everybody's kind of gentleman's agreement to soak up the experience. And we're going to meet for some awesome level 6 action. Blue buffs to the mid lanes. We'll just see that 76 to 64 not really being in too much favor of either player. That 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it looks like Fobelter will get that sort of average 10 CS lead over Shift.
He does.
Working on it. Doing a good job keeping up that pressure in the mid lane. With Ziggs.
It's always... The kill pressure the mid lane as well. You get these champions that can usually kill each other, and now we get Flash and heal, or Flash and Ghost, and then you don't. No kills. They're always trying to save each other.
Well, both of those guys, too, are really long range, very safe mid laners. Down bottom, though, really the story here. Evil Geniuses. Altec is going for the Infinity Edge rush on the Jinx.
Oh, yeah.
And he's so far ahead of PewDiePie that even though PewDiePie is going for Cutlass into Bork, the power of Altec with his Infinity Edge build is going to be greater. He just has such a huge lead in lane that if these dragon fights do break out, well, initiation from Kiwi Kid.
I don't know if this is going to be big. That's exactly why they bring the Black Shield to lane.
Teleport
but the teleport is why they focused it. Altec's going deep. He went way too deep, and he put himself right in the fire. Inox thinks he can come down and fight as well. What a late teleport here from Inox. That's one shot coming in. Tries to hit it from the long range shifter, and Zion Spartan's able to clean that one up for dinner. 4 kills now for Dignitas coming in.
Zion, the savior for bottom lane here. That's exactly why they were worried about the teleport down bottom.
Right.
Evil Genius is extremely confident in that bottom lane, and they didn't even get Kiwi Kid with that snipe for Altec going for the...
Wow.
To at least try and salvage 1 kill out of it. But yeah, anytime you're against the Braum lane, it's so dangerous to go that far up because of the amount of CC. And Zion teleports perfectly into the back of the lane here, forcing EK to commit. After the snipe is missed, Altec does go down to the last shot from Shifter.
The ghost of Altec is Inox.
And man, Inox with the late teleport, not only does he not save their bottom lane to turn it around, but he also gives up every single summoner he has and his life.
Oh. So Dignitas finding the bit of ground that they usually do in a game where they'll take the victory. And they do have a gold lead that will give them that at 2,000. That's usually the average they can work with and keep the game in their favor. And Shifter's feeling pretty good now. He's got his Athene's finish, and he'll keep being able to pretty much pepper Pole Belter with all those long-range spells. Altec still has a huge lead on this bottom lane, but mistakes like this could start to give it back to them. Trying to do a little bit too much without Crepo in the lane. They're going to be able to save the turret's last breath there.
So yeah, even though Altec has this big CS lead, he's saving for his BF sword, so even though he died and went back to base, he didn't purchase anything. So even though he has more money in his bank, he actually doesn't have a lead in the lane as far as fighting goes right now.
Right.
So as you can see there, he's gonna have to run away anytime he does get caught out like that. He's almost got his BF sword saved up for right there.
I like this by Dignitas, keeping Crumbs in the top lane. Now it's going to be the menace Zion Spartan that always has to be dealt with pushing the top lane.
Crumbs has had just such a clear plan for this game.
Yeah.
And it's really been basically the whole reason why Dig are winning. He focused up top to get Zion ahead early, going for the dive. And then his little move to just pressure top and then walk down to Dragon with Zion was the thing that allowed Zion to have that teleport advantage and Ion to pull off the game. So every little step that Crumbs makes sort of cascades into a bigger advantage for Dignitas here. And Zion is doing a very, very good job of executing and using that advantage.
You're saying it was going to cascade? Now over into their buffs, Kobe. It's going to be tough for Pole Belter to stop sieges when he's out of mana. Shifter and Crumbs now going to be holding 2 blues on the map. Rocket! Oh, so close. No cigar. So Zion Spartan now being able to sustain and heal the team with Primal Surge. And you're going to have huge poke coming out of both him and Shifter. This is going to be a great composition. And they're in position for Dragon already.
Yeah, Zion showing what a strong top laner is supposed to do. When he gets that advantage, he gets global objectives for the team. 1 Dragon, 1 turret. Now he's coming in for his 2nd Dragon. They're already in position because they have the timer. And look at Inox. He walked halfway down the map without doing much. Aurelia is just not able to accomplish anything for the team right now. He's just kind of wandering around. Now he's looking to get a red buff steal in answer for this Dragon, which is in itself still a huge win for Dig. And he doesn't even stick around for the red buff steal because Dignitas swing up to protect it.
Huzzah! Yeah.
See what Kiwi Kid did there, though, is actually really smart. Zoned off Altec from the tower, so Altec didn't get the local gold of that tower going down. So at least, even though the turret did go down, they denied some of the gold from it.
Definitely something that needs to be denied from EG. 161 to 120 in that mid lane, 122 to 88, but Dignitas is making it up with champion kills and a bit of map pressure right now. Well, geniuses, if they can hold the laning phase a little longer and get some finalized items, this next fight might help, but Zion Spartan being so strong can pretty much heal through any damage the team's getting once they get together in that pile. We saw no contest coming from EG at that dragon just now. They know it's a little bit out of their hands.
Yeah, Crumbs has done a good job because Evil Geniuses were winning most of their lanes for CS.
Yeah, oh no, by far.
Crumbs pretty much created this advantage for the team, allowing Zion to really shine on that Nidalee. Zion had a little bit of a disappointing game on Nidalee last time, but man, has he made up for it this game. It is everywhere. Now that he has Trinity Force, we will get to see the split-pushing Nidalee in action. All he's got to do is shore up that blue side with wards.
Yeah.
And it's already become hard for NACS to deal with him in the split push.
It's definitely something that needs to be considered very early. It only took Balls the first 1v1 kill he got in his lane with Nidalee to keep going and just run rampant that game. This time Zion Spartan already just under 15 minutes did he get that Triforce, so he's going to be making a huge impact and really has a way better time taking down turrets.
Right, he's just saying, Zion, keep on split pushing. Yeah. Crumbs comes over, says, I'll take care of the wards. You don't worry about anything, buddy. I'll take care of all the vision. He puts the pink ward down, and they've secured this top side so easily.
Being able to control one side of the map so well that it just bleeds into everything else right now. Dignitas' objective. And now they can kind of rotate towards mid. Once this mid first turret goes down, be a very dangerous position to hold.
Yeah, if you allow Dignitas to play the game that they planned out, then they've shown so many times that it will turn out well for them. They get this lead and they don't let the leads go. Whoa, Zion gets hit with a binding.
Very nice minion play there, good strategy. Trying to get an upper hand on this split push team, but here it comes again. They're just gonna heal each other back up. Crumbs can eat and Primal Surge from Zion Spartan. You cannot get rid of the split push team.
Meanwhile, split push drawing a lot of attention top.
Yeah.
3-man rotation up to mid lane since the bottom turret's already gone. Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid heading up mid to try and make something happen. Altec, though, freezing this whole time. So if Evil Geniuses have something to bank on in the late game, it is a 2-item Jinx. After Infinity Edge plus something like a Phantom Dancer or Static Shiv, Altec will have a huge impact on the team fights. And even though there's this gold lead and this map control for Dignitas, they can still, Evil Geniuses can still come back with a well-placed team fight.
Let's see what we're looking at. EG's trying to repair the jungle right now. Get a little bit cleaned up. They do find one, but little do they know.
Look at Crumbs, already looking to replace wards.
Yep. He's like, oh, one of my security cameras went out.
He dodged that one a little bit. He's playing the spy game here, trying to hide in the shadows. Gets the replacement ward down.
Oh,
but Repo
no, you
on
don't.
top of it. Ah, number 2.
Get it! Oh, one more! Haha! Victory.
Blue buff is up. Let's see if they go for it here.
Oh,
Having the AD carries isolated is actually good for Dignitas in the 4-man squad because Altec is so much richer.
Fighting in the jungle would be not good for EG. Shifter has all this long-range attack.
Also, Nunu just so easy to steal away buffs because he can combo with Consume. Elise is no slouch herself, though. Especially building the Spectral Wraith. Has good execute damage, and Helios looks like he wants to go for this. It will be a Smite War, where both of them have high damaging abilities to combo with it as well. You can only soft leash this Golem 10 times before he hard leashes back to the spawn. And there he goes.
0 Fs.
All right, round 2.
Let's go!
Golem says, bring it on!
Oh, he threw a snowball at me. I'm going to go after the spider. Oh, man. And see, this is when you're just like, why? Right? Dig's not getting anything out of this. Nobody's gaining anything. Wait a minute. They're gaining. They're gaining. Oh, he got away.
They gained something, Riv. They got the flank onto Pobelter. And that battle is all about mid laners too, because if you deny the blue buff from either of these mid laners,
right, he got it.
When there's so much wave clear concentrated in mid lane champion picks right now, blue buff denial is all about the door to opening up a push. Whichever team controls the blue buff controls the minion waves and is able to get the push down for the mid turrets. Ooh,
all right.
You're missing.
Whoa, 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 Spartan. Zion Spartan. He's going hard on this one. He's going to be the one-man army there. NACS, yes, beautifully getting the teleport out. Just a quick look of pressure, and EG bites on that one. Everybody's mid now. They do have the chance to go for Dragon, so it sets them in place for that. But they lose their pressure in the top lane. NACS would be freely going for that top turret right now, so EG needs to get something out of this.
Now, blue buff control for Dragon is going to be pretty big for Dignitas here, because Shifter can spam his poke out constantly. And if Evil Geniuses just take a couple too many cues from Shifter, then they'll have to back off, because they don't have a strong tank right now. Inox is building very aggressively, assassin-like as Aurelia should with an early Trinity Force, and Helios has gone with the popular Spectral Wraith build here for Elise. So they really don't have anyone who can soak damage, and it's just way too much.
All right, so after our blue foray, we go to Dragon. Dignitas grabs the third one. Crepo just kind of hook shot that one over his shoulder. What?
Oh!
What? So close. No cigar. Didn't get him out. He does have the 11, so... Oh, the rocket! Oh, well. There'll be more. There'll be more.
No reaction from Crumbs.
I like it. The team put together by EG to stay far away and end it by poke if they need to against this Dignitas team. Rockets and Inferno bombs. Almost working. Almost working. So
I mean, I really do like the Nunu steal away here from Dig in this battle where they're pretty sure that it is going to come down to both mid laners being these long-range wave clears, because the advantage in the blue buff battles really means a lot for this mid game.
That's true.
And Dig have been able to control not only the blue buffs, but also the dragon spawns for the entire game so far.
Oh, Kiwi Kid in the right spot at the right time. Can Shifter get out of this? He has Flash. He puts himself in the right spot to create the most distance after that. Now giving Dig time to recuperate and assess the fight. Zion Spartan, he makes the leap and he makes the strike. Gets that kill for himself. Helios now going to be in a real bad spot. Concussive blows, just goes off if he goes into repel. Very nice Winter's Bite from Kiwi Kid to keep the fight going on another member of EG, and they only have Pobelter and Altec left. The ults that could stop Baron, but let's take another look at this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they still have the Inferno Bomb here.
Right.
Pretty early in the game to go for that Baron, but Shifter able to use his heal and his flash to escape the gank, and they completely turn it around. QtPie's gone with the early power spike build, Blade of the Ruined King into Ghost Blade here. Zion making use of Nidalee's rework. Very easy for Nidalee now to chase down targets.
Yeah, that was a huge leap.
And it looks like they got Baron very easily too during that replay. Pobelter's ultimate was used as well, but no steal for him.
Nope.
Crumbs making use of Nunu.
So we see priority over the distortion boots for Pobelter, trying to stay safe from this long range. And the Rabadon's quickly finished up as Dig knows they're ahead. They can continue to rush that damage, and they continue to pressure down and stranglehold. A 7-0 right now. 8,000 gold lead, pretty much is what it looks like coming.
Yeah, and they haven't just controlled all the kills either. They've controlled pretty much everything on the map.
Yeah.
Very well orchestrated game from Dignitas so far.
That's one thing that interested me about Crumbs when he was playing Nunu in the beginning of this one is why wasn't he invading more? Because that's what a Nunu does. You try to harass. He was just waiting to get Zion big, and then you saw the blue invades over and over.
Yeah, there are multiple ways to create pressure on the map, and pressure is just threat of taking objectives off your other team. So them threatening to take that top turret, and Crumbs constantly going up to top and taking that away from EG.
Right.
opened up the bottom side of the map because Zion could join with the rest of the team. And it was a very smart move by Crumbs to just ignore the bottom lane. I mean, people say it a lot in solo queue, just to ignore losing lanes because it's so hard to gank them.
Yeah.
But especially if you're Nunu, you cannot turn around losing lanes by going to gank them. And he would have just been wasting a lot of time down there. So he opts to go for the strengths of the Dignitas team. And by buffing up Zion and playing to that strength, they were able to get the global objectives to get their bottom lane back into the game. And now QtPie is sitting on a Blade build, and he's feeling just fine.
Yeah. He loves it. He's now in heaven that he can build that. He used to bring it out.
Zion, by the way, is taking a turret right now versus 2 people by himself.
Not much you can do. He's already got a Giant's Belt for himself on top of Merc Treads and the Cowl, so his magic resistance is already there, and you cannot lock him down for long enough to keep it for a kill. 4-0-1, he's creating enough pressure for Dignitas now to not have to run the usual 1-3-1. They're going to go ahead and try to do a 4-man top. Baron is theirs.
Not only is he just taking these turrets against 2 people, he's also tanking them most of the time.
He's got to feel like he's back in homeland as well.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, Zion...
That's where he loves to be.
This is his playstyle. He loves the split push, so the rework for Nidalee was great for him.
Oh, that jungle fight. This is where EG can get the AoE lockdown, but it doesn't look like they were even in position to start it. The health bars are just being consumed by Dignitas, and they walked through that one. EG was standing on the tracks.
Yeah, that looks to be mid inhibitor too. Dignitas not wasting any time this game. They are just demolishing the base right now.
What fantastic play so far. They get a little bit of a lead, and they absolutely run with it this game. Dignitas playing consistent when they always have a lead. Showing why they were at the top tier of the list. Can they climb it, though, towards the end of the season now with wins like this?
Yeah, kind of the reason I was looking for a surprise from EG. A lot of the teams with success against Dig have had those surprises to catch them off guard, but Dig with the plan this time around, and they stuck to the plan. Turned out very well for them.
Very reminiscent of the second time these teams played. We'll see this one more time. It looks
That's why
good.
Kiwi Kid loves Braum. This amount of crowd control that he brings. Locking up Altec for Shifter to just blow him up from the back lines. And as I said, nobody on EG has any defensive stats, so once they start falling over, they just keep falling down.
The second time these teams played, inhibitors were taken about 27 minutes by Dignitas. When that happened, the game ended 2 minutes later, so you should expect Dig to be right back on the front steps of EG quite soon if they finish the game accordingly. 51,000 to 37,000, Kobe.
Yeah, this game is all but over right now, and EG need to actually use this time to sort of regroup. They had a really big win yesterday, but they still have so much work to do.
Yeah.
Because they're still on the bottom of the standings, and they're fighting to get out of relegation. So they can't just sit on a single win. They've got so much work ahead of them.
It's going to be tough. Def changes throughout the year. Now those changes have pretty much kind of ironed out. We saw some good play coming out yesterday in their win over CLG. But can they keep doing it consistently against the top teams? Now would have been the chance to beat Dignitas on their 5-game slide. Catch them while they're down. Dignitas, though, wanted to come out of this and stop the bleeding as soon as possible. EG kind of falling into, like what curse, we say what happens to curse kind of, is that one person will show up one day, and then another person will show up the other day, but not everybody at the same time, so it can come together for the win. You always have those all-star plays and playmakers. It just needs to happen at the right time. Dignitas now getting a few of those plays in their favor throughout the game. Minute left on Baron, which they've already taken once in this one. 11-0. You can see the fear that EG's playing with here. They don't want to be engaged on first. They're going to have to get it from under.
EG are really just hoping that there's some giant mistake from Dig. But right now, doesn't look like Dig will be making that. I'm actually happy that Dig is not really waiting for Baron to come back up either. They're looking to continue this push while they have 2 inhibitors down and just finish the game off without another one.
Kiwi Kid acting like a big Braum, just walking right through the minefield. Looks like Dignitas is looking to put the nail in the coffin on this one.
Oh,
Forced the flash. Very close, and that is really hard to hit all 3 shots of the ultimate. Kudos to Shifter on that one. Crepo gonna get shot up. The concussive blows from Winter's Bite gets locked down, and it looks like they're gonna start having fun with the Nexus turrets as well. NACS able to push off Zion Spartan. Kobe looking grim right now as we approach 30 minutes in the game. Dignitas is going to take another win over Evil Geniuses on the split. That's 4-0.
Pretty clean game there from Dig. And now we've seen a couple of people use the new Nidalee extremely effectively. Yesterday Balls and today Zion on his second try, much better this time around. Crumbs also adapting and using the Nunu against Helios, who really brought it over with him. Very good combination.
Look at that, Zion's even split pushing the handshake. He's the first one out there. Lord, this guy just continues to keep going. The rest of the team finally able to catch up. Good thing he didn't get initiated on. EG's a nice team. Hugs all around. The top laners, a little extra chat to each other, obviously. And a really great game. They tried as they might to shut down the bull cut in the bottom lane, but they couldn't do it. There was just too much pressure that happened on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it goes all the way back to even before Season 1, when we had a lot of Korean players playing on the North American servers. Maguza was a guy who was very popular, and he had these rules. He had these rules for solo queue. And number 1 on the rule for jungling for solo queue was don't gank a losing lane, because you're gonna waste your time. So even though the bottom lane was losing, Crumbs didn't go down there. He got Zion fed. He said, Zion, you go finish that. You go sort that stuff out down bottom.
You have the power.
Zion was able to pull through. That Nidalee up top, controlling the entire game.
So a 5-game losing streak snapped by Dignitas now. That losing streak was to 3 of the top teams and 2 of the bottom teams. So this would have made it 3-3 that they were losing against. So that almost just shows that they really need to buckle down and figure out where those losses were coming from. This, very methodical. It seemed like we got the Dignitas we started to see coming out of Super Week, coming out when they were just warding everything, taking control, coming out of that. In the end, 13-0 with an 18,000 gold lead. They didn't die once. And we've been seeing a lot more of those games as teams kind of get their compositions down, and if they get those first few kills, it'd be so organized.
And the impressive thing is that Dignitas, it's not like they just won all of their lanes and then they crushed the entire map.
No, they didn't win all
because
the
they were winning all their lanes. No, mid lane was losing NCS, bottom lane was losing NCS. It was the jungler and the top lane that created all of the benefits for the rest of the team by changing that superiority in the top lane to global objectives, turret and dragons.
Dignitas did not show any anxiety of, we're not doing it right. So, all right, so we're going to send it down to Jat for more on Dig's win.
Thanks, Riv. And yes, top lane and jungle. And here I am with the top laner, Zion Spartan right here. Second game in a row you picked Nidalee, this time in victory. What changed about this game that didn't happen yesterday for you?
I think we had a change in mindset. We realized, hey, if you get Nidalee ahead, she's going to do a lot of work in the game. And me and Crumbs worked really well together that game. We're literally just like laning 2v1 versus NACS. It's really brutal because he's a melee champion. You're up there with the ranged and a Nunu. You just power down the turret, and that's kind of what we did that game.
And you guys were able to break a 5-game losing streak here. What's the team morale looking like since you have been losing so much heading towards the last few weeks of the year?
I think that the morale was a little poor, but we don't really let that get to us. We focus on every game individually, and getting this win is definitely going to help us out. Everyone's been saying, oh, Dignitas, they're just going to lose like they do every split at the end of the split. They're just going to fall down. But I want to say no. We're going to be a new team Dignitas. We're going to be a different team Dignitas than the Dignitas everyone's seen before. And I think that we have a long ways to go, but I think we can do it this split.
I mean, how do you get there then? Because you just won the first game and you have 2 weeks left. What's on just in the forecast for next week of practice?
I think lately, starting a couple weeks ago, we started looking at all our games, whether it was wins or losses, and focusing on every mistake we could. And we just got to make the big decisions. We need to make the right choices, and that's what kind of has been losing us games. Like yesterday in our game, we completely missed the dragon timer, and they just got a free dragon because of that. Little mistakes like that, we can't let that happen, and big impacting, game-throwing decisions, we need to just be better with those. And if we can do that, I think we'll be a really good team.
We're going to send it to the guys at the analyst desk really shortly here, but final question, what do you think, aside from the Italy, was the biggest factor in your victory here?
I just think we were communicating really well, and we knew what we had to do to win the game. And we knew that before we came into the game, we knew that during the game, and we executed the plan perfectly. So I think that's what we just have to keep doing.
All right, execution, and congratulations on your victory and snapping the losing streak, Zion. For now, though, let's send it over to Dash, Freak, and Zyrene at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Jet. I want to welcome Aiden, Zyrene, Moon to the desk to help us break down Dig's victory. Now, guys, that brings Dig to 12-10 on the season, just above 500. Freak, you called that one in the pregame show.
Sure.
Like that. But what I want to discuss is the fact that they chose Nidalee and Xerath, which they did yesterday. Didn't have success yesterday, did today. What was the difference there that allowed them to win today's game?
Well, the difference is actually really obvious. It's the fact they did not have Elise, Morgana, and Kog'Maw. It's silly, but it's true. So I think Dignitas is best served when they play like this exact team comp. Like in blind pick, and if I were Dignitas' coach, I'd be like, pick these 5 champions. Because you have Kiwi Kid on a playmaking initiator, and most importantly, a tank. He dies a lot for his team, but that's a good thing because he's in there in the front making sure he takes hits so other people can do a good job. You have Xerath for Shifter, which is just his spirit champion. Like it was Nidalee a few patches back. It's these long-range pokers that can always participate in fights, clean up kills. He's not at risk, but he's always dealing damage. Zion Spartan on a heavy split pusher. This is the style where they say, look, these guys are playing the types of champions that work for the players' play styles. Crumbs just puts wards everywhere to make sure that everyone's staying safe, and they just focus really heavily on objectives, and you saw them just control Dragon, control the ward coverage, and then when they did make plays, they made it as a big team.
Then my next question would be, why would it be that EG takes Aurelia into that Nidalee after watching Zion be unsuccessful yesterday against Lulu? Like, they chose to go for a melee kind of brawlery champion instead.
Well, that's basically the thought is it's a counter pick. They had every opportunity to pick Nidalee for Inox, and I know Inox knows Nidalee. It's simply a fact that says, look, we're going to bring it out here. We got to beat Dignitas. We got to pick up some wins. Nothing can be hidden. We've got to go for what we think wins the game. And in EG's minds, they say, Aurelia beats Nidalee. We get this matchup. Inox wins late game. We stop the Dig split push. We stop their ability to play the late game, and then we win. Now, unfortunately, Crumbs flipped that matchup, but that was the mindset.
All right, now Zyrene. EG is generally pretty decent in the early game, and they did exactly that. We watched the bot lane get ahead by about 50 CS. So what is your mindset now on the side of Dignitas, knowing that your bot lane is so far behind against a Jinx of all carries?
So they picked Lucian into that matchup. Usually he's a lane bully, but he ate a couple bindings early. The level 2 came out, and the Chompers just set it up perfectly. Kiwi Kid loves to roam, and the whole idea from EG was let's shut down the roam, and you saw it in the little feature beforehand. Helios hates it when Kiwi Kid is all around the map, just dropping wards and causing pressure and making his life a living hell. They stopped that. But the roam came down bottom to them. There was great teleports. There was the Xerath ultimate that could just be shot down there. And that's what they did, is they focused the bottom lane after getting top lane ahead and just created that advantage. And then Altec actually kept pushing bottom and didn't show up to team fights later. And then when he did show up to team fights, he was the primary target. So Dignitas played it perfectly in target selection and in playing from behind in one lane. Because they went and, like Kobe said, never gank a losing lane. And they did exactly that.
Well, so let's take a look at the point in the game where Dignitas did decide to make a play in the bottom lane. We're going to pull up the replay. It's about 10 minutes in. We have a teleport down from the top lane. Freak, walk me through this entire clip.
So what's cool about this clip before we start it is that it's basically a big team-wide communication thing. Every single member on Dig is involved in this play. So if you look at the minimap in the top left corner, Nidalee, Zion Spartan is already in the brush waiting to recall. Crumbs is actually holding anyone from coming in, like Aurelia showing up and stunning him to stop that. He's actually watching Elise, so they know the enemy jungler's gone. They know they've got both top laners ready to TP and Zion somewhere safe. Also, look at Shifter on Xerath. He's already cheating down to participate in this fight. In fact, in about 2 seconds, the teleport's going to already start from Nidalee before Kiwi Kid even flash ult. So all 5 members are saying, guys, here's the play. Now, one extra point as well is that 30 seconds ago, Kiwi Kid put that ward in the very bottom brush in that lane. So he said, guys, I have a ward here. This lane's going to push up. Be ready. When they reach our turret, everyone go, and everyone's already on the same page. So as you roll the clip out, watch the engage happen. Kiwi Kid is the playmaker. There's the ulti in. Teleport's already started, and EG just aren't ready for this yet. Ziggs can't get there by the time Xerath does. The ulti's actually going to pick up the kill on Altec in a second. Kiwi Kid's fortunate to get out there, but there's a teleport only now from Aurelia. But Zion's already in the fight picking up kills. Everyone's already getting picked off. All of Dignitas is already doing things to make this. And top lane's being held by Crumbs the entire time. There's actually no option for counterplay here for EG. It's a very perfectly orchestrated fight, and it works out exactly as they intended.
Well, so that's the communication that Zion was talking about in his interview with Jat. Just that as long as they can do that, they can keep up this swapping of information and really make plays around the map, they're going to be successful.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is this seems to be the biggest strength of Dignitas. I think weakness is that if you gum up that, right, they try really hard to get ward control, but they don't play hyper aggressively until everyone's ready, until they have this like perfectly, like immaculately set up play. That's why teams like LMQ or CLG, who make all these aggressive moves all the time, can get under them, because Dig want to play this sort of slow, controlled game, and you can get in the way of that.
Well, so Zyrene, now EG's on their back foot. What do you do in this situation where you've now given up kind of global control to a split pushing Italy and things like that to try and get back into the game?
Well, they had a pick composition. They locked in the Elise and Morgana, actually a higher priority for them than locking in the Nidalee, which we know NACS is very good on previously, and they gave that over to Zion, not really fearing that because they saw it yesterday, but it did come up big for them. So they tried picking people off. They tried getting the Xerath at one point. They tried getting Crumbs in the bottom lane with a couple global ultimates. It didn't work out for them, though, because they just didn't have the damage, and they tried split pushing with Altec. And really, EG's strategy, it was a good one, but it wasn't executed flawlessly, and that was the point, because Dignitas just kept catching them out over and over again.
We're going to take a look at one of those pick attempts that you were talking about. At about 22 minutes in the mid lane, they land, or they go in on the Xerath. So go ahead and walk me through this. Explain why it is that EG went for it, and then subsequently why it didn't work out.
All right, there's a lot of things that happened before this. Crumbs was actually in the bottom lane at one point and got hit with a Super Mega Death Rocket and Mega Inferno Bomb that didn't kill him. So those global contribution ultimates are not available for this fight, and then EG start collapsing onto Shifter, thinking they can destroy him. Kiwi Kid comes to his rescue, and the communication in the freak play that we saw a couple seconds ago, they are thinking 30 seconds in advance here. Zion is already on his way to this play. Zion, the known split pusher, is already in the vicinity. Shifter gets away off the help from Kiwi Kid, where he takes a cocoon form and starts absorbing damage. Altec was farming the bot lane this entire time, and it was just a fight that Dignitas wanted to pick, and they kind of baited it out there, knowing that Altec was bottom. They brought Cutie Pie mid, so he was already contributing, and there's zero contribution from Altec because he talked about the Super Mega Death Rocket not being available. So all these factors just went into that team fight that should have been a pick for EG, but because Kiwi Kid was there to save Shifter, it didn't turn out that way.
Well, so after that, it was a pretty much methodical win. They picked up the Baron, and then they just split pushed their way to victory.
Yeah.
Now, the final question is, Dignitas sitting at 12-10. They've shown a good display of what they can do as a team. However, that's with, as Freak had put it, their best possible team comp. What do they need to do to ensure victory throughout the rest of the split, even if they don't land on these perfect champions?
I think they need kind of just some backup plans. There are other Siege mages, right? You saw first pick Ziggs because EG thought Ziggs was more important than Xerath, and that's not the case. I do want to see what else is left in the playbook. I mean, thankfully, their roster is good enough that they do have fallback strategies. Like, Zion gets ahead is enough to win a game. We've seen those Jax games before. Shifter gets Ziggs is sometimes enough to win you the game. We've seen his, 14-2 game on Coast, for example, or his Ahri backdoor against TSM. So there's the room for these great individual playmaking. I just want to see what else is in the strategic playbook for these guys. Maybe it actually is shallow. Maybe they need more. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think that they keep adjusting some picks, but their overall strategy is the same. Kiwi Kid roam, Shifter plays something safe that goes okay in lane. If you go even, you're going to contribute from a long range. You're going to be safe during the fights, not give up a lot of kills. Zion's going to continue to split push, and that's really just the strategy for them, and people have been figuring that out, and that's why they're dropping a little bit in the standings. But because they brought out these new picks that kind of do the same thing, but operate in a slightly different manner, it'll take some adjustment time for other teams. But if they keep adding on more and more to this strategy, because it's their play style, you shouldn't just muck up your play style and be like, okay, I'm going to try something completely different. Zion's going to team fight every time. Then he has to learn this whole new mechanic. You'll drop in the standings a bit, but it's too far in the season. You just stick to what you're doing. Just make it a little more crisp and make other teams have to react to your style and learn you. And that's a huge part of what they're doing.
Well, it was a very solid game by them today. We'll see if they can keep it up. Gentlemen, thank you very much for all of the knowledge and insight. We've got to take a quick break as we ready the rift for our next battle. Blue Shell Team Complexity versus Team SoloMid. We'll be right back after this.
Don't you think the minions would have learned by now to stop running through the lane? Because they're just going to die.
Is why they posted. Oltek's going deep. He went way too deep, and he put himself right in the fire. Now giving Dig time to recuperate and assess the fight. Zion Spartan, he makes the leap, and he makes the strike. This is where EG can get the AoE lockdown, but it doesn't look like they were even in position to start it. The health bars are just being consumed by Dignitas.
There was no one to follow up. They kind of trickled in one by one and just started dropping like flies. Also, surprisingly, Amazing's choice to play Rengar when Elise was available. This split, he has been the Amazing Spider main, and he is 7-0 on that champion. So not really a big reason for him to go away from it.
I don't know. Different thoughts. We'll see what they do today. On the other side of this matchup, Complexity is also coming off a loss yesterday. Their first defeat to Cloud9 this split.
Yeah, Complexity, they were known for the big Devil May Care moves, but against Cloud9 yesterday, Complexity were still playing like they didn't want to lose an early lead. However, in that game with Westrice and Probably dying in 1v1s, they didn't even have an early lead to lose. So when Complexity had their most success, they were picking these strong lane champions, and they didn't want to start the game with that early deficit. They would do everything in their power to get a comp that was super strong early so they wouldn't have to. And that is going to be very hard for them to do today because TSM excels at that laning phase.
That's right. And before we jump into our starting lineups, there's one player on Team SoloMid who's known for shelling out damage. But what makes Wild Turtle so...
Wild?
I was going to say crazy.
When I was a sub for TSM, I didn't expect to be like playing for them or anything. I just wanted to be there. Yeah, I was kind of like a cheerful guy, and I just like to play a lot of jokes on people. I kind of didn't take everything too seriously. At the time, the roster was Reginald, Dyrus, Xpecial, and Odd One.
When Turtle first came to the team, I thought he was really outgoing, all smiles. He was a really nice guy.
Wild Turtle will be filling the AD carry role for TSM. Freak, how do you see this one affecting the team?
When he first played, I just told him, you know, he just should have fun. And if he messed up, don't worry, no big deal.
Big pressure on that guy on your screen right now, Wild Turtle.
I didn't expect to do well that when I subbed.
I tried to ease him into it a little bit, but, you know, he just took off.
Wild Turtle at the back, just hitting one after the other. There's a double kill for him. Laudamonis goes in, that's going to feed him a triple kill. MIA's down, that's going to be a quadra kill. Can he get the pentakill? Front you, 1-on-1, it's going to be the pentakill. Beautiful play, Wild Turtle stepping up. First game for TSM, and he picks up a pentakill at the end.
I actually got down to the wire, and then on that last fight, Turtle just cleaned house. Basically, it took away all the criticism that anyone had for him.
I was just new, he was just trying to have fun, playing aggressive, even though that wasn't the right way to play.
Turtle used to play extremely aggressive, something he was known for.
The hard engage are onto Edward. He's just exploding with their self-heals. Turtle's flashed into the base to get the kill here, but he's now alone, and that's not a thresh on his team. He can't get over the wall, but the rest of the team flashes forward. He has him losing that one.
Turtle went crazy in that fight. He lost his mind as he flashed into the base.
TSM started losing a lot more. Then we had like 14 losses that split. And then I was like, oh God, I gotta take the game more seriously. I kind of still feel like I'm pretty new, even though I'm not. I'm like the second oldest now. I don't know, it's just really, it's been an adventure. Me and Dyrus still like are pretty similar. We just let the new guys basically try to take over.
Turtle was one of the people I talked a lot to in the beginning because he was just very easy to talk to and very outgoing.
When I first met him at the start, like, this guy is crazy. Like, there's something about him, he's so energetic. You can see that in game 2 when he's like, just going for crazy plays, just trying to force stuff that he probably shouldn't, but he still does it and still comes away with it.
He's just like a crazy guy in the game. He jumps in, he just goes ham all the time.
I think being a veteran is pretty important in LCS. It allows you to perform consistently on LAN, so I think him and Dyrus would do that really well.
I would say the main veteran qualities that Turtle really brings is he knows a lot about the NA scene, and he's been around the NA scene for a while, so he knows a lot of the players and how they like to play and what they like to play and things like that.
I feel like his playstyle is less aggressive now. He doesn't like just run in like it's solo queue and try to kill everybody. He's more calculated now. He actually knows when to play safe.
Now I kind of just like play sometimes aggressive and like sometimes passive. I have a balance now.
Now that he's been here for a while, he's much more confident, and he just knows a lot more things, although he's still silly at times.
I mean, he still smiles a lot now, but I think he doesn't smile as much because LCS has toughened him up. He's become more of a man.
Well, I think I'm less troll now, I guess. My personal goal, I kind of want to be an astronaut, I guess, maybe, and then just get a pentakill on Mars, you know what I mean?
That's the everyday kind of stuff I get 20 times a day.
It doesn't surprise me that he just wants to go to Mars and get the pentakill there. Like, geez, that guy is, I don't know, he's from another planet, I think.
Where would you want to get a pentakill, Kobe?
What? Right here would be fine. We don't have to go to Mars.
All right. Well, we'll see if right here happens today for anybody on the Rift. Let's get it started with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it's going to be Complexity. That means it's West Rice in the top lane, Kaz in the jungle, probably in mid, Robert X. Lee at AD carry, and Bubba Duck on support.
And on the red side, it's TSM. Up top is Dyrus. In the jungle, amazing. Mid, Bjergsen. AD carry, Wild Turtle. And supporting Glebe.
I like that. Pentakill on Mars. That's some goals. You know, when you're always trying to achieve goals, you're going to get some good stuff along the way, too.
Do we have the LCS broadcast on Mars, or do we just have the base here still?
I don't know.
And we let Wild Turtle just have his own computer out on Mars. That would cause some bad ping, I think.
I don't know if we have the internet. Yeah. Internet would definitely be a problem there. I don't think we've got the space-time continuum for lag figured out yet. But we do here at the LCS studios because we're on LAN, and these guys are about to go head-to-head on the Rift, where There is virtually no lag. Now, as these teams have matched up, TSM has found each win. Complexity's been struggling against this team this year. But TSM has also really only had a good time against the bottom teams in the league.
Yeah, if you mean they just win all their games against the bottom teams,
Yeah.
then I'd say, yeah, it's a pretty
It's going to beat
time.
around the bush. We're getting there.
Let's see if they can keep it up, though.
They have to,
because,
because if they can't get those wins against the top teams, then they'll start
a lot
down the list.
A lot of streaks have been broken this week, so we'll see if TSM can keep their streak.
Very true, Kobe.
Alive.
Very true. See the bands coming out for the mid lane on the side of Team SoloMid. AD carry and support ban. That late game so far being focused.
Everyone keeps banning out this Yasuo versus Complexity. But Prawley,
Yasuo,
every time he sees it banned out, he just kind of laughs because he really does stay true to that feed strategy on Yasuo. And he's, you know, it's not even a real big part of their team, but we'll see how it plays out.
It can be.
There's
so much potential there.
I mean, all these bans focused on Prawley. So much focus here for TSM. I want to see what TSM are looking to get Bjergsen here, because maybe they want Bjergsen on that classic assassin where he can really get an early lead and take over the game. That's where they've had so much success, especially versus the bottom teams, when they have Bjergsen with someone who can actually take over the game after a couple of kills early.
So the bans for Prawley,
all the bans on Prawley,
the commotion maker allows for Tristana to get through, something that has been consecutively banned now against Complexity 4 games in a row. And now it's let through versus Team SoloMid. And TSM was actually the one of them that banned it in Week 7 when they played.
I mean, it seems so far like this is going pretty well for Complexity, because they want Prawley to be the one in the mid lane who's getting all this attention and drawing away bans, so people forget about Robert. I mean, most of Complexity's upset wins, their big wins, come when Robert in the bottom lane gets a good early start.
Yeah.
And on that Tristana, it's been one of his favorite champions. They've had a lot of success with that champion. Plus, if you end up going to one of those 60, 80-minute games, and Tristana will be a very good champion to have on your team.
Fill you full of lead. Makes it hurt. Iris.
Uh-oh, going to page 2 here.
Beep, please turn the page.
They're
Oh,
done. Oh, the only thing that was written on there was first picks. Morgana and Elise.
Yep, they're doing everything we want. It's our game.
They're like, TSM game plan, get Elise in for amazing.
Done. This time they're not going to give that up. There's been games where they just let that go to the wayside, and we saw him pick something completely different. Not today. He's going to go for the Lee Sin. Last time, or one of the last times we saw him on that, he was making initiating plays with some insect jumps. Keep an eye on that to see if he does it again. Glebe does not take Nami this time.
Well,
banned out, so
Nami
he chooses
is
to
banned.
go for Morgana.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and they've already so the thing that TSM did here by first picking this Morgana is kind of force a lesser support onto Bubba. So is it going to be the Thresh into Morgana, which a lot of people are pretty happy with that Morgana reaction for the hooks?
Safety of
Or is
Braum.
it going to be some other sustain support? Bubba has really liked sustain support, so maybe he brings out the Sona even. Probably, though, in all likelihood, Thresh is the highest probability.
Complexity always does whatever with their picks and bans. Sometimes if they can get a good pick for Probably, they'll first pick him. Then it's Robert Exley. If they can get it, then Probably will pick in the middle without even wanting to round out his composition to see what TSM has. Very interesting.
Well, these ones,
though.
these ones are pretty clear. Like
Well,
Tristana,
right.
definitely one of Robert's favorite, and Elise definitely one of Kez's favorites. Plus, Elise one of the only junglers that can hang with Lee Sin early. So they're looking to match them. What's surprising to me is the Aurelia for Dyrus.
First play for him. He hasn't had too much of an impact on champions of the aggression.
Well, the thing is, you know, Gragas is still up, and he's been so outspoken about how much he loves Gragas right now. Nidalee is up, who everyone's saying is this huge lane bully. As we just saw, though, Inox tried to counterpick Nidalee with Aurelia.
Yeah.
So maybe some of the teams who've been practicing with each other have seen a lot of this Aurelia into Nidalee, and Aurelia doing well. And so by picking Aurelia early, TSM kind of scare Complexity off of that pick for Westrise, and he just returns to that Renekton that we've seen him build into a very tanky Renekton over and over and over. He's He's been skipping the Tiamat build that a lot of people have been favoring. But yeah, Dyrus makes the switch over to Aurelia instead of favoring the very popular Nidalee and Gragas both on the table. See if it works out for them.
Yerksen possibly looking at the Xerath. Played it yesterday, 2-2-2. That loss against LMQ as he hovers it. He will be able to keep range on Prawley. A lot of interesting picks being brought back out.
Well, that's Sona. I mean,
Sona as well.
Talking about Bubdub really loves sustain supports, and he does end up going with it, even over Thresh here. Since Tristana does have her own jump, rocket jump to stay pretty safe. Doesn't need to rely on the Lantern. And they want that AoE CC.
Definitely a tested support for Bubdub. Won against Cloud9 in Week 6 with that Sona pickup, along with a Tristana in lane. So we'll see them actually running the same comp here against Team SoloMid in that duo. Very interesting pickups from what we usually see here for Team SoloMid, at least in a full composition.
It's a pretty strong early combo there.
Yeah.
Tristana and Sona. They can shove very early. We'll see if Kez decides to back them up or decides to back up Westrice, because bottom lane's going to be shoving, top lane's going to be shoving here for Complexity. It's kind of them going back to that strong lane phase. So
let's do a quick tally of the votes over on LolEsports.com. And right now, 78% of you saying TSM won.
You can change that vote by tweeting hashtag COLWin or TSM win to LO Esports.
Wand,
we'll
Kobe.
be updating. I think it's Wand.
It's Wand? Wind? Wand?
I think the correct pronunciation is TSM a Wand. Yes.
Something like that. That's how it sounded if it came out of Twitch chat, probably. So with this coming in, obviously we said Complexity looking to get a win off of Team SoloMid. They've been kind of running rampant across the lower teams in the league, and this would be the time, at least for Complexity as well, who's really been able to lock down a lot of security for wins in the past few weeks to get this next one off of Team SoloMid. This will be the last time the teams play in their 4-time matchup, and now I guess would be the best time to get that win.
Yeah, now is always the best time to get a win. In the present, you got to live in the present. I think that what we're going to be looking at in the present and during the beginning of the game too is going to be the Lee Sin versus Elise matchup. Kez, even though he's been playing a lot of Elise, his early game control hasn't been that strong. He hasn't been seeking out the other jungler to go for the counter ganks, and he's really been focusing on farming and ward control lately, yet so many players have been able to get off ganks even despite Kez's ward control.
Yeah.
So this time around, I don't know, maybe Amazing will make something happen early, or Kez will be able to keep him in vision.
Exactly the same buys all around. So now you know it's player mistake if they mess up.
Well, it's I think maybe the only interesting aberration is the Renekton not going with Doran's Blade anymore, and it has to do with that change to the blade.
Good eyes.
Lifesteal really just gives you a very small amount back compared to the old proc, especially for Renekton, who gets multiple procs of that passive on his W. Counter invade here by Westrice up top. You're going to get some vision down on the opponent's red. TSM will be seen exiting though, so should be a very even start for these two teams for the level 1s. Both junglers know there is vision on their red. It looks like Amazing will start his route up top and maybe target that bottom lane early. Tristana does have to push extremely early on. We've seen multiple junglers take advantage.
It's not
that fact.
And it's not an impossible lane to come back for a gank as well. If they can get Bubdub to blow his flash, there are 0 offensive summoners to be used down there. So they can come back and just take out Sona all willy-nilly.
This ward, though, is going to tell Complexity that Amazing will be starting his route up top side. What that does for Westrice is open up Westrice. This is great for him. He's now got a window where he knows he doesn't have to worry about the 3-minute double buff gank. And he can just abuse this Aurelia Renekton matchup early on, which is exactly what you want to be able to do as the Renekton player in this matchup. That early level 1 actually did go pretty heavily in favor of Complexity. Westrice is gonna have full confidence to go aggressive on Dyrus early. And you can see it already. He's trying to shove in, build up that Fury, and go for the exchanges every time his Fury bar is fully stacked. Whoa, amazing. Pulling out a couple tricks here though. See if you can get behind him. Wow, so cheesy. The red to red start here. See if Kez actually checks this bush. All junglers in solo queue get in the habit of checking this. Kez is going to be in a really bad spot here.
This is something that the odd one has actually done before. Straight red to red. Now Amazing implying it, putting into the game for himself and really pushing Kez off of that one. No response can be done from the bottom lane. We saw Bubba start to rotate, but you see already Glebe was on that roll as well.
Yeah, so it was an unnecessary flash there for Amazing though. He should have been confident just with getting the flash from Kez. But he got a little anxious and went for the kill as well. So some of the spells go even, but it will be buff control for TSM, and Amazing does pull it off. Red buff to red buff is nothing new.
Right.
A lot of people, especially with Lee Sin or Pantheon, these junglers that will win versus anyone that early on, are confident in going for this. Especially when you find your opponents already attacking the buff. It is the easiest possible scenario to just abuse them heavily. There's no option, by the way, for Elise in that situation except to run away.
It's interesting that we don't see more of it, especially when we have Elise players.
So it's really risky, and a lot of times the mid laners will ward for the second buff of your jungler. Something you should always ask for in solo queue, by the way, to make sure you don't get cheesed like that. Amazing does head bottom.
Here's the flash. They're trying to... Oh! Man! What a sidestep from Bubba in the head of Glebe there.
Man, the confidence of Bubba.
That would have been his flash. We were just talking about that. And then the return trip would have been back down. Could have been first blood. He really actually prevented a lot right there.
Man, you really got to be confident to go for that dodge too. That was a very nice sidestep by Bubba Dub. See here though, up top, Westrice hasn't been able to get the CS lead. He's actually down. This is kind of classic Dyrus. He's often happy to even take these matchups where he could get punished early, and he focuses just so heavily on last hitting and weathering the storm.
Right.
He's done it so far here versus this early Renekton. That's a very good sign for TSM, especially since Westrice had knowledge that the jungler would not be coming to his side early. Great job by Dyrus, staying up there in CS.
Amazing deciding to go back. A little odd of a time. He only gets the rejuve bead and a bit more damage on a longsword. But he will be able to maybe help up top. He maybe thought he didn't have enough time to stay in or stay out for that last camp. We're going to have a little action in the top lane here as Kez is approaching.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of wards here for Westrice, and they've got it pretty secure. Maybe they go for the dive. Well, he just used all his Fury, so probably won't go for the dive here. Aurelia is very hard to dive. Maybe they'll wait for Dyrus to come out in the lane, because you can often get yourself into trouble diving the Aurelia, because she can utilize that low HP to stun you under the turret. Now, Elise is a great champion for doing that because he can repel. But man, they're investing a lot of time here. It will pay off if Dyrus goes up the river. Uh-oh. This is pretty bad for Dyrus, though. He's going up the river, and this is going to be 2 versus 1. Will they get a flash? Okay.
Yep.
So at least they get the flash there for Complexity. It wasn't a waste of time for Kez. However, that's only important if you can actually pull off the dive, because Dyrus is playing this lane so passively. He's already allowing himself to be pushed into lane that he's not going to overextend and put himself out there for a return gank. So he's just going to be playing defensively and farming under the turret. You can really only punish him for burning that flash if you go for a dive, which is getting risky.
We'll see that. They have up to about 11 minutes to make that dive happen, and Dyrus waiting for his flash to come back up. Mid lane is 46 to 44, pretty much even Stevens around the map here. The gold is even dead on as both teams try to really get an upper hand here. What kind of advantage would give them the lead? Dragon really isn't in the minds yet of both teams. Probably get a few more items, or at least the first back for the AD carries. Everybody's been pretty slow laning phase here.
And despite Amazing's sort of gank down bottom where he just walked over there and wasn't getting anything off, it's a huge lead for Robert and that Tristana. And we're seeing why so many teams ban Tristana against Robert. He plays the early game of Trist so aggressively, shoving this lane in with the sustain advantage that Sona brings in this matchup. He gets off to a very early start. He hasn't even had to go back to purchase yet. They have not only a giant CS lead, but also the turret is actually probably going to go. No, they're not going to get the local gold. Every single game today so far, it seems like. So they lose that on.
Put out a PSA, Kobe.
Yeah, and we need to update everybody. They need to come to class. Local gold of turrets is very real.
Interesting.
Hey, maybe you could have completed your ship. I don't know how much gold he has.
He still wants it. He had about 1,900, so he had just around 2,000 gold sitting in his pocket because I figured he'd do the BF, but I was obviously wrong. He always gets the Avarice into the static first, but he can buy both now. Just short of enough to finish that. He is up 67 to 63 as we see Dyrus and Westrice. Little love taps in the top lane. Neither of them are going down.
Dyrus eking out a CS lead in the matchup with the exact same items. He didn't even have to start with the sustain start, Crystalline Flask.
Right.
Yeah. That top lane, though, it's just going to be farming for a while until somebody goes up there for a gank. Really, I want to see what happens bottom because Robert keeping his parts of the static ship. If he continues to out CS down in the bottom lane, you know, he actually gets increased benefit from that. If he doesn't need the
TS says
if he doesn't need the combat power of a static completed, then having Avarice does increase your income.
It's probably backing TSS saying we're more powerful, and at this time they are. Phoenix Codex along with BF Sword and Wild Turtle is out damaging in this fight, but they just don't go for the positioning after the wards. Still biding their time to grab blue buff and get everything else into position.
Let's see if the bottom turret not being there is enough. Oh, Robert goes back now. He's probably completing his static ship then.
Yep.
He wants that before the dragon fight does come about. Able to pick it up after just one more wave, and TSM take that opportunity. What a move! Great timing from TSM to jump on this with the recall of Robert.
Oh, how times have changed. Usually 5 minutes ago, this would have been Complexity trying to sneak the dragon. Now it seems that not in position. These latest splits, the first few dragons kind of risk averse for teams, and they don't want to give up that much more. Dragon for a turret so far, if you will. That bottom one has already fallen, so TSM getting a little bit of the lead back in gold. Still, nobody has fallen just yet on the map. A rush for Sork Boots coming out from Raleigh.
That was such a high-value ward there for TSM. And a great job by them jumping on the opportunity to steal that gold lead back.
So much dodging being done in the middle lane.
That's what this lane here is all about, dodging skill shots. Because once again, everybody's super long range. Okay, now they go for the dive.
Got him.
Flash still not up.
Just at 11 minutes. Look how much time he has in the flash. That timing.
Yeah, they barely got back there. So the first gank does, in the end, pay off. And Complexity finally capitalized on it. If it wasn't for that time, if they didn't go right now, then Dyrus would have, come out with that advantage. The CS was going in his favor. But due to Kez, they return to the top lane, and not only do they get the kill, but turret number 2 falls. That should focus a lot on the mid lane here now for Complexity.
And that's such a mind game, Kobe. I think anybody can't say they don't do this, is that they go more aggressive when they know their flash is about to come back up. And I'm not saying that is what happened, but Dyrus definitely dashed in and he was ready. A little bit harder for a fight there, knowing that he had his summoners. Very good play by Complexity to capitalize continuously, whether it happened or not.
And I know Complexity fans are definitely happy to see Complexity going back to the strategy of having super strong lanes early, because their biggest problems have been just losing in the laning phase
Right.
and then losing the whole game after that. It's laning phase is snowballing out of control because they get pushed in everywhere. But Renekton, Syndra, and the Tristana plus Sona combo, they picked their strong lanes. They got their early turret shoved, and even though they got kind of outplayed with the ward and dragon timing, they still have the early lead. And this is the position where they have been able to find their win.
Right. See how fast it comes, though. We're putting them on a timer now. They have the lead. Let's see how fast they can close it out. These games have actually all revolved around 30 minutes. 30-42, 30-13, and 27-44 in favor of Team SoloMid. Let's see if Complexity can stop that bleeding versus TSM here. Kez looking to start getting the forward wards in. That means that Complexity feels like they have a bit more room to work with. They're going to try to start working off those small advantages. 2 turrets down. Only an 800 gold lead.
Glebe goes for a kill here. Ult for ult. Teleport in.
Uh-oh. Very nice getting Westrice out of the top lane. He didn't have too much of a push onto Dyrus, but a little chaotic there for a second. Glebe getting the teleport for an ultimate. Very good.
Yeah, his aggression really paid off there. That's a very big bonus for TSM because they have the Dragon Timer as well. So they easily can take advantage of the teleport cooldown that they have over Westrice here. Dyrus not having to use his to get back to lane. So pretty good play there from Glebe to draw out this cooldown from Westrice.
He doesn't miss too much. 1 CS, but I'm sure he picked it up in experience. Complexity putting a lot of focus on actually Westrice being in that top lane with the current wards they place for him. So for him to teleport out there, a little bit of a waste on that, but they're still there for use. Coming up on 15 minutes, still the only kill to Complexity. How will they push this snowball though? It's a very small one. Usually we see them get a triple kill or a very big lead. Are they going to be able to work this small incremental?
Well, it's going to be the bottom lane here. Focus from both junglers. They do have pink wards pretty much throughout the river here. Very good coverage from
Glebe. Uh-oh. Yeah. Bye-bye. Glebe gets popped right there. Bubba Doug comes up with a kill for himself. Not where they really wanted to go, but it works.
That ward coverage paying off for Complexity because they invested so much in pink wards. They know that they have the advantage on these
across
pushes.
the river.
And they can make that attack from the Fog of War. Another pink ward. All 5. Actually, they just lost the one from up top. So that was Kez's second pink ward, even though he still had one up top.
He's helping.
He places a second pink ward. You can only have one on the map at the whole time. And he wanted control of the blue buff, so they give up that top one. Westrice is the only guy on the map, I guess, for Complexity that hadn't bought one. Yeah, this is that Fog of War advantage that you get for buying those pink wards. The investment pays off. Did that go to Sona?
Yeah, it did.
Bubba Dub.
Bubba Dub got that kill.
Not quite ideal, but it is the key for Complexity to swing everybody mid, and TSM are out of position because of the recent base by Bjergsen. Another tower for Complexity.
And it's going to be hard. They don't exactly have a siege-controlling team on the side of TSM unless Bjergsen is really putting out a blue. Wild Turtle's going to want to be farming. And even if they try to engage, you got to remember Bubba Dub has that exhaust for Dyrus or Amazing if they try to make a play. It's going to shut down a lot of damage that TSM thinks they have in the fight.
Woo!
Whoop. Just on the tail.
You don't want to go. You don't even want to go that way, Westrice. What do you do? There's no benefit from trying to go that way.
Under the turret! Stun him! Stun him! Cannot. He gets stunned himself. This is How does this happen? TSM just sent Complexity into a frenzy.
They got caught sleeping here. There's daydreaming and walking into the mid lane here for no reason. There's literally no reason to try and walk that way to the turret. But TSM are doing a good job. This is what they do against the lower teams. They wait for that one mistake. Boom. They're going to make you pay for that. Take it into a dragon. Perfect timing for them. Westrice is
So he was already caught by a binding.
He was playing with fire. He dodged it. And he should just.
Well, he's caught by the first one, so they knew he was there. And the ward. Man. And then for Kez to come in?
You can't analyze this. There's no reason to do that. All right, let's see how they come back from it, though. Robert is shoving down the bottom lane. He still has a pretty big advantage over Turtle. Right now, he's got a whole static shiv over Turtle.
He's trying. He's going to have the BF coming out soon, trying to get that attack speed in and finish the Zerker Greaves. But Kobe, we've seen this type of catch composition from Team SoloMid kind of come about a lot, whether it's an Elise and a Thresh or the bindings from a Bjergsen's Xerath and a Morgana. They love to just continuously work off those thrown out skill shots. If they grab one, domino effect.
It helps a whole lot if your enemies just kind of march in one by one.
That's true. There's a little bit of an advantage when that happens. Makes it look a little bit easier. Now, getting that gold lead, 27,000. Just about 600 as it keeps increasing is the deficit for complexity. Westrice,
Dyrus on the hunt. Now, Dyrus has completed his Trinity Force, so
fighting.
He's not really scared of Westrice at this point anymore. He has a lot of true damage, so even though Westrice has some armor already, Aurelia's a big point she'll have over Westrice is the true damage active. And then she does get stun him up.
I just gotta say, it's outstanding the way Robert actually, we've said it before, but 183 to 160, beating out a Caitlyn in lane?
That's why, so he's real aggressive too. Likes to get in your face.
It's insane.
Now, it's the reason that we're so surprised why TSM were using all these bans on Prawley instead of Robert.
Right.
Which so many teams have found success against Complexity banning out Robert because he has been the standout player for this team so many games. But this time around, he's happy with the selection that he's got so far. He might be the one to carry Complexity. TSM only have, even less than a 1K gold lead right now.
Yeah.
Or TSM only have less than a 1K gold lead right now. So really, they do need more of those picks, more of those Morgana bindings, Xerath stuns to be able to hit.
Right.
And pick people off. Otherwise, Robert will turn into late game Trist, as we've seen him do so often.
Everybody is...
Darius looking to head him off
now.
Darius wants a piece of Robert.
Should be TSM somewhat filtering down here if Robert tries to jump out of this one. Actually, he gets the outside run here. Buster back. Oh, the stun is completely nullified. Forces that one out. Gets it. He keeps himself safe after the Buster shot so he can rocket jump away.
Yeah, one of the big things about playing Tristan is getting used to the small delays and animations that she has and using those to your advantage. See if the 4-man swing from TSM down bottom does pay off. Bjergsen's got full mana, so he can continue to harass under turret.
Dyrus chasing Westrice to the mid lane, and this is kind of big for Team SoloMid. One more! Can he get the long range? It actually hits Bubba and Prawley. The turrets that are up, it's 4-2 in favor of Complexity there, but this is an influx of gold now that TSM can go around the map and start to grab. Only one there. Pressure in the mid lane. We'll see where they decide to move after this. It's not going to open up the map for them a lot, but it is going to help in the late game split push. They don't have to worry about it.
Well, it is a good early window into TSM strategy. They're playing to their strengths of their team here.
Yeah.
With the siege,
Get
with Caitlyn plus
Xerath.
They have the poke, and if you get them even half low, then Bjergsen can pop off his ulti to force you off of the turret. It's all about zoning them away from the turret so that then Wild Turtle can get the damage in. Good siege from TSM. And they'll want to use that cooldown effectively again once it comes back for Bjergsen.
Yep.
All of this is just them trying to buy more time for Caitlyn to try and catch up to Robert.
He's actually pretty far off, at least another 1,400, 1,200 rather.
Well,
more.
The thing is, with the dragon control of TSM, Caitlyn's actually tied in gold with Robert right now. So he doesn't have much more catching up to do.
Still quite early in the game, likewise. So Robert doesn't have the range yet that he's looking to get on Wild Turtle in these fights. Westrice getting a little caught out there, and he doesn't exactly have the magic resistance to be taking all that damage. But he's only worried about a Dark Binding in Bjergsen. Dyrus doing quite well in the top lane, bringing out Aurelia here for the first time. 207 to 182, keeping the CS up. Still being a menace. Now he's going to try to somewhat work the bottom lane. They haven't been really working the teleports too much. Everybody's been staying as fine, split pushing really isn't a thing on this. When they win with the poke at a turret, they want to get in on it.
Well, they won't need to use the teleports for this fight because a dragon's coming up in 10 seconds, and everybody should be in the vicinity here. Complexity actually already have a ward in the dragon pit, so when TSM start off, they'll be able to see it. Lanes are already pushing forward towards TSM's turrets, though. TSM, pretty poor management of waves for this timing because they have the exact dragon timer, yet they let themselves get pushed in for 2 lanes. And Complexity have the advantage. Ro8 up top turret. This should be a pretty free turret for them. They can get a lot of life off it at least.
And a half waves.
They got a half of a turret right there, purely from TSM not shoving waves and just sitting in the river looking for a pick.
Dyrus doesn't have, or not Dyrus, rather, Westrice doesn't really have the wards to continue the bottom lane split push. His team is going to try and put pressure on the top side here. How is TSM going to react to this? Full wave coming in, 3 members. 4 members now approaching top turret. Dyrus can only hold so much. He'll be forced to back, and it's going to be up to Westrice to single-man dragon stop here, and I think he can make it happen. He may lose his life. I don't know if it'll be worth, Kobe.
Yeah, that's pretty risky to go in there. Morgana can lock him up for a long time. Yeah. Turtle will feel safe about it. The rest of the team can move around. They got top turret and a red buff steal for this dragon, though.
Very nicely done. He had at least Westrice kept them occupied as well when they were taking it. They didn't really get much off it. They're forced to back now. And we're going to see Complexity start coming out with some wards. They can now pepper the front side of TSM's base. We'll see where they start placing these deep wards. They already have one where they just took down top 2nd-tier turret.
And I think that last series of events kind of highlighted TSM's sort of lack of planning. They're looking to the future. They had the information that they need to set up that play better than they did, but weren't able to pull it off. And because all of the lanes, Complexity were able to push them in their favor.
Right.
Complexity with a pretty good mid-game play there to trade.
Kez alternating a bit with his Elise build. Does get that Spectral, but also doesn't get the Haunting Guys right away. He goes for defense.
Yeah, he's always gotten the Sightstone after his Spectral Wraith. He's been a real big fan of that for Elise. And it is a really popular build now, so...
You know, we saw it in the stats when Kez came on the team. The wards for Complexity went through the roof. Definitely better vision control with that addition. 2-2 here in this game. Some of that vision has capitalized on a few kills. They're down 1,000 gold right now, but they could be able to make it back quite soon. Robert Exley clearing a bit out in mid. 267 to 210 there. He's actually been prioritizing farm for himself. Wild Turtle's really been with the team. He hasn't really gotten any past 200 in the past few minutes here, walking around with the party. A team SoloMid. There's the Caliber net, goes out. It looks like Wild Turtle will stay safe.
Where's that teleport to Dyrus? Oh, he canceled it.
Yep, he did.
Self-canceled there from Dyrus.
He's hoofing
just
it.
Walk his way up to try and flank from the backside. Whoa! Turtle gets chunked to half. TSM cannot engage this. Dyrus cannot go in with Turtle and Glebe both at half health.
Front line, Robert Exley feels like it's safe to be the first one at the turret with practically in melee range with a level 14 Tristana, but he makes it count. Makes it happen.
What a steal there.
They walk away with blue. So TSM is, I think they're kind of in like recuperation mode here. They're figuring out how Complexity is just walking around them, stealing everything from out from under their nose. Somehow TSM still holding the lead with those dragons they had in the early game. Robert Exley is getting so much fun.
The whole crowd is cheering right now for the giant juicy wave for Robert. It's a good feeling, pretty much in any game when you get to go soak up that much CS, especially with Trist.
He's a beast. It's the waiting game again for Complexity.
Caitlyn, though, does scale up fairly well towards the late game.
She does. Well. Wild Turtle can definitely use her to the fullest effect.
So really, it is going to come down to the skill shots, I think, because both of the mid lane mages will have a really big impact if they can hit their long range skill shots here. If Probably can catch somebody out. We've seen so many times already, Turtle's been getting chunked out. These AD carries, yes, they're a huge bonus if you can keep them alive, but they all build extremely offensively. and they're easily taken out if they do get hit by one of these stray cocoons or
Yeah.
dark bindings, and easily followed up with by one of these long-range mages.
We already have the McHale's rush for Wild Turtle, so he'll be able to stay a little bit safer in these fights, but then you have the lifesteal already in Robert X. Lee with the Cutlass coming out, so...
Yeah, Bubba working on
it's
his
gonna be tough. He'll get there. I think the saving grace right now is the exhaust, if anybody were to jump in on Robert X. Lee. A lot of safety for anybody with that exhaust.
Yeah, and with Westrise actually getting a little bit of damage with the Tiamat this time around, not going full tank, he will be more threatening to Turtle than in the past. Wonder if that will be enough. He does have a Morgana to peel for him, which is always very strong.
All right, 2 members of TSM backing here, so the majority are now going to set up a little bit of defense here. Garrus in the mid lane, minute and 30 onto Dragon, so we're getting some finalized buys. Giants belt here from Amazing. The rest of the crew getting ready to set up. Ward's finally in that lane for Westrice to get a little bit deeper without feeling like he's in a dangerous situation.
Yeah, and that's, again, back to the point where really most of the plans seem to be on Complexity's side here.
Right.
TSM playing very reactively. Their vision control is definitely not on par. Complexity with way more pink wards placed. TSM have 3 in their inventories right now, but TSM not being able to actually get that control and spend the time to go place everything. That does get caught out.
Complexity's still going with the pink wards. They down by their rates, 2 at Baron, 1 down to the bottom.
They buy so many that Kez killed one of his own pink wards by placing a second one.
Nobody cheered for that one. Overwarding. It's a dangerous thing.
I've been waiting to see an all-in between these two. Very
You're
curious.
not going to get it. I'm sorry, Kobe.
As the game goes on longer and longer, really interested to see how Dyrus with his Aurelia can handle Renekton. Because the changes to Renekton were fairly interesting, where his early game, the ultimate effectiveness was nerfed, but the late game was increased to compensate for that. So he doesn't fall off as hard as he used to fall off.
Still a pretty scary Gator coming up on 30 minutes. Still 1,000 gold lead. That's the only thing that separates these two teams. It's sitting in TSM's pocket now for the last bit of time here in the matchup. They're down in
It's all about
turrets.
the picks, man. The long-range skill shots. Binding misses, flash crescendo misses.
Mellifluous ultimate coming from Bubba Dub.
However, he also got these flash out of Gleep, so support flashes are down for both teams. Positioning, though, definitely in TSM's favor. Are they bold enough to try and cut off Complexity, though? This is a risky maneuver going for the turret. Everyone filing in between this small corridor would be bad.
Pew! Throwing out the artillery. Didn't really hit anybody. That was a little awkward.
Yeah, he shot off one shot, and then he had to pack everything up and run.
A little weird. They're going to go ahead and back off of this and say that was not the right decision. Set up some defense. We'll see if Complexity can take an advantage off of that. The McHale's is finally finished up onto Robert X. Lee. Maybe that's the situation. They didn't get what they want, or the reason they didn't get what they want in that situation.
Ooh, so they return to mid lane here, and they'll trade Dragon for this secondary turret. That's a fine trade, but you have to be very careful. Inhibitor turrets are really key.
Yeah.
Like Complexity bank on the fact that TSM won't continue that
big
push because they
opening.
don't have the wave. And it does pay off. Yeah, that's a heartbreaker for TSM. As we said last game, the blue buff control has become such a huge part about these games that have all the long-range wave control mid.
Yep. Okay, so Complexity still gets theirs. Where will TSM start to set up for the next bit of commotion? Still the wards coming out for Complexity, and they're going to try to get eyes onto Baron here. I think still a little early for this to be the contest. Bubba Dub level 12. Got the damage on the 80 carries, but it's going to be one hell of a fight if they decide to go for it now.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Turtle's going to
How are they
purchase
still
for
12?
his third item, because he's got quite a bit of cash stacked up. Looks like he goes for another BF sword item. That could easily be Bloodthirster for the defense, or the Mercurial Scimitar, just for another get out of jail free card if he gets caught by one of those long range CCs that are looking like they will be determining this game so far. Man, it's already creeping up here. Over 30 minutes is only 2-2, and the gold is dead even.
Kobe, it's already the longest game between these two teams that they played this split.
Well, this is the new and improved complexity. Marathon runners.
They are ready. They actually did 5 games before they played this one, so they're ready. They're ready to go for the long haul.
Now, it's interesting that since they're kind of sensing this game going so long, Frawley's gone with the Deathfire Grasp because there's so few picks right now. He really wants to be able to capitalize on any pick that they do get.
Yeah.
So if they find one person, Frawley's going to make sure that he can kill that one person.
Ooh.
He's the one who gets found, though.
Oh!
Bjorkstein got it!
Oh, he finds it! Bullseye on to Brawley. The shot comes out. He didn't get the explosive on him, just the buster. There's not going to be the burn. A long-range peacemaker puts him in the box. It's going to be Westrice thinking he can in the fight now. A few more shots. Amazing ward jumps, but is he going to be able to finalize? The Sonic Wave does not hit, but he's in position. Westrice gets the heal from Bubba but goes down to the end of Wild Turtle, who starts picking himself up some kills in the game.
And Darius has teleport. That's got to be at least Baron here for TSM. Huge mid-game swing. Yes, they get the catch. It was on to Frawley. And Bjorkstein, with the long-range sniper shots, able to capitalize on that kill. Plus, Darius being able to escape and baiting in Robert plus Westrice for 2 more kills. TSM playing that waiting game and capitalizing on the mistakes of complexity again.
Whew. See this one more time.
That sniper actually got through too, and Bjorkstein, here it is. Dead eye for number 1, and dead on for number 2. Doesn't even have to fire the 3rd shot, but he gets bubbed up.
Does, and
just
one.
For the extra point.
Nice job. Definitely some good ultimates coming today from these Xerath players. Those are not the easiest things in the world to hit. Been an odd travel time with the arc until you get it down. So 54,000 now. They put a quick lead in favor teams of themselves coming into this one. 34 minutes in. Looks like Complexity may have lost a bit of footing that they did actually have here. Not down and out. Robert actually is still their wild card with that damage coming out of Tristana. Looks like he puts a pickaxe as well within the build, so that's definitely not a Mercurial just yet.
Yeah, probably going to get a 4th item, Last Whisper there, because he's already going against double Randuin's front line from TSM. See how this split push from Darius works out, because Baron buff on Aurelia, he's feeling extremely confident right now. 3 item Aurelia. Maybe I'll finally get to see that all in between him and Westrice.
Maybe, then watch him get exhausted, then you'll be sad.
Well, Westrice doesn't have exhaust.
Well, no. Bubba Dub's going to be there in a matter of time. He's always on his players. Saving them out. So it looks like TSM controlling the lanes a little bit better now, pushing those up in every aspect in every lane. They're laying down the wards to stay safe as they approach this section of the map as well. Turrets all evened up at 5-5 here. Kaz coming out of the base, just finished up his wardens. Let's see what he continues to do. Looks like they're going all the lanes. They want to put pressure on every inhibitor turret coming out of this one. I don't think Darius is going to get too much help here in the bottom lane. No, the team seems to be shifted over a little bit, so it's going to be mid and bottom pressure here coming from Team SoloMid.
Well, I think they just want to clean up all the outer turrets here.
Right.
So shoving in this creep wave. This outer turret is a lot harder to defend than the inhibitor ones. So this is sort of the time where you see a lot of teams just give up that last outer turret in favor of turtling inside the base proper.
That cleans up the map, Kobe.
Now it's all about
knock
the
out the front door
and cocoon game.
Yep. Who's gonna hit it? There's 1 miss. Keep a tally. Keep a tally. There's 2. 1-on-1. All right. Gonna wait for the next cocoon to come out. 36:55 on the clock.
I'm so sad they don't go with the split push call for Darius to split versus
That's what I
Westrice.
thought. At least into mid. They have that mid lane right there.
They want this full 5v5, but man, the wave clear that you have with
another miss.
A Tristana with Static Shiv is immense. And it doesn't run out because it doesn't have to spend any mana for it. So that plus Syndra is plenty to continually wave clear here. And that's why you get to this sort of stalemate where it has to be a key CC landing on someone squishy for the fight to actually break out. There's just so much wave clear here that it's very hard for TSM to get any hits in. Even Turtle with Caitlyn scared to go for it because of that long range stun. Damage gets through onto Frawley though for half. Westrice does take the ace in the hole, which is really big for them, but they are slowly whittling down Complexity.
Westrice taking a lot at the front of that turret.
Home guards though on Frawley, he's back to full.
This is good, having Frawley allows them to push out a little bit. Wild Turtle actually hasn't been able to get a lot of shots on the turret, so you're right, Kobe. This is going to be a binding fight. Dyrus almost wants in already. A few shots from Robert X. Lee. Can he get it down though? Explosive shot, procs off the Banshee's Veil. 3.
Oh, progress! It's down to half.
Yeah. 3 cupcakes set out that Complexity does not want to try. And it looks like TSM is actually going to walk away.
Halfway mark is good enough for TSM.
It's going to heal.
Those, yeah, they do heal up. It's slow, but it happens. And they're going to go grab that dragon instead. Baron buff probably about to run dry for TSM, which is why they're actually calling off the siege, yeah.
They shoot it a few times, look behind them, yell Bay Life, and run for dragon. 38:40 on the clock. A nice 7,000 gold lead is what TSM is working with, but 7,000 is definitely not getting them through the front door, it seems.
Yeah, and we just saw it there. While the teams give up these outer turrets and they defend the inhibitor one, so much easier for them to stay safe. Complexity do hold out, and they're well on their way to the comforting 40-minute mark.
Punching their tickets for late game.
Yeah.
What is it after 37 minutes? They're like 6-1 versus teams, something
pretty close,
something like that. It's a really weird record, but they definitely have the majority of wins after a certain amount of time. So TSM is racing against the clock here. 135 on Baron. Who knows? That could definitely be the way back in the game. Both top laners giving a quick punch to the chin. Nothing really comes out of that. Dyrus takes a bit of free damage that he should be able to find off some small camps as they just walk back and forth here. Both teams kind of testing each other to make a mistake in mid lane.
Now, I don't think TSM will force the fight too hard until they complete this GA onto Dyrus. It looks like Dyrus is going for GA, which is an item that's very interesting because in the late game, GA is a very big ticket for one fight. It gives you such a large upper hand for a single mid-game fight. So you want to make that fight count and time the completion of your item with the aggression of your team. So after we see that on Dyrus, then we may see TSM start overreaching and try to really force something on Complexity to take advantage of the huge spike that you get with when the active Guardian Angel is available to your tank specifically.
TSM now kind of dictating a push back down to Complexity. They're only receiving this because they want to be able to engage right. Looks like nobody's really going to bite off more than they can chew here. Safe play coming from both sides, as I don't think either team really knows what their next move of initiation is. Some good damage. Ace in the hole comes out. Bubba Dub's not too worried though. That sustain is something that they can get themselves real healthy.
Yeah,
really
look what's happening though. You know, Complexity are being corralled here.
Right.
The TSM vision is still only on the blue side, but they do have control of the mid lane here. So we'll see what they do with it because Baron is really their focus. They already have the wards down on blue side. And since they have position on Baron, they can just huddle around the pinks. They're trying to bait. Scrying Orb, very long cooldowns, is not upgraded for Robert yet. So that won't be available, and they kind of corner themselves up against this mid-turret.
Ooh. Oh my God, Probably hurt. TSM sensing blood in the water, and they go straight for him. It's going to be back onto Amazing, though. So much chaos as TSM surrounds the fight. All of Complexity is partying in the middle, and TSM cannot find the right focus. Westrice and the rest of the team focus down onto one. Cleave goes down, and TSM thought they had the upper hand with Amazing flying in for the initiation.
So yeah, they kind of had him cornered against the turret, and they thought the positioning would be enough, but not quite. So Bjergsen goes for some hot shots.
It's close. It's close.
It's enough to dissuade the shove. So TSM lose one turret for their over-aggression there. And I don't know why they forced it, because they haven't completed that GA there. And really the fight would be completely different if it's Dyrus jumping in with a completed GA and forcing something like that. Because he would have the confidence to not have to back off. You can see midway through the fight, TSM, Amazing specifically, has to get out of there, and he has to stop applying pressure to the back line and retreat. If it's Dyrus with his GA, then he doesn't ever have to stop, and he can rely on the timing to get back up. TSM do lose out on one turret and a little bit of the vision control that they worked so hard for around this Baron area. Oh, Westrice.
I think it's time for
Oh, he got scared. What did he see? He didn't see anything. He's waiting for his W cooldown. He's scared. Risky play. He didn't have the rest of his team, so he didn't want to get caught out there. Better safe than sorry is Westrice's motto.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
At least for that play.
That's his new motto since he started building full tank.
Ooh. So many opportunities with Morgana. Just the fog of war bindings left and right. Continued in by the Xerath control, and Amazing can close that gap. A lot of synergy from this TSM team, especially in the late game now that they have the fighting phase going, and it looks like they want to prep that over and over. They're trying to bait Complexity in here very hard.
Map goes dark for Complexity once again, and they're in the same situation they were just a few seconds ago, where they actually were able to force mid and get that turret. Right now, though, Westrice would have to burn his teleport to join if a fight breaks out. So Complexity should be kiting backwards. This is TSM's chance to try and force the issue around Baron. And they do go for it.
He sneezed.
Complexity can shove up mid, or they can try and contest this. Baron going down so fast.
They're going to attempt it.
They've got vision. Oh, the vision ran out.
Can they get it to it? Kaz almost in range, gonna get up. No, it's going over to Amazing. Will they pursue the fight though? TSM is setting up a defensive line and almost ready to re-engage. Dyrus is stuck in the pit. Who will give him help? It looks like the rest of Complexity is given a little bit of focus there. Bump it up, takes the shot, but he's gonna be on the back line healing. Blocked with the iron. Solari goes down in Westrice. Or rather, sorry, Dyrus getting himself to safety on that.
It actually was probably not a fight that Complexity really wanted to take there. The full Baron already completed by TSM, and they didn't use anything, you know, really big on it. So they would be happy to complete that fight. Very clean Baron from TSM, denying all the vision from Complexity. I kind of feel like TSM should have forced that issue, though. They really wanted to go back and complete other items, though, on the rest of their carries.
Well, they're going straight down.
Turtles got
straight down mid, Kobe. They're ready to get back in and fight it. They're going to try to maybe get some take up on this turret. Looks like they'll have the wave to do it. They did ping top lane. They said top lane is the next thing we are going to need. Let's see who they prioritize for that.
It's the perfect time for TSM. They've got Baron buff. They've got Guardian Angel advantage, so they can
didn't go down in the fight.
6 versus 5. The fight was at their fingertips, Riv. It was so close. They could have just taken it. But everybody's so scared at this point in the game.
You have to. That Tristana is gigantic.
If you don't land the key binding or the key cocoon, stun from Xerath, something.
Yeah.
And there's no trigger here for the teams to really commit to the fight. Now it's going to be a lot harder of an issue, though, for TSM. Since they didn't take the fight outside of the base by Baron Pit, now they're going to have to siege up again and rely on that Baron buff regeneration to really outlast Complexity in the siege. See if they can take advantage.
Yep.
That bottom turret, by the way, is healed up back to full. Remember, TSM got down to half. It's regenerated all the way to full health now.
Turret technology, man.
Yep.
They got it.
The two and improved.
So we got Dyrus pushing the bottom lane. Looking at Turtle's items, he's pretty much fully stacked right now. He has everything that he needs to be a menace and really play to his full capacity. He's been on the front line with that Bloodthirster a few times in dangerous spots, but it's made a great impact for the team now at 2-0-3. Flip side of that score, 3-0-2 for Bjergsen. The two carries really doing what they need to. And Dyrus has been occupying Westrice perfectly throughout the game. making sure TSM has free roam around the map. Once again, he'll take Dyrus or Westrice to the bottom lane, TSM forcing mid.
And we just got 500 CS for Robert here.
Yep, 500 at 47.
They got one of the picks of Binding Land, so they get somebody to half. All right, let's see if that half health is enough. Not enough.
Oh, the flash in. Amazing, very big. Oh my God, it was only a few shots. Bubba Dub squeezes tight.
He lives on that one. 5-3. Dyrus didn't even leave the bottom lane. Westrice, he's definitely thinking about it because his team needs his help. The great cupcake setup coming in again from Wild Turtle to prevent most of the engage. And now he's going to get a few more shots on the turret after clearing out the waves.
Kez got to go back to base. That crit almost took his life.
Wow.
Crit's enough to take the turret. They say they get him in the long wars of regeneration with Baron buff. Enough harass down for TSM, and they do crack inhibitor line.
Great use of the composition from Team SoloMid, not pushing any farther than they need to in the fight. Westrice wants to get a piece though. Dyrus jumps in, but he goes right out, trying to bait in more attacks on himself, on that crowd control tank that he can break easily amongst more people on the other team. And it looks like they played that one very nicely. They have summoners out across the board. The exhaust is now down. Really the only thing shutting down the other strides of power of Team SoloMid. There's one kill coming in. Probably goes down. That was really the impact. Shock and awe damage they were looking to get out of the fight. Robert actually was the next one, and he goes down. The DPS is down and out. There goes the support. The tank is going to be the next to follow. Perfect focus from Team SoloMid on the entry fight, and now they're on the Nexus turrets.
You can hear the crowd. TSM did indeed one.
They did indeed one. 49 minutes on this one, 9-3. Bjergsen going gold on the Nexus as they take down Complexity.
So Complexity, once again, this is second time in a row. They've been going towards the super late game.
Yeah.
But they haven't, had that luck that they had in the past. And maybe those few games were actually the ones that were flukes.
Yeah.
In the late game, it all comes down to skill shots. It's, who can land them first, who gets bound up. And in this one, Complexity were not able to get it. TSM, very good job of the Baron vision control once we got to that phase of the game.
Yeah.
And the safe and slow play. They're able to finish it out.
Very strong matchup from both teams. TSM avoiding getting hit up by Robert X. Lee's Tristana. And that was very, very hard thing to do. The mid lane matchup, all skill shot dodging all day long. We saw probably breaking out the Sork boost to try and get around those dodges early and get a little more damage back into Bjergsen's face. But it wasn't even the mid lane. It was controlled all around the map. Amazing with some great plays. Being in the hair on the red to red buff. Coming over onto Kez. A little troublesome for them in the early game.
I think the biggest thing there for Complexity were the kind of big glaring mistakes where they were just walking into positions that
the mid lane take.
Yeah.
When we saw Probably go down and then, or no, it was Westrice that went down, kind of walking back and forth, and that was a capitalization of TSM's wards at the time. After that, we saw Complexity then throwing 400 gold and then another 400 gold into these pink wards that were all on their side of the base when they thought TSM was going to be using them there. And unfortunately, it didn't work in their favor. They weren't able to push forward. A few good takes and pressures on Team SoloMid. Usually we'll see Complexity try to be a team that will take down that second tier mid. While TSM goes for Dragon, they dictate something while you're on an objective. But TSM didn't allow them to do that this game. They always had Dyrus in the right spot, or they always had the rest of the four-man team making a push down the perfect lane.
Yep. Guess we closed the door on another. It almost made it 50 minutes there for Complexity. They did hold out for a while
Close.
at those
40 seconds.
inhibitor turrets, but in the end, the vision control around Baron is how you end those late games, and TSM did execute it by the book. So
Right.
Deserved win. Good job.
So Bjergsen again bringing out the Xerath, and TSM kind of focusing on a composition where they can always get picks from the fog of war. It's kind of like they're almost avoiding confrontation to get it. The amount they ward, they can just say, oh, there's one. Let's grab him because we're not going to get any trouble.
And the funny part is, they get so many of these picks sieging up at the mid lane and then at the inhibitor turrets. It just came down to being able to land those through all these minions and clearing so many. I kept on looking for the, maybe Dyrus will 1v1 Westras and it'll get exciting. But they played a very, very slow game. And they just controlled the side lanes and moved it in.
Maybe next time. But unfortunately, that's the 4 matches for these teams now. TSM, 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 and number 4, Team SoloMid. So 4-0 for them versus Complexity over the summer split. And we're going to right now send it over to Freak and Dash. We're joined by 2 members of the victorious Team SoloMid.
Thanks, Riv. We want to welcome Wild Turtle and Bjergsen to the analyst desk just to talk to you guys a little bit. Now, you're continuing a great streak that you have against the lower-ranked teams, but this game seemed to stall out for a little bit. So, Wild Turtle, I just want to ask you, why is it that this game over the other ones kind of seem to last longer?
I think it's because, we're trying to, practice new comps, I guess, and then we're not really adjusted to it yet. So we're trying it out, and it's been working out pretty well, but, this game we were kind of shaky, and we didn't know what we needed to do, kind of.
So why was it this game that you decided to practice new things, I guess, in preparation for playoffs maybe, to say, okay, well, it's Complexity, we'll just try something new?
It wasn't exactly just against Complexity. We ran a very similar comp in the game against LMQ. But it's just Xerath being a really strong pick right now. He's just really good at sieging and constantly poking out. And we felt like we could make something happen with that. Also has really good stall, like Ziggs, wave click constantly. So we felt like it was a comp we could pull off. And it's a lot more coordinated, and we have, I don't know, the flow is a lot better in scrims, and we haven't really been able to translate it into the LCS, I feel, and that's why the game stalled so long.
So if you're willing to share, how much practice does go into you saying, guys, I want to try Xerath next week? How many games is that? How, was that 2 weeks in advance? When was that sort of decided?
It's just, I try out champions in solo queue, and then when I reach a certain comfort level, or that's what everyone does, then we decide we try it out in scrims, and then we try it out in scrims. Everyone gives their opinion on whether they feel like it's a good pick, and if we feel like it's a good pick, we build a comp around it, or we fit it into a comp that we already have.
Cool. All right, now Bjergsen, as the shot caller of the team, I want to talk about the middle of the game where you guys were having some of those stall-out issues. As the shot caller, what are the specific things you're looking for that will allow you guys to kind of open up the map and open up the game and move forward?
You just need to make sure that everyone's on the same page. That's what's really hard, to make sure that Turtle doesn't want to get his red buff, I don't want to get my blue buff, someone doesn't want to get some farm in a side lane, or we're tunneling too hard on either getting a pick or getting the vision. It's just having the perfect balance and everyone on the same page and not tunneling on different things. So that's really hard, and that's what a shot caller's main job is, in my opinion.
And you guys did finally get yourselves in on the fight, actually. If you can pull up our first and only replay here. It's the mid lane pick that Amazing gets for you guys. So tell me sort of what the communication is like. Is he saying, I can go for this, and you're saying follow up? What are you doing here, Bjergsen?
It's mainly just when Amazing sees this opportunity, he just calls, I'm a god, I'm going to go in. And he just goes in. He probably does a good flash, but when we have the Kate Xerath comp that just has massive range on the ultimates, you can just keep getting those, even when it's far out of range, you can still get it. Randomly, I see Darius being at 1 HP, and he's like, oh, help me, guys. And we're like, oh, well, we'll come help you. And we managed to pick up a kill there. Luckily, Robert did not manage to finish off Darius, so we're still all alive. And Amazing just showing really good mechanics on Lee Sin, as always.
Yeah, that went really well. Turtle, I actually have to ask you. So you're playing Caitlyn this game. You're an AD carry. Typically, AD carries don't get to make a lot of big plays. You're just kind of there with the team. So what do you do when you're like, well, I'm waiting for my team to do something, and at some point there's going to be a fight? What do you do with your time, basically?
So basically, right now, I don't have any time to go to side lane and just farm. So I have to group mid and be like, okay, if they go on us, I'm here to auto attack something. So that's how I am right now. I don't really go off and just get a lot of farm and then come back pretty big. I'm trying to play more with the team and get objectives.
Well, one thing that I saw that game, though, was your sort of counterpart, Robert X. Lee, was running around with Tristana. He had an 80 minion lead on you at this 30-minute mark or so, where he's the guy running to the side lanes, getting all this farm, getting giant and fed. Is it something you bring up to your team, saying, guys, Triss is going to outscale me?
I used to bring it up, but it's kind of pointless because it doesn't really help our team environment. If I say, yeah, Triss is a lot stronger than me right now, I can't really do anything. That's not something you want to say.
Okay.
So I'm trying to keep positive and be I'm still pretty strong. I'm not that weak yet, and then we just try to win from there.
Okay.
I want to talk about the Kate pick a little bit. I do realize that it fits into the poke comp that you had created, but I want to ask, because of the way that we're seeing the mid lane champion pool develop, are we going to be seeing a lot more Kate across all the AD carries, or
what's going on there?
No, I don't think so. It's just like one of my kind of comfort picks. I wouldn't really pick it normally, but like I was pretty comfortable with it, so I just picked it there. I don't know if you'll see more Caitlyn in the future.
Okay, well, maybe we will. I guess we'll see what happens. Of course, that was your first champion, the pentakill there, which actually brings me to an interesting point because we had the video interview with you come out before this game, and you said you wanted to get a pentakill on Mars. Do you have hopes that the Season 5 World Championship will be held on another planet? I couldn't come up with the word. You hoping, Season 5 World Championship on Mars?
Yeah, for sure, man. I really want to get that pentakill on Mars.
That's where you go.
It's my dream. It's my goal.
It's my dream.
Which champion would you want to do it on?
I'd probably want to get it on
Astronaut Teemo?
Like maybe Quinn.
On Quinn.
Yeah, I like little birdies.
We're good.
Respectable choice.
You can't do space flight, with them. You do have to still take a rocket ship.
Oh, that's true.
That's true. So actually, one extra question for you guys then regarding the fact that we're talking about Worlds a little bit, maybe. You guys are kind of in one of the, lowest spots you've been heading into the playoffs, right? Like you've come in as top 3 seed for every end of the split. You guys gotten top 2 at the end of playoffs every single split. And to my knowledge, TSM is the only team to have gone to Worlds all 3 times, unless I'm forgetting one here. And this is the first time where North America seems so strong, you guys might miss that opportunity. Is that pressure kind of bearing down on you any?
For me, not really personally. There's still a month to playoffs, so we still feel like that if we just keep practicing and keep practicing hard, we'll keep improving. We have a really hard scrim set. We scrim 8 hours a day and have mandatory solo queue practice as well. So I think every one of us just feel confident enough that we just need to keep improving, and we just need to be able to translate our play from back home to here.
Okay. All right. Well, best of luck in the rest of the games this season. Hopefully you go into the playoffs looking strong, making that push for Worlds. We've got to take a quick break, but keep tweeting those answers for our question of the day because we'll be reading our favorites when we come back. Then it's back into the action for our third bout, LMQ versus CLG. Stay tuned.
You guys ever play? Silver.
Rise.
I'm a Tryndamere man myself.
There's no benefit from trying to go that way.
Under the turret! Stun him! Stun him! Cannot. He gets stunned himself. This is How does this happen? Amazing ward jumps, but is he going to be able to finalize? The Sonic Wave was not hit, but he's in position. Shock and all damage. They were looking to get out of the fight. Robert actually was the next one, and he goes down. The DPS is down and out. There goes the support. The tank is going to be the next to follow.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Now we're opening up the LCS mailbag to see what you've been saying. Earlier in the broadcast, we asked you which team is the best at adapting to the meta and why. And here's what you've been writing in with. At the Logan109, LMQ is definitely the best at adapting to the meta. Their ability to master the strongest picks for each role is insane.
And I actually have to agree. I think LMQ is my top pick as far as these teams are concerned. I talked earlier in the show about grabbing Ezreal on Vasily as an adaptation to the meta because you expect to be picking Twisted Fate as kind of a contested champion. I think it's incredibly smart by them. It works out. And they've continued to be able to emulate their own style despite the fact that the game changes a little bit over time.
Yeah, they're definitely a team of strong laners, and then picking the right champions in those roles. It's going to work out.
Yep.
Our next tweet is at WhySoNatsu. C9, they have shown a number of times that they are always quick when it comes to adapting to new champions or strategies.
That's true. Cloud9 tends to always find a way to basically play the correct game by the end of it all. I think especially now that we're back into 2-on-2 lanes, they look happier as players as well. Balls likes going for the 1v1s. We saw his Nidalee completely crushing yesterday, and that's a good sign for C9.
Yeah, they seem to struggle early a little bit in the season, but then we saw them pull out things like the support the Kog'Maw, right? And they took the Ori mid, but it was basically a support team. And then our final tweet is at AliRT92. CLG, since the new meta is around carry ADC champs and Doublelift is an expert on carrying games.
Yeah, I think he definitely benefits more than most other players in terms of the sort of general play style shifting that is like acceptable just to play Kog'Maw and go win the game for free that way. And Doublelift is used to running around, getting farm by himself, having the team play around him. And CLG can go back to playing a 2-threat team with just Link and Double doing damage. And that actually works again. So they're actually used to this style of play.
Absolutely. There's nothing to add to that because that's exactly correct. Well, thank you to everyone who wrote in. For those who haven't yet, though, you can still submit your answers for partial credit. We're at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. We're going to toss it over to Riv and Jat for our next game, though. On the way, CLG know when you play LMQ, you're going up against a team that's not afraid to take it to the mattresses.
LMQ is one of those teams that always wants to fight, and they'll never give up anything. Like if you're contesting a dragon, they'll never give you a free dragon. They'll always fight it. And it doesn't even matter about dragons. It can just be like a tower. It can be about a buff. So it's really important that we pick really strong skirmishing heroes and we're on top of our game and we're able to outplay them because these past 2 times they've been outplaying us.
I'm going to hold them to that. Strong skirmishing heroes. If they come out of Champion Select with a bunch of poke compositions, I'm going to be quite sad.
Yeah, biggest thing CLG has to do is make sure they're not just picking for themselves like they did yesterday, but instead picking to counter what LMQ was doing.
That's right. And as we hop back into games, I'm still riving mid to the third. I can't even say my own name, but this is Joshua Jat Leesman for the next 2 games. We're going to be jumping back into action with LMQ versus Counterlogic Gaming. And this is a big match with a lot on the line. Why, you say? Well, with Complexity's lost to Team SoloMid, LMQ are now guaranteed a playoff spot. And CLG could lock up their spot right here.
Yeah, and this is also a match to decide first place. If CLG wins, they'll end the week once again tied with LMQ for first place. But if LMQ wins, they will take the largest lead we've seen this split from a team with a 2-game lead separating themselves from second place.
That's right, and it would also extend the longest current winning streak in the North American League. Right now, LMQ are sitting on 5 straight victories and don't show any sign of slowing down.
Yeah, they have been innovating differently than other teams as well. For instance, we can look at Ackerman. He was the guy who did the full tank Gragas build. He's actually played Gragas 3 games in a row, but a different build every time. Yesterday, Vasily chose Ezreal, only the 2nd time we've seen him in the North American LCS, and it was dominating in the way that it adapted to what they were playing against. And it's not like LMQ have been jumping on bandwagons. They're kind of blazing their own trail, making their own bandwagon, and telling people to hop on that one.
Speak for themselves for sure. So obviously CLG want to restake their claim to first place. Who wouldn't? But they'll also want to rebound after their upset loss to 8th place Evil Geniuses.
It was a tough loss, and you can kind of trace their troubles back to Champion Select. At least that's what CLG wants to say as well. If we were to just look at the composition from CLG's side, it was loaded with champions that they have done very well on in the past. Braum, Twitch, all the good stuff. But EG's team was picked as a good counter to what CLG was trying to accomplish. And then in the game, CLG was losing objectives. It seemed like they kind of panicked, and they used all of their resources to pick up kills instead of the objective-based gameplay that had gotten them into a tie for first in the first place. And I mean, that's just a recipe for a 27-minute loss.
If it looks good on paper, that doesn't mean it's going to look good in the game. So we'll see what these teams actually have for each other and what they're bringing for this match. On the blue side, it's going to be LMQ this time. Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle. Xiao in the mid lane looking all adorable. Vasily on AD and more on support.
On the red side, it is CLG as well. Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle. Link, so Kawhi in mid lane, double lift on AD, and Aphromoo on support.
Definitely seeing if Double Lift and Vasily go crazy this game. We heard a little bit of how crazy Wild Turtle plays, but these guys have, with the kind of reintroduction of Tristana, been going a little crazy themselves with the forward rocket jumps. Not something you'd see back in the day when we were watching Ezreal plays, and we saw Sneaky get in trouble for forward aggression.
Yeah, well, Vasily has actually done an amazing job of not getting over-aggressive in games, especially when they're winning. That was the biggest knock on Vasily when we were coming into the split was, all right, sure, he's a dominating AD carry in solo queue, but that's just because he's crazy and plays over-aggressive. If we actually look at their standings right now, or their score lines throughout games, there's been 5 games where Vasily hasn't died. So he actually does know how to play conservatively, or rather, not too aggressively. Just the right amount.
Still getting in the right spots at the right times. Kog'Maw, unfortunately, seeing a lot of suspensions today, along with Elise this time. The Nunu gets taken out, does not want to be a composition that CLG faces this time. They take that away from No Name immediately. Kassadin still finding himself on the ban list consistently.
These Nunu bans. We thought he was going to be coming back into the NALCS, and he jumps right into the ban list.
Yeah.
Had some dominating games this week as well.
It's a great hit. It almost takes out a composition in itself.
It does a lot against what COG wanted to do yesterday, at least.
Yeah.
At least. And also, I really wonder if they're going to use his last ban on Tristana.
Lulu. Very interesting. I can see that being banned out, so Seraph can't have a safe top lane. Lulu's actually gone through quite a few times today, even to not be picked. So with that, there's definitely priority of, let's take away Seraph. Let's get something out of that. Yasuo banned again, and instantly Ackerman picks up that Tristana for Vasily.
At this point, it's just all a matter of what COG wants to get on the rebound. There's so many heavily contested champions this week in the North American LCS. Yasuo and Kassadin are actually champions that have been banned in every single game.
Yeah.
Kog'Maw and Tristana have either been picked or banned in every single game as well, so giving up Tristana here was not really a choice for them once they decided to ban up the Nunu, unless they wanted to give one of them to LMQ and take whatever's left, because look at the power pick COG still gets. They get to see Seraph on his Nidalee now.
Seraph does get the Nidalee Rise gets through this time. We've been seeing that a few more games, but it also has been seeing bans due to that late game prowess it has, along with a possible Tristana pick. LMQ now deciding. No Name, captain of the team, could get himself on a very mobile pickup of Lee Sin here to create opportunities in the early game. He doesn't know what he's jungling against yet, but it looks like they will go with a pick-off team in their next 2 picks.
And for the very good junglers who at least have mastered Lee Sin, he is the jungler you can pick into everything.
Yeah.
That's why every time we're on World Championship stages, Lee Sin becomes kind of that ban priority. But before that, because there's not as many
moves
Lee
up
Sin
in the batting order.
He's not there. The thing I really do want to talk about, though, is just Seraph's Nidalee. When he came over to CLG in the first place, Riv, Seraph was a top lane Nidalee player when everyone wanted to build their AP. He would do the Iceborne gauntlets into shoving. We saw Zion Spartan and Balls both have spectacular split push Nidalee games already in the North American LCS. And Seraph is arguably more experienced on the champion than both of those guys. So it's a very well spent early pick there by CLG. I really want to see if this is the game that Seraph carries.
We'll see what happens. More poke could come out. Link could easily take a Xerath here and add more poke to that composition. Get these guys quickly made right back up. We see Tristana not going to be able to executing Buster shots for a Yasuo, but like we said before, we also saw Trist or Yasuo being banned out single fashion because of the power either of them bring to the team alone.
Yeah. So as far as I know, the picks that were on the screen are set in stone, but there was a small bug here that we're going to have to just remake the champion select, so we'll be back in there very quickly. But really, talking about the picks we've already seen, a lot of general things. It's basically that they've traded Tristana for the Nidalee and the Braum. Actually, before yesterday, where Aphromoo lost a game on Braum, he was undefeated on that champion. CLG also wins a lot of games.
Yeah.
But seriously, the Braum is an incredibly valuable pick for CLG if things go well.
If they go well.
Yeah.
It's still a lane you can dominate with Braum. It's not going to be a Thresh they're going up against. That's the remake reason we're going in here. Xiao was not picking Thresh, so we'll see what they actually get into the composition. Cross that one off. So the Lee Sin is still there, the mobility and the opportunity of creating those moments in the early game. From No Name, we saw Amazing just do a red-to-red on a Lee Sin because of how aggressive you can be. So that might be something they throw into the mix. Something that LMQ hasn't, or still has a chance of doing, is Gragas Lee Sin. They've played it 3 games in a row so far. Gragas Lee Sin, top and jungle. Gragas Lee Sin, maybe a 4th.
And if you look over to the last few OGN quarterfinals that have been happening on this same patch, Gragas has been either picked or banned in pretty much every game. When it went to blind pick, we saw Gragas v. Gragas in the top lane because he does bring so much to the equation. However, you pick him to kind of bully the lane and wave clear, yet I hear from a lot of the North American top laners that Nidalee can take him on and actually get a bit of an edge. So that will be very interesting to try and track. Wasn't it Westrice on Gragas yesterday with balls on Nidalee? And he had a
Really, he got 1v1 in the, in the beginning.
So you never know what's going to happen here. Seraph versus Ackerman, it is a different matchup in the top lane, completely different players, different styles.
That's one of the things that you always kind of get beat up in the top lane against Gragas is he gets those resistances off his W, and then he gets the passive heal. So it's kind of hard to push him out of the lane, but now you have a Primal Surge. It doesn't cost that much, and you get the advantage to attack from long range and dodge out all the barrels. Kind of easy play, especially you get a few more bushes to play with for your movement speed in the top lane if you are trying to juke out the Gragas. So quite interesting if they get that pick in there. I wouldn't put it past Ackerman. No. I'd actually hope he picks it up now.
Ackerman picks a lot of different stuff. And as we said, 3 straight Gragas games, but slightly different builds every time. So really
that too.
Just building for the situation. One last thing before we jump back into Champion Select as well. LMQ, 2 wins to COG's 1 in the 3rd matchup. Now that we're 21 games into the split, every game today is actually the final time these teams play each other in the regular season.
It's crazy to think.
So these 2 top teams, this could be the last time they see each other before maybe even meeting up in the finals with the collision course they're on right now.
Still pushing through.
So they do decide to lock in the Thresh.
They did. In the end, after all that, be interesting to see the Orianna. You don't have a team that's going to go in and really capitalize off the ball crunch once you get a command shockwave down.
Honestly, even though COG has ended up winning a fair number of games with Orianna, it's not the reliability that you really expect from them, especially with Ziggs making it through clean here.
They have TF.
I would expect them to more favor that, but they go for the Orianna and Jinx a little bit more backline protection, potentially to try and outscale the Tristana, or at least scale with the Trist, would be my only guess. Again, kind of surprising that they don't pick a Lucian with the Braum, but instead the Jinx for the later scaling.
There's the Gragas. Something... Okay, now we can kind of lead into this, that if Orianna was picked, LMQ would almost have 3 games in a row, top to middle, the same picks. They're staying with consistency, something they know just falls into line. This time it's the Twisted Fate, and Xiao's still no stranger to that pickup.
You're right about that. The Orianna pick does deny a little bit what they wanted to do, but the Twisted Fate we saw from Xiao yesterday was spectacular.
Strong play. When Orianna, with that Orianna, Xiao just played, he did go 7-0-6, so he knows what he's getting himself into.
Yeah, he knows the matchup quite well here. There's actually an interesting thing yesterday I was talking about with Kobe. We were trying to figure out why Xiao was pulling so many red cards, and it's not always a mistake early on in the game. The gold card is a 1-second stun at rank 1 of wildcards, but a 2.5-second 30% slow. So occasionally on ganks, if they're far enough up the lane, you actually want to pull the red card. But it's a very nuanced thing. The Rengar should be real interesting from Dexter.
Will he have it again? See what they have. All picked and all laid out. So the early game now, we have a Rengar pickup from Dexter. Will he be able to make moves on this? very interesting. We've seen a lot of Rengars that fail in the early game not be able to make an impact. Dexter doesn't get his Elise here, so he's forced onto that pickup, or at least that's what he feels comfortable on.
A lot of jungle bans. He would have either been pushed to Jarvan, Vi, or Rengar. A lot of this will have to do with how well Link and Dexter can actually synergize together to pull off those mid lane ganks. I really wonder how the early game's going to go here, because yesterday CLG had Seraph kind of have his best laning game, 2-0-2, but they didn't really try and snowball him. He just kind of did that mostly on his own.
Yep.
And the stuff they did bottom lane didn't end up working out because there wasn't much focus to shut off Seraph. The place LMQ puts their damage to try and shut down Doublelift or Seraph, and where Dexter ends up going, because Rengar only gets so many ganks.
We'll see if we can get those early. The game's about to go live, so we're going to click over to LOLesports.com and see how you have been voting. At this moment, CLG is ahead with 63% of the vote. That doesn't leave LMQ with much. They're still in this one.
Yeah, we'll keep those votes coming. Tweet us at LOLesports. Use the hashtag CLGWin or LMQWin, depending on how these things swing or how you think the team comps are going to work out. The Jinx and the Rengar, even the Nidalee coming in from CLG. A lot of stuff we haven't seen too much of from them.
Right, and this, kind of like a Lulu, that Seraph's Nidalee is going to give him safety play. He's not really the easiest thing to gank in the top lane. We have seen them go for the Nidalee for the early game ganks, but we also saw what happened when Zion Spartan got going as a Nidalee. See how they start this one off, LMQ versus CLG, and we are into game 3 here. Week 9, day 2. I can't believe we're 9 weeks in already.
All
Some
right.
of the teams are playing the last time against each other.
Yeah, we have
Crazy.
2 more games this week, and then only week 10 and 11 of the North American LCS before 2 weeks of best-of-5 playoffs. So these guys are really needing to refine their playstyles before we go into this, because it will be a very, very competitive World Championship. And both these guys are in pole position to make it there if they continue their play that they have showcased throughout this split.
The line of scrimmage. They're really not going to get any deep wards in here. Very interesting start to the game. We are going to get standard lanes, however, but everybody giving each other a little bit of space.
Big thing to check will be whether or not No Name attempts to counter jungle Dexter. You have to be very careful about counter jungling a Rengar, because as far as running away from him after you've been counter jungling, there's a lot of brush in the jungle, and Rengar can chase quite well. But if you catch him,
he's almost at home.
If you catch him charging his ferocity when all his skills are on cooldown, you can do a significant amount of damage to him.
Looks like we're going to get him ending on the top side. Very nice. Making a little bit of action here to get Seraph going, or make sure that protection is there for Seraph. We actually saw Evil Geniuses, the way they played it was in the bumper, they said, yeah, we probably would focus Seraph, and they didn't. Because most teams have been finding when you do focus Seraph, CLG runs amok across the map with all the focus you put in that top lane. See how they decide to do it this time. He's pumping his cask. He's trying to get ready for drinks. If he was trying the bush trap, I don't think it was going to work.
He was actually hoping, I think, that Ackerman was helping to pull for No Name, and he was trying to get forward position, because the big thing that Nidalee players want to do at level 1 is just get the mark onto someone and chase them down. Nidalee is so remarkably threatening when she gets that hunch passive on them. And she really just has zone control at level 1. If he made it into that brush, it would have been much easier to stop Ackerman in lane.
Oh, not even level 2 and they go hard. Alpha Mu and Doublelift starting up the rush hour very early. Trying to stop out more. Vasily gets it first.
Still don't make it to level 2 though.
Nope. Oh, really? What great harass. There's going to be a bit of 100 damage coming off of that level of E on Vasily.
That's the biggest thing that Tristana brings early in the lane. It's one of the larger reasons, I think, for her resurgence, is we talk all the time about this remarkable Tristana late game and how the AD carry itemization favors her now for auto attackers. That stuff is true, but also with people not building as much lifesteal and having lower access to it, we talk about how sustain is so much more prominent. Well, so is sticking harass in quick trades. And Tristana with 110 damage on explosive shot at rank 1 has the highest trade potential in the early game of all the AD carries. So what the Tristanas have been doing in the LCS is just bullying the lane early, so they're so far ahead that their mid-game dip doesn't matter.
It's something that sticks in the games. Burns, bleeds, and whatever we've brought to Draven or Twitch and his poison have always been brought down because that is such a strong factor to have. If you can bring it back on that E and still have it now, like you said, without the lifesteal, it's definitely going to pay dividends in the end. We're going to get a quick pause up here as the laning phase continues. A few sips as Link chats it out with QC to get this one solved up. Playing Orianna in the mid lane. May not be able to control a bit at this time. 5K to 4.9 is no big moves have been made just yet, but we can see LMQ is going to be trying to get some early sight in that bottom lane with the Ruby Crystal start.
And it should be a quick client restart for Link. More, of course, going for the early sight stone. Not too much to take out of this early game, other than the fact that Nidalee is pushing up Gragas very early on. That's what the CS advantage is for. The waves are still kind of evening each other out. There was also a boot start onto Twisted Fate, which is fairly common, especially with potential early game gank presence from Lee Sin. He can use a lot more zoning potential if Xiao does pull a gold card to keep Link away from the minion wave. But outside of that, it's been a very standard early game so far.
You see that pickup of the Twisted Fate along with the Trist. We heard Freak talking a little earlier about Ezreal with TF, things that can gap close, things that synergize. They get that a bit. They also have the long range still with Sonic Waves and that Gragas ultimate that they can use. LMQ with a lot of options in their engagements. CLG not really cornered into it, but gonna have to see something out of amazing on that Rengar before it falls behind, because No Name's definitely not gonna slow down.
Honestly, every time Rengar gets picked in the North American LCS, it seems like it doesn't work.
Right.
We keep seeing this,
That's
but
true.
the reason he is being picked so much is because his ganks at level 6 are top class.
Yeah.
They are pretty much unavoidable if executed properly, and that's going to be the windows that CLG needs to exploit to try and pull ahead in this game.
They have the composition for it. If they can get the good wombo of the Rengar ult into the command shockwave, they'll take out Xiao for sure. So they have their options, and they can easily execute. That's whether Xiao won't be ready for it, because he's always ready. Getting a little bit of dissonance damage to himself. See how Link is focusing that lane. He is going to level that W up more than his Q and try and keep Link or Xiao pushed back. Now in the bottom lane, Doublelift and Alphamu getting a little bit of aggression on as Wave is pushing in their favor. They don't try to push this, but they're going to give themselves some vision, so maybe they will be going aggressive shortly.
It goes unnoticed frequently, but the way that Moore helped Vasily last hit of the turret there, especially with Trist, was really awesome. They got every single minion. One of the big knocks on Tristana in the past was because of Explosive Shot. It was difficult or impossible to get every CS in the game. Nothing is actually impossible, and at that point, they traded the CS, hit enough of them low that when the Explosive Shot did proc, it would kill all of them. And they just got every last one of them.
It's a good mentality, Jab. I like
Nothing
it. That's why we won Doombots. That's why. 5 minutes in, an even lane in mid, and also a lane we're finally seeing a Ignite in. A lot of very passive summoner spells in that mid lane today for safety. Not for Link this time. CLG trying to make an impact in the early game. Looks like Dexter may try to get that first move. Actually, it's the control, making sure No Name isn't trying to harass.
An incredibly defensive early pink ward right there. That will hopefully pay dividends later on, because that is somewhat the path that Xiao could take if he's looking to gank bottom at level 6. So getting that ward out there really early, it has the secondary purpose of maybe catching No Name in a gank as well. But it also means Link needs to cheat towards that side, because that's where they have the war control. Right now he's kind of in the middle of the lane.
Oh, going on to Link. He's going to be forced to flash. No. Peace of mind keeps him safe. Very well played.
And I'm fully convinced now that Xiao is pulling those red cards intentionally, because he does that almost every time early on in the game. You notice the 2.5 second slow made it easier for him to get in range, and it provided more damage from the card as well, so.
Interesting.
TFs out there want to be like Xiao. Early game red cards.
Oh, what a kill on the minions. They played that perfectly. Catching Doublelift out. He thought he had a shield of safety there. And Vasily gets some extra damage on. Moore going deep. Little mind games coming in this bottom lane.
Farm-wise, though, honestly, Doublelift and Aframu are kind of holding their own. Braum is not known for his early game superiority. They're just trying to withstand the early game of Tristana and Thresh. And so far, they're doing it quite well if you look at the CS numbers. Just have to make sure to avoid the ganks and stay alive.
A slow back and forth. Doublelift and Aframu happy at the 75% mark here, just in front of the turret. Continuing to farm it out. Safe from No Name, who just wasted a little bit of time in the bottom. 30-31 though. Dexter's gone back to pick up that Madrid, so he'll be clearing through the jungle a little faster. Maybe we'll see that 6 come out and some action. He definitely has a good gank area for the bottom lane, but will it be there when 6 comes? He's waiting.
Yeah, well, even if he shares this blue buff experience, it should be enough to get him to level 6. This will be a pretty telling...
Ooh, calculated.
They got the... Hold on.
Holding.
Sorry. All right, so the buffs that we saw there on Dexter were persistent buffs. He doesn't actually have them. That was a small bit of a bug. For a second, I thought he stole the blue or something, but that is not to happen. He's level 6 with no buffs currently.
Right. Just off the pause. Probably disappear next time he grabs him up. Looking at that top lane, we've been talking a little about Seraph, who's not seen a lot of aggression this game. Usually by now he's had a few invites up to the top lane. Looks like he'll be safe so far. No Name also playing a bit more passive himself. They haven't really been able to execute too much, at least on the side of Dexter. Figured you'd be kind of in Rengar's face a little bit more, trying to prevent that 6. But they're all right with him just farming, staying off the map so far.
Yeah, I'm a little bit underwhelmed by No Name's Lee Sin thus far. A lot of that does have to do with the general positioning of the lanes. They did pressure Link a little bit. Xiao Xiao has escaped the early laning phase against Ori as Twisted Fate, which was probably the goal. Orianna is arguably one of, if not the best laners in the hands of an incredibly skilled player. That's why every time around Worlds, you see Orianna just kind of win lane against everyone.
She offers so much. You can just dance around her opponents within a fight. Very high skill cap there. Well, so far, even CSing in the mid lane as we'll get their blue. The junglers back for their reds. Now that red buff is proccing on. Dexter at full ferocity. Doesn't look like he has anywhere to use this. Everybody's back and buying for the moment.
Whoop. I think he wanted that gold card. But he still gets the CS nonetheless.
Nice ball placement. Blue for damage. Gets it out.
So the first Rengar gank is going to tell us a lot about this game and whether or not it can be countered, because that's another big thing. If Link doesn't have pressure in the mid lane on Xiao Xiao, a Rengar gank in the bottom lane could turn ugly very quickly, especially once Ackerman's teleport is back up on Gragas. A Gragas teleporting in is much more threatening than a Nidalee teleporting in because of the immediate damage he can provide. But it does appear like Dexter is stalking in.
Destiny.
Wow, they just noticed.
Doesn't want to use it. I thought he was going to come down.
There was no vision that happened there, but they recognized Afro and Doublelift moved a little bit forward, and now the ultimate is spent by Dexter.
Yep.
Time for No Name to try his hand.
But it's so Xiao Whoa! Approaching to the bottom lane. Whoa! Vasili's jump gets stopped up with the Glacial Fissure. Doublelift gets exhausted immediately and dropped out. Bringing exhaust to the party was the upper hand. Beautiful play by LMQ.
That was so good right there by LMQ, specifically No Name. After they communicated all this for sure. They knew that Rengar had probably backed off from the gank. And yes, the Glacial Fissure stopped Vasili, but they were still in range and No Name still got a spectacular kick, followed by the timely hook of more. They get the kills and the dragon afterwards. But Riv, specifically, from a team's mindset, it happens all the time. Oh dear. Doublelift gets one back. Still down 2,000 gold. But really, I do want to talk about this for a second. The mindset of a team when they have a jungler there that's about to gank for you is incredible. Because they feel safe because they just have the jungler there, so they don't expect the gank to come.
No ward.
Basically, well, he basically knew they just done Dragon. He'd probably seen the ward at the end of the river, so he walked by at low health, and a lot of people walk into that tri-brush before recalling. So that was a calculated move just based on player tendencies that Doublelift shot that rocket. And they didn't get the turret.
Nice influx of gold right there for him as he actually walked out of lane with about 0 cash. Now has another 840, so he can go back, get that critical cloak, and start putting out some big damage if he wants to. Seeing the distortion boots very quickly as a second item picked up instantly by Xiao in the mid lane. Link still looking to get something. Almost wanted to kill there for his first back, or I say second back rather, to complete his first item. And he wanted a little extra gold to do it, but Dexter not able to capitalize because Xiao's actually back doing his own window shopping. There's this Seraph in the top lane. Wow! Level on that W, bringing out the damage. Seraph finding himself in a very bad situation. Can he mark Ackerman? Puts the damage down to the same. This is going to be the help from Xiao. Is he in range? He's just out of range. No! Right there. They go for the melee attacks after that high five between Ackerman and Xiao in the end.
Outside of the Twisted Fate right there, a Sheen first versus a Phage first from Seraph. So a big difference in trading at that point. And again, LMQ chose to gank top lane. So they are targeting Seraph. Whether or not COG can capitalize on that from the bottom lane could ultimately decide this game. Something we just saw, Dexter had another Rengar ultimate burned bottom lane that did not yield results. And that opens them up to a counterattack because LMQ knows it's down.
And No Name already trying to ward and get in the face of CLG. 13 minutes in, the Lich Bane is finished by Ackerman. A huge spike for that lane. You already saw him almost 1v1 Seraph, so the next trade in damage is going to be very much in his favor. Pink ward so he can control the top lane as LMQ trying to make some moves now. 3-1 here as we start to get the fire started. Your third matchup of the day. We don't have a finished item yet by Dexter. He is starting to fall behind the 1-0-1 of No Name. He's getting the teams going. Ackerman trying to make a play here with the rest of the team. He just got something out of top lane. Why not try to get more? Knowing they're on a pink ward. However, we're going to thwart that right out.
LMQ is looking very poised right now.
Yeah.
You look at the way their team composition works. The Gragas and Tristana, strong early laners. Ackerman held against Seraph. No Name used his early jungle pressure to help Xiao withstand Orianna, then used it to get Gragas going. So really, the way they've committed their resources is just perfect so far.
Oh my gosh.
And a slippery Link in the mid lane.
Just the patience and knowledge of how LMQ executes and coordinates all of their ganks. Very nicely done. A lot of patience involved in it as well. They're not just blowing flashes or summoner spells. They're making their opponents do that. 14.5 minutes in, LMQ starts to put a lot of their focus on the mid lane. Vasily with that rapid fire starting to be charged up. His Infinity Edge is finished! They get the jump onto more. Fast Fingers gets the rest of the team out and into a safe spot. The last turret shot along with Double Lip capitalizes on a kill of Moore, and he starts to bring in kills outside the lane, which he had trouble in. Very good for him, helping to get back in the game.
Yeah, they did get that kill with the Orianna Rengar ult combo. They need to make sure they are capitalizing on those. Another great shot from Double Lift as well. Second kill just from his Super Mega Death Rocket. Once again, those double buffs you see on Dexter are a particle bug. He does not have double buffs right now, just so we're completely clear. So his ultimate is on a regular cooldown, but he is building cooldown reduction, trying to get as many of those ultimates out as possible.
Really like Ackerman's playstyle in this lane up top. Rushing the Lich Bane, knowing he can keep up with the slow of his Qs and harassing Seraph so much. It's only the kill so far. Seraph has been able to withstand all of these attacks and keep himself healed up at 140 to 132 in CS. When it's the split push game these guys will create in the end. Let's see if they can do that and keep the priority top notch. Talisman of Ascension to come in for LMQ here.
After the Sightstone, so they're just looking for the positional edges on COG right now. And an Infinity Edge complete rush by both AD carries. Expected from Double Lift on Jinx. Vasily has done this on Trist, but most people have trended towards the static shiv just for the wave clear. Vasily really counting on trying to jump ahead. He wants to get that Phantom Dancer completed as quickly as possible to reach hyper carry status. Not really anyone that will be able to tank him all that well in this match, especially with Dexter looking to go the Brutalizer route for cooldown reduction instead of the Kill Gem route that we see from Sung Rengar, wanting to maintain some semblance of damage. as Dexter usually does.
So far, one good ultimate from them. Great ward by No Name, actually locating 3 members of CLG. Very nicely done. That gives them control to say, all right, now we'll place wards here. These ones are harder to clear.
Yeah.
Right over by the pink ward again.
But with Dragon being up and Seraph needing to use his teleport immediately, CLG just doesn't seem to have the vision control. LMQ rushing down this Dragon as quickly as possible. They get it, fight on!
Oh, Vasily! He goes down. Xiao finds himself in a pretty sore position, and he's forced to ghost out of that after Destiny right into the fight. And a very nice job by LMQ to be there a few seconds ahead of time. Getting LMQ Ackerman to blow his flash.
Dexter making up for lost time, getting a couple good Rengar ultimates off here. Did not stop the Dragon, but they do get a kill onto a very important target. And Twisted Fate is also not here to wave clear. Gragas is though. Let's see how much turret they can get.
Very nice job, double lifting, great positioning on the right side of that turret. Left side, if you're looking from LMQ's, he can give himself an exit. And if he gets hit by the cast there, blown to safety.
Pauses happen at the damnedest times, Riv.
Yeah, they can.
Occasionally.
That's why it's a pause. So we'll see this one on LMQ's side. That will be Vasily. We'll see if something happened from that last altercation as he's spawning back onto the map. Maybe something wasn't right. So with that, LMQ does grab the Dragon. A little bit more gold in their favor. A 3,000 gold lead, and we're tied at 3-3 on kills here.
Yeah, but we can take a look at that last fight while we're sitting on this pause and watch how Dexter has the ball. Thing is, he gets the root onto Vasily as well, so he had no chance of reacting. Xiao did come in afterwards, but it was to no avail because they're not going to be able to close onto Seraph. That was the kill that propelled CLG into this mid lane push that they are currently doing on the pause screen.
That instant bola from Rengar. It's something that's scary. You see Rengar sometimes and then not. It's almost like you don't see him enough to understand the range of the bola or how to dodge it just right. It's a very deceiving length skill shot.
And I do want to touch on the gold right here. Seldom do we notice how much gold Twisted Fate gets from his loaded dice passive, which gives him extra gold when he last hits minions.
He's a baller.
792 from his loaded dice passive, as well as the objective control that LMQ has. Puts him in a 1,600 gold advantage over Link's Orianna, which could turn the tides pretty quick. He is farming at an impeccable rate right now. 17 and a half minutes and almost 200 CS.
When is it not crazy? And something like that, it obviously makes plays because he's going to be bigger. He's going to be better in fights. But that's his Zanya's faster. That's playmaking that the team can execute on. And it's something that he is not afraid to do. Even if he dies while he's doing it, usually the team can pick back up because they're all so on the same page that errors really don't affect their fight capabilities.
And as we progress this game more towards the late game, CLG is actually the ones with the impetus to create action. Gragas and Twisted Fate are really, really good at wave clearing. I think one of the things that is creating Gragas as a premier top laner, more so than just his strong laning early in the game, is his ability to wave clear through the mid and late game. But we're in the middle of a fight!
Yeah, starting back up indeed. They did just take down the turret, so there was a bit of time that passed before this fight began. The turret went down and LMQ tried to initiate this. One more hit, Doublelift's getting excited! Doublelift gets another one, and he's still excited. They're gonna have to get out of this one so he does not get any more presence off of that fight.
Speaking of playmaking right there, it was a great heel bait by Aphromoo to get No Name to take his Sonic Wave into the fray and started the assault from CLG. Plus now they have some free time on the turrets as the wave clear is too low to defend. Even gold.
Huge influx coming in there from Counter Logic Gaming in kills, but mainly for Doublelift. He's going to be able to come back quite strong after that. Cleanse comes up big for him.
Yeah, big thing right there. Vasily is here.
Vasily's here.
I guarantee you, but he's in the base, so it's not that big a deal. Aphromoo takes most of the damage during his Unbreakable Shield, so it doesn't burst him out. And then with the Q landed, Aphro's like, take it. Aphro actually brought heal this time because CLG likes to have a heal on the support. They trap No Name in the fray. Seraph is distracting the other three. Doublelift picks up the pieces. 3-1-2 now.
It'll be good for him. They're sharing across the board. One kill for pretty much everybody except for Aphromoo. He's being a good support. 0-1-5. No Name.
Rengar.
Putting down a ward could be very scary. Dexter goes for it. That's going to be the combo. Wow. Couldn't even blink and now it starts to come into effect for Dexter and the team.
It took CLG a few tries to realize that maybe we should use Rengar with Orianna, because that's when we're going to be getting the kills. The previous ganks did not have that same synergy.
Like one and the other.
You can see the lethality of it all, because Dexter just obliterated No Name right there with the help of Link's Shockwave.
Something that LMQ is really going to have to consider. A few more wards to be placed out, or at least not warding alone, with the potential of being taken down that fast. CLG wants to gain ground. They lost something there. They want to get, or they gained something there, so now they want more.
I think Afro just saved some of those minions from dying with his Unbreakable Shield. But I could be wrong right there. I'm pretty sure he blocked a lot of damage. If so, that allowed them to take that turret much more easily.
Breaking down the turret's defenses, having minions. Good plays. Very smart. Clear calls coming from CLG.
Clear calls, good plays coming out very, very well right now. Look at this. They were down 2,000 gold. Now they're up 500.
Yeah.
And really looking to make the plays. Looks like Dexter's going to be going for a Ghost Blade. So they're really wanting to evaporate that first target they find. With the lockdown and the Shockwave, Dexter wants to get a few hits in.
Oh my word. They just want to ping out that. They want this fight. They really want to start a fight.
Honestly, with vision control of the Baron, they
No
are
way.
not scared of going in there. Think about it. Think of the fear CLG has instilled into LMQ up until this point.
And those wards.
With the last few catches, plus they have fantastic pink ward control. All the pink wards in the world won't start TF, but I don't know if they have enough time. Here's the fight.
Teleport. He's going to come in. Is it going to go down in favor of Team SoloMid? Oh my god, it's stolen by No Name. They get the Baron. They shut down Double Lift. LMQ completely wipes out Counter Logic Gaming. Link does what he can in a valiant attempt to stay alive, but they ace CLG and grab Baron with the steal.
That is about the worst thing that can possibly happen to you as a team that is just gaining momentum. Not only did they get trapped in the Baron pit because LMQ collapsed on, the Baron was stolen away from right under their noses. An early game Baron too. LMQ just has complete control of the game. CLG tried too hard to make a play, and they just handed LMQ the game on a silver platter.
An instant 7,000 gold swing in favor of LMQ. What an amazing push to go for Baron. No Name coming up huge, grabbing that one for himself.
Vasily though,
whee! He's safe. Whoa!
Takes a ride.
Ackerman sucked in his gut on that one, gets past the rocket as it flies by. No continue on the initiation coming in from CLG, and now they have to be wondering what to do next.
Oh my god. That swing. This is how to lose a game 101. The red card once again, and the ultimate. The wild cards luckily hit Double Lift on the left side. He was killed immediately. But the Baron steal from No Name also helping. Whether or not that Baron steal happened, the ace was going to happen.
Oh yeah.
When CLG got trapped in the Baron pit right there. As soon as Xiao Xiao revealed CLG with the Twisted Fate ultimate, they had to run. If it was a 50-minute Baron, maybe they could do it, because the Baron wouldn't have had them so low and so vulnerable. But a 20-minute Baron is remarkably dangerous to a team doing it. And that was just a big disaster there for CLG.
Oh my word. Oh my word, no way! What a play! Ackerman just completely outplays Seraph. Wow!
And it just keeps going
The dominoes are falling.
For CLG, more kills for LMQ. Spectacular play from Ackerman, but then Link gets caught on a well, and guess what? It just keeps coming.
What is he doing? Oh, wait a minute! Oh my god, the home guard Ackerman comes in, and he wants to share a cup with Double Lift.
Death Cap right after his Lich Bane as well. He is an unstoppable beast right now. And they still have this Baron buff. That's the crazy thing. They're about to take this inhibitor, no problem.
It's like the last fight didn't even end. They're keeping it going now onto the inhibitors. From the bottom lane to the mid lane, Ackerman somehow makes himself an omnipresent force and continues to pummel down members of CLG by himself.
Yeah. Well, we saw Dexter try and pull off this combo, but he jumped too far away and the ball snapped back to Link, so they couldn't pull off the combo. And then since Seraph had already died, things that were bad became much worse. More
oh my gosh.
An unstoppable beast of death sentencing. And yeah, the teleport comes in afterwards from Ackerman. Check out this Lich Bane Death Cap.
Oh, look, you see how he body slammed through the wall to dodge the chompers? Man, Fat Man reflexes.
Nowhere is safe.
Jeez. Seraph trying to lay down some ground. They have to figure out what they can be, or where they can be safe, I should say, and how they can do it. So far, getting a few wards in, but CLG is in damage control mode now after that huge lead by LMQ, now sitting 11,000. Wow, LMQ just completely turned down the afterburners.
Did they ever? To be fair, CLG gave it to him a little bit. With that Baron.
Yeah.
But LMQ is a team that is willing to pile in all at once.
Yeah.
There was no hesitation about fighting and stealing the Baron right there. It was like, yeah, they're doing it, let's go. They had full vision from Xiao's Twisted Fate, and then everyone knew exactly what to do when they got in there.
It's a little map control.
He wants minions.
Go ahead and clear out a turret for himself. So LMQ picking up some of the pieces and bringing it all to the front of CLG's base. Very strong game. LMQ making it to look 3-1, to go 3-1 against CLG here over the summer split.
And also, if they close this victory, which they most likely will, they have a 2-game lead on the entire North American LCS, heading into the final 6 games of the split.
It's been hard for any team to create a spread at the top.
You
We've
know.
had 4-way ties this season.
Yeah. LMQ was in that 4-way tie for first just 2 weeks ago. Looking to be the lone survivors.
They're trying to defy what everybody said. Middle of the pack team, as the season would go on, they're keeping themselves right on the top of that podium, that's for sure.
Blasted Jeff for Dexter.
Good
wants it.
jab. They get onto No Name. He can always safeguard it to a very easy, safe position. Vasily able to take down Seraph. That's the heal for the team that they're relying on. The summoner for Alphamu's still up, but this is not a bait situation like last time. It's going to be LMQ with a pedal to the metal now and inhibitor turrets.
That was so much damage onto Seraph as he was completely useless in that fight.
They have so
Italy
much
needs
to
be a
think
split
about.
pusher as well, but they are too far behind to even think about split pushing. This inhibitor turret looks indefensible.
Xiao just eating turret shots to the face like a boss. And it's the zap in, so that gives them continuous vision if they leave the base for a quick second. Link getting into position. No shockwave is up though, so he's got to be careful. It looks like they will know that LMQ has retreated for the time being. You can see right after the 20-minute mark, that increase says Baron.
That's the sharpest spike we have seen.
Yeah.
I would say this split. Now up 13,000 gold?
Yep, 13.
27 minutes in.
More than that, they got the...
After being
Good
slightly
Lord.
down at 20 minutes.
It would be a miraculous stop if they could put up a wall big enough to shut down LMQ right now. 40 seconds on Baron. Easily LMQs with what we've seen before. It hasn't been a plethora of items CLG's been putting in their inventory. They've been struggling since that Baron. It's LMQ that's finished their next core items. Doublelift picks up red buff. You can see the buddy system here, making sure they can stay safe. There's not even that many wards to keep them that safe on their side of the jungle. They're just doing what they can at this point.
And it's now all about just stopping the bleeding. It seems like CLG is completely done here. Baron is up, but the catch potential from LMQ is so high. Death sentences, Xiao porting in with a death cap and his Anya's. Not even needing a Void Staff yet because who's had time to build magic resist for CLG? Xiao is just so farmed. They're doing a bit of a split push now, but they could very easily play around another Baron. They may not need to, though.
No, inhibitors open in the mid lane and in the bottom. So much control from LMQ right now, playing a very methodical League of Legends matchup versus CLG.
Here comes Rengar.
Oh, wow. Whoa! Vasily, he needs to use the fast fingers. Both summoners to get out of that one alive. Oh! The sniper! Doublelift hits it! Can he get excited enough? The rest of the team is hit. Doublelift has put himself now in a 2v1 situation. Another hit! Triple kill for Doublelift. The quadra kill is right in his eyes. The zap hits the backside of Ackerman. He is going to be going down. Tries to hit up Doublelift. My God! And he completely zeroes him out for the quadra kill retribution takedown.
I cannot believe Ackerman killed Doublelift right there. Will that be enough to stop the Baron? Because CLG just wiped out 4 members. They got this Baron, hands down. This could be a swing back in the game. If COG comes back from this, it will be one of the most remarkable comebacks I've ever seen.
Vasily almost didn't even know what happened for a few seconds.
Well, it's the duration of that bola strike, right? He couldn't react because it comes from stealth for the most part.
Wow.
That was the start of it. And they had Xiao stunned. That was the second part. Couldn't even Zanya's. Doesn't matter what your gold lead is if your 2 carries die before they can use spells.
That cleanse. That cleanse.
How much health does double attack have? And here, basically a full health bar. Ackerman says, you know what? Time to tango.
Jeez.
Good God. And then the red buff finished him off.
It's like a boomer. If you kill him, he just explodes on you. Oh. CLG is making sure they don't lose anything off of doing that. Obviously, it's going to be a push since LMQ has just prepped all of this nonsense they've been pushing down so far very well. CLG recuperating a little bit there. A fight they want does protect the inhibitor. That looks bad for LMQ. If they can keep hitting those ultimates, that's going to be very good. But I'm not guessing Vasily is going to be standing by himself like that again.
LMQ is going to have to be a bit more cautious.
Yeah.
Due to the threat of Rengar Orianna. They need to itemize some magic resistance. You can see the McHale's on more now. He needs to be very fast-fingered with that.
Yeah.
If someone gets hit with an empowered bola. It's that 1.75 second root that Dexter can throw down on someone.
And if you're getting hit with that, you're getting hit with Shockwave. So
absolutely.
It's even longer. You can consider your options there.
And oftentimes, even if you did McHale's, the Shockwave's still going to hit you.
Yeah.
And the damage is going to come out. It's just a matter of how long Rengar is going to be wailing on you while you're locked in.
You don't usually have very long if that's happening. It's usually a few swipes. And your life is a bright light at the end of the tunnel. 8-4 in turrets. That means 3 stand on the map for Counter Logic Gaming. 2 Nexus turrets in a top, but 2 inhibitors are open. LMQ can do whatever they want whenever they want to create that pressure.
With the Baron buff from CLG, it really feels like this is going to curtail the LMQ aggression for quite some time here. As long as CLG can stick together for the most part and not get caught by Twisted Fate ultimates, they would be able to stall. But CLG this whole game has kind of had one motto, and it's let's make plays. They had that 27-minute loss to EG yesterday, which quite honestly, if it were a different team, they would have lost in 45 minutes or so.
Right.
CLG tries to force fights where they're behind in games because of the chance that they come back in the game.
Yep.
CLG was forcing 15,000 gold down without inhibitor turrets, and they get double lift to quadra kill.
Yep.
Because their play style and their motto as a team, they're one of the only teams in the North American LCS that can make plays like this and is willing to try.
Yep.
So it just shows you that even though they're still down a large margin, because they have a Baron, they're not going to sit around and farm. They're going to try and make a play.
And the composition breeds that mentality right here with the Rengar being able to get in with the Shockwave. It's already been used once, and CLG being 12,000 gold down is pressuring mid.
Seraph is taking an outer turret, but Ackerman is taking an inhibitor turret, and a Lichbane Grogs with that much AP makes pretty short work of turrets. Seraph's got to get back, but GS might try to interrupt it.
CLG very much out of place. The reason that they went down to EG yesterday, or one of the main reasons, was coverage on the map, focusing on too much when they were actually losing even more. Now Ackerman getting top turret, and they're about to take a second outer.
Gold-wise, it's a very close to even trade, but once again,
position-wise,
exposed inhibitors against LMQ means the next time CLG loses a fight, the game is over.
This is definitely LMQ singing a different tune. The previous matchups are in favor of 2 to LMQ, 1 to CLG, but CLG has always taken the first inhibitor. They've always been the first to initiate in this game, never on the back foot.
It's actually kind of interesting. When we look at these teams as a whole, we always talk about LMQ just shooting and taking all the shots. But CLG gets extremely aggressive when they play against LMQ, almost like they're trying to preempt whatever LMQ is doing next. It's gotten them into trouble. If we actually think about the first LMQ game, what happened? CLG tried to do Baron, Xiao came with Yasuo.
Oh my god.
Got like a triple kill.
Yep.
Same thing happened this game, except he was on Twisted Fate. So definitely some learning to do for CLG against LMQ, regardless of the eventual outcome. CLG is now trying to play in spite of their mistake and still win.
Really not a team of LMQ is that you can call their bluff. They're going to walk up to every fight, dukes up. I think CLG realizes that now, and they're in the avoidance strategy of split pushing. Ackerman easily able to clear out top lane, not going tank Gragas this game. Full AP, strong power with the Lich Bane first buy, and he has been able to wreak havoc in that top lane. We keep looking at Nidalee as a champion coming back, and so far in the games, she's had to get a bit of a lead really to take over her lane.
She really has. This makes 2 dominating Nidalee games and 2 lackluster Nidalee games.
Yeah.
We've seen in the North American LCS. Sarah falling behind a little bit. Gets a little bit manhandled by Ackerman. And now just trying to farm up enough to become a split push threat. They're really using him as just the lane janitor at this point. Clean up the side lane so
clean.
COG can group up as 4.
And they are grouped, trying to make something happen. Squeeze a mistake out of LMQ, if that's even possible right now. Gonna slide through the wall. Whee! He'll be safe.
Yeah, COG hasn't seen him yet. So Ackerman's got to be a little bit sneaky.
I wonder how fast he can take an inhibitor down. And then this is going to help if anybody even wants to trade with him. He's just going to headbutt you and walk away.
It won't be excessively fast. Inhibitors do have 4,000 health. So he's not the fastest inhibitor taker. He's just pretty good at it. Tristana could obviously do it much quicker.
What a dark map. So much patience. Nobody
Yeah.
can see a thing right now. They're just like, yeah, we'll take some small camps.
Well, think about how much map movement has been going on from the foot of CLG's base to the foot of LMQ's base with a Baron in between. Setting up wards in that world is actually quite difficult.
Yeah, need a buddy system for sure.
It's just a matter of time. They just haven't had the physical time to walk to places they need warded.
Xiao's calling this one out.
This could be a spectacular catch, but Moore just noticed it. There was the ward right there. Afro realizes they must have seen me coming. They would have put it here.
Oh man, if LMQ can make it to structures, double Lich Bane now, they're going to be crushing down.
Here we go
things.
again. Here we go again. COG at the Baron pit. It's up in 14 seconds. But they have 3 exposed inhibitors, so LMQ has a huge positional edge here. They have many more cards in their hand to play with.
The only thing in CLG's favor is that all these lanes are not pushed.
And the fact that they got a quadra kill last time they actually had a heads-up team fight. But this time, Vasily has a Banshee's Veil. So it is way harder to catch him out.
Mikhail's for help on the side of Moore. Fast fingers have already been on the exhaust, so he's not going to be missing that Mikhail's for Vasily. Xiao and Ackerman both rocking Lich Bane, Rabadons, and the Zanyas. Huge power coming out of them. Not even really being able to get mitigated just yet. A few Banshee's Veils and the Spectral Cowl for a bit of safety. CLG now tries their hand at trying to dictate the push. Where are you going, Xiao? Looks like he's going to be doing some structure damage. No, he's coming back home.
CLG making a real aggressive move, as usual, against LMQ. But that opens them up to a lot of vulnerabilities. Will Xiao come in?
He's got
Will
full
they
tech.
go for the open inhibitors? And what can CLG do about it?
Xiao realizes he walked over a ward,
They
so he's
want to
trying
raid
to
around
take
the
the
corner.
long way
They
out.
want to jump. They were expecting LMQ to be closer. What's coming? There it is!
It's Moore. Will he be able to get the... They don't even need the shockwave. What a hold. Great communication by CLG, knowing the first bit of damage would be enough, and they still have a huge amount of control to go on to this next fight with.
It is just the support, though, remember. Xiao still up with full damage. No Destiny this time, though. Huge wave in the top lane that CLG does have to manage before they pull any funny business.
That is going to be coming in the bottom lane, too, Jat. Those are 2.5 stacked up waves, almost 3 to 4 full.
Are they going to
and
try it
this
again?
is going to be a desperation move. CLG is actually calling it off, and they're going to head back to the base. Smart move.
The catch was great. It gave them a little bit of map control. It meant that LMQ could not play a game of chicken with CLG around the Baron pit. Also, the ultimate cooldown from Rengar. 60 seconds, but Link gets caught!
No way. This could not happen right now for Counter Logic Gaming. They can still hold it. Link was a big factor here. The last shot's not going to take down Alframu. They get out a lot of summoners there that could be big for LMQ. They're going for Baron, and that may just be the biggest aspect of that fight.
Yeah, that was just CLG's mistake right there. Got to see exactly how it happened again. Just because a catch like that is inexcusable at this point. He is all off in his own. Ackerman gives a nice flash body slam, but there was just Ackerman soloing him right there. Even in the 4v5, because Seraph was back, it was a 4v4 and the initiation happened. Ackerman needed to be leading the way in that charge.
Very sore position for CLG to be in here. Could be a final push from LQ.
3 exposed inhibitors with the Baron buff, and Link isn't alive. When Link comes up, they're going to have to try the combo, but it's a telegraphed combo. LMQ should know exactly where it's coming from, and they might just run away before it happens.
They already have pink wards down to make sure it's not a home guard Rengar coming out. And they're going to be backing off already.
Yeah, TF ult, actually, to make sure Dexter wasn't coming in from behind them right there.
Very nicely played. CLG trying to make some moves. Dexter still with his ult up, and all of the ults except for Alpha moves right now. That one's coming off a cooldown, and CLG will have their last attempt as LMQ continues to pepper the front side of the base. Mid inhib, they get taken down. Still working on the rest.
But the fact that they didn't get 2
right
means CLG can continue to farm. Doublelift has a huge amount of damage right now. If we compare him with Vasily, the CS is just off the charts. Not a great game for Vasily. Getting caught out a little bit.
Right.
The fact that it's been a very rotational focused game. Xiao clears the wave before Vasily can get his mitts on it, so he just hasn't been able to get the free lane CS. Whereas Doublelift, since COG has been on their back foot so much, has many a wave to clear. So 4 big time damage items on Doublelift. And Vasily actually just now completing his last Whisper on his last back to base.
Slowly but surely, LMQ again depletes all the resources on the map, soaking up more win for themselves. It's just about the goal they've had all game after they got that Baron ace onto CLG. Very interesting, or very, I should say, kudos to CLG for holding off after having that fight lost.
Whoa,
Simple.
he burns everything. Flash and ultimate. So now Dexter can't create a counterattack. He was safe just from the flash.
Talisman of Ascension, burning both of those. You can see the fear that LMQ has now put into CLG coming into this game. Good block out with Unbreakable. It looks like they are going to be able to drop the inhibitor. Vasily, 17, almost max range Triss, can't be touched on the back line.
COG needed that Rengar ultimate to be able to defend that inhibitor. Once the threat was gone, it meant LMQ was fearless. They're going to cycle for the 3rd now, knowing it is still down. Slow and steady after making a couple missteps here, LMQ trying to finish what they started 15 minutes ago.
Slowly but surely winning the race all game for LMQ. 42 minutes on the clock, almost level 18 across the board, and the amount of poke that they have, CLG is trying to lay that out. They haven't been able to execute it on the offense at all. It's all been defensive poke, and that just means the Ackerman has been jumping into their face. We haven't seen too many initiations from Xiao with the Zanyas, but it's not really something they've had to do. That'll show you LMQ's control all game. They're walking up to these fights and getting what they want.
Well, 35% cooldown reduction on Rengar means Thrill of the Hunt is back up for Dexter. This is their last chance. They have to go now.
Soon, almost going for broke on that. We see No Name getting caught in the backside.
Oh, no.
Dexter gets kicked out. He will not be able to zero anybody out from that position. Vasily gets caught up, but he's on the backside now after the rocket jump. Going right through the middle. Doublelift scores a point on the uprights. The wild card's just missing. Aframu gets locked in. The heals come out. The reset for Vasily isn't enough to continue in range. And there's the Zanya's play coming from Xiao. He goes down valiantly so the team can continue pursuit. Doublelift, wait a minute. He can clean this up. Doublelift going for another triple kill in the game. It's only going to save more for so long. He is going to drop the Baron off of that. Another quadra kill. Make that 2 for Doublelift in one game, and CLG is still breathing.
With 3 inhibitors down, Doublelift picks up another quadra kill, mind you. This minion game in itself is actually going to be pretty difficult for Doublelift to be able to clear out, but holy crap, Riv, the game will go on. This is the highest action 42-minute game I've seen in a while. That fight, though. All right, so it was the absolute last chance for COG to go in. And at this point, because of the Banshee's Veil, Vasily could react immediately. And you could tell they had their eyes on Rengar, but the thing is, the shockwave was still up. And that's something that Vasily had forgotten about a little bit. A great catch there by Link to get enough damage down. And then honestly, just poor target selection right here by LMQ. Doublelift is so low, and he's the only one that can defend against this many people. So when Xiao comes in here, throw the card at Doublelift, and they win the game. But he decides to finish off the Ori instead. Doublelift stays alive. Vasily jumps far, far too far in, just trying to pick up kills because they thought they'd won the game. Wow. And then Doublelift is able to just clean up because poor target selection and a little bit of showmanship, honestly, from LMQ stops him from ending the game right away. 2 quadra kills in the same game for Doublelift.
This is getting pretty crazy. I'm sure Doublelift absolutely feels like he can carry this game now.
If they can hold off for their
Yeah.
3 inhibitors to come up again, we're back where we started.
This is the time where you hear all of CLG, even the coaches say, you know, when the game gets to it, we kind of just let Doublelift do his thing. And that was Doublelift doing his thing right there. LMQ could not relax at all, or he will take advantage. 2 quadra kills now, 11-4-4 as he picks up the Mercurial, helping himself stay safe within the game. And now he can keep himself even safer with double cleanse.
And Riv, to pull it back to what's happening right now, lane management is the name of the game. CLG needs the side lanes pushed out at least for until the next wave arrives in order to pull off an initiation. Because if CLG initiates with the waves not managed, they will lose their Nexus turrets. So they have to somehow do that while holding this middle turret so Dexter can get off his ultimate. But LMQ is not giving them a window.
Doublelift has top priority, Seraph has bottom priority. They will lose mid inhib here. A few more shots coming in. They're doing a great job at actually holding it off, but it's only a matter of time. Forward movement, they do hold it. Very nicely played. On to Ackerman, wait a minute. That's a huge fight. Moore goes so low. This is going to be very big. Doublelift on the outside. Seraph staying alive. Ackerman, one more shot, and he's down now. It's going to be huge plays. Doublelift now going down. That's the DPS they needed, and LMQ is bleeding as they step into the base of CLG.
Xiao pulls the card onto Doublelift and ends up finishing off the game. But boy, did LMQ make him work. CLG make him work for it right there. This will be the push to end the game.
Doublelift had a double cleanse, and the damage came so fast he wasn't even able to use it. A Dissonance could drop Xiao here, puts it on, almost lives, gets the last hit, but he's got to focus the Nexus. That's where LMQ is. Vasily still alive on the outside. A half-health Nexus. Link goes down. Seraph could end. Vasily gets the Banshee's fail. Gets Ackerman. No! Ackerman with the lick bait. Puts down the strength. And he is going to lock down the game for the team from top lane and in the base of CLG. LMQ drops CLG 46 minutes in.
Holy crap, Riv. 46 minutes of absolute chaos right there for LMQ. That's what you want in a first place matchup in the LCS. Just teams fighting it out again and again and again before the game is finally all said and done. Geez, those last fights, the power that a late game TF holds when Doublelift got a little bit too antsy there. That man right there finished him off. And then Ackerman was an absolute monster this time. 11-2-8. This game on Gragas alone.
Amazing play from him. 4 games of Gragas across the board. 13, 6, and 31 is his score. He's keeping it consistent on that. And LMQ continues their win streak.
They do. That's 6 games in a row. And it's also 2 losses in a row for CLG. And those were not happy faces we saw on the CLG side. Right there. Aftermoon not happy about that, because why would you be? Think of what CLG did in this game and how sour they must feel about coming away with a loss.
Yeah.
They made that Baron call that was a 7,000 gold swing in the other direction. And then after that, still managed to win many team fights.
You have to consider.
So basically meaning that if they don't make that one horrendous call that ruined the game for them, they should have won this game hands down. They clearly had a superior team fight. They clearly had the coordination to pull things off, but they still get the loss. And that's why they look so
That's
distraught.
exactly where my mind is, chat. The what if. That Baron completely swung everything. And like you were saying, the thing that steps out my mind is that they did so well after. Their damage control is very good. But again, we see a Rengar pick not able to do enough for a team. A little too late of a wait for 6.
I actually feel like the Rengar, once he got going, was doing just what they wanted it to be doing. It was really the Baron, because even after that, the way that they were using it to initiate the fights, pretty much always getting a jump on LMQ, but it wasn't enough.
Not enough. Doublelift doing what he can. Double quadra in the game. You can only do so much. Your backpack can only be so big.
True.
But if they're all just rushing down the base, then you're probably going to lose that backpack. So to break down that wild match, we're going to throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Riv. Guys, an exciting win by LMQ, and they now have a solid hold on first place with a 2-game lead.
Giant lead.
The longest or the biggest lead that we've seen yet this split, which has to say something.
All right, but I want to jump right into it because there was a ton of action in this game. Let's first talk about just the picks in the game, specifically the Ori and the Rengar combination. Kobe, talk to me about that combination and how you play against it.
So it was pretty interesting because Xiao has already played against this combo earlier this week, and he survived, as TF specifically. So he was able to play further back, didn't get ganked by the first Rengar ganks because CLG choose to use their Rengar ganks bottom. And it's pretty funny between these two teams. Rengar ganks are very similar to TF ganks. As soon as they hit 6, one of the lanes is going to have one of those unseen ganks. And both of the teams choose opposite sides of the map. CLG chooses bottom lane, fails twice, whereas LMQ choose top lane and actually get this Gragas going, which ends up being the story of the whole game. Ackerman on Gragas, the only man left alive at the Nexus.
Yeah, and once you've got kind of that sort of situational lead like that, where you've got a part of the map that's going to win and keep creating pressure, you can just play around that. And LMQ, because they've been playing together for so long, playing an aggressive style for so long, they've played enough games of, okay, Ackerman's the big guy on the field. They're used to playing around Ackerman. They're used to setting up his, the situations where he's going to create pressure, he's going to pull attention away, right? They can defend while he split pushes faster than Seraph does all these things. And it's like, great, they're making the right calls in these split push scenarios.
So let's talk about then, just briefly, the Gragas and the Nidalee matchup, because as Jat said during the game, we now have Nidalees that have gone 2-2, some really lackluster games, some really impressive games, and they've been against all different kinds of matchups, Lulu, Gragas, Aurelia, things like that. So where is this Nidalee pick going to fall into place? Where's the comfort zone for that champion?
I think she still is sort of the premier lane bully champion. There's like a couple of matchups that can be turned, but because of the way the reworked worked, that she now has to be melee form for about half the time to do anything meaningful. She now counts as a melee matchup. Like, Lulu can, like, suck in lane and still be useful. She can wave clear. Nidalee does not have that kind of luxury. She has to go in and brawl. And, well, when you're against a really fed Gragas, who's, by the way, I think building the correct top lane build, the Lichbane first build, I think that's the right way to go about it. You don't have any way to play around this matchup anymore. Like, if you're Renekton and you start out 0-4, you're Jackson, you start out 0-4, or Nidalee, you start out 0-4, it's going to be the same kind of situation. And it's a matter of getting your Nidalee ahead so that she can actually use her forms without dying.
So you got to remember that these changes are still recent as well. And especially for LCS players, they don't like to play on the live patches. They like to wait and play on the patches that are actually used in the LCS. So they even delay their practice time on things that are new, like the new Nidalee rework, for longer than that. That being said, I've been talking to a lot of high-ranked solo queue top laners, and the consensus is like Nidalee can still have an advantage over Gragas if the lane is left alone.
Yeah.
The lane was not left alone there, so you can't really blame Seraph.
Yeah, that's a very fair assessment. So now I want to move further into the game and talk about the fact that LMQ had a lead, but there was a brief moment in time where CLG kind of opened up the map for themselves. So 17 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, we're going to pull up a replay here. Fight in the mid lane. Kobe, walk me through this in terms of the utilization of the heal bait and how the fight plays out.
Well, it's this. Looks like Ackerman already used his ulti. So let's roll this one. Just Ackerman trying to defend the turret. So they're trying to time this. The turret's already gone down. Shockwave only hits more. That's only the support. Take a look at Afromu as the heal bait. So No Name gets sucked in by the heal bait, and he actually kicks Afromu the wrong direction too because of the flash. So Afromu drawing in the jungler pretty much all by himself right there.
So the follow-up question here, Freak, you can answer this one, is what do you do now as LMQ when you've just lost a pretty substantial team fight and lost a turret on the back end of that in order to get back into the game, fix your mindset and all that?
Yeah, well, the cool thing is for LMQ is they have a really good fallback pattern. They've got a Tristana, and they've got a winning top laner, so the split push isn't going to work for CLG. They've got a Twisted Fate, so you have even more tools against split push because you can pick people off. He also wave clears, by the way, and you have Tristana, who also wave clears. So you've got like great anti-siege and great anti-split push, and so CLG, even though they have like a gold lead, they don't have gold in the right places because they're still not winning top lane. And so LMQ gets to say, look, we'll play the map, we'll play vision, and if you screw up, we'll capitalize.
And it's one of the reasons why it kind of forced CLG to make those more aggressive calls. You can see in the game, they're taking a lot of chances because they know this.
A perfect example of that would be the Baron fight, which we're going to pull up, or I guess the Baron steal, and then the subsequent fight. So Kobe, this is a perfect place for you to walk us through that
Baron. So maybe that mentality that we're just going over had something to do with this Baron call where CLG were feeling pressured simply by what the standing was with LMQ at this time and the champions that they are fielding. But all right, we'll watch it in action. The damage that CLG can do to this Baron is pretty quick. But again, going versus TF and Gragas, this is kind of like going against one of the old Gragas before the rework because Ackerman's full AP. Anytime, that's extremely dangerous. Baron gets that magic buff, debuff. TF plus Gragas is so scary being grouped up at any time, but especially inside Baron buff, and they target double lift, immediately taking off the biggest threat from CLG. You can see the whole game long, it was all about double lift and how much damage he could bring. If you take him out of the fight at the beginning, there's no chance.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that Ackerman was big was just such a big factor. We keep going back to it, but it's so true. The bottom lane was empty when that Baron fight was going on, right? If your top laner's ahead, like if you're Dignitas in most games, like Zion Spartan's down there and he's pushing the bottom waves, and you're playing the other top laner, Ackerman in this case, to defend you. If he wants to stop Baron, he's got a TP in. It's very telegraphed. You know he's coming. Plus, somehow LMQ needs wards in there, which they didn't have because CLG swept it properly. But because Seraph can't create pressure because of all the ganks ganks by the mid laner into the top lane, because Seraph can't create pressure by himself, he's got to be inside the Baron pit, where Nidalee doesn't want to be. She's not a team fighter, she's a flanker or she's a split pusher. And the fact that he can't separate the team means the team fights go right the way LMQ wants. The 5-on-5s, they get to walk in, Ackerman gets first strike, and oh look, that's how the fight goes.
Well, we saw Ackerman 100-0 double lift at the tail end of that quadra kill, which was just phenomenal. But I also want to tip my hat.
And Link.
And
catching Link at times too.
I just want to tip my hat to CLG though, in their ability to stall the game out and then even win fights 12K down, things like that. And my question there is, will CLG be able to kind of turn their season around, right? They've had a couple close games, a couple devastating losses. Are they going to be able to pull it together in time for playoffs, and what do they need to do in order to be there?
I feel like CLG can pretty much do more of the same. They're a very good team fighting team, and they have very good instincts in general, right? Like, the fact that they do go and try to take these chances. I actually could hear Doublelift yelling to his team, like, as they were defending, and that was actually the beginning of that first quadra for Doublelift. I hear him yelling, like, something, guys, this is our one chance. And so like everyone knows, like, we're going to go for something hard, get ready, and it was the Rengar-Orianna combo, right? The ball with the cat inside of it. And that's good. Like, that's CLG making good choices. And all the CLG LMQ games are entertaining and close and interesting because CLG knows they're going to fight tooth and nail for every advantage. They have the right mindset. It's just these little things like, well, the top lane matchup got flipped. Oh, our bottom lane ganks didn't work out. Like, you get those little small pieces fixed and you're good.
Yeah, I think if they had cleaned up that early game, then the plans that CLG come up with, even when they are behind like this, as you can see, we're very close to working out and coming back.
Yeah. All right, final question. LMQ, as we said, is now 2 games in the lead. We've got 6 games left in the season. My question is, they showed a little hubris there, going into the fountain, diving, and things like that. Is that kind of comfortability and maybe that feeling of we are the top team gonna bite them when they're making their way into the playoffs?
I think that's classic Vasily, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going anywhere anytime soon.
Right. It's kind of like complexity where, like, they're going to go for those plays regardless. Like, whether they were number 1 or number 8, LMQ would make that same play just because they're always going to go for the ham play. And 1 out of, every 10 times it'll be the wrong choice. And that was one of them. Thankfully, they had the gold lead to pull it back. But that's not just hubris. That's just LMQ. Yeah. Really the answer.
And 90% success rate is pretty damn good.
Right.
So I'll take that. Anyway, there's still more league action coming your way. After a quick break, we'll dive into our final LCS game, Curse versus Cloud9. Don't touch that mouse.
I'm so fancy.
I hate that song.
You already know.
No,
I'm
that song
in
sucks.
the fast lane from LA to Tokyo.
Teleport, he's going to come in. Is it going to go down in favor of Team SoloMid? Oh my god, it's stolen by No Name! They get the Baron! They shut down Doublelift! LMQ completely wipes out Counter Logic Gaming! The quadra kill is right in his eyes! The zap hits the backside of Ackerman! He is going to be going down! Tries to hit him! Oh my god! And he completely zeroes him out!
You got that? Back up. You might die. You got that. You got that. Nice.
That's a huge fight. Moore goes so low. This is going to be very big. Doublelift on the outside. Seraph staying alive. Ackerman, 1 more shot, and he's down now. It's going to be huge plays. Doublelift now going down.
C9, they're a tough team. They're still really strong. They play very, very well. They tend to not make too many mistakes, and when they do make mistakes, they'll try to hold out until the late game.
The last time we played them, I believe we had a very passive game plan. We gave up like every dragon, like every baron, and we didn't actually do anything.
Dominic gets the healing. There's Invidios taking a bunch of damage. 3 inhibs now gone.
The last 2 games we played were pretty similar, where we were able to take advantage of the early game, and then as the game progressed, they were getting stronger and stronger, and it became really hard to beat them in the late game.
They have kind of had issues like actually closing out games when it gets like super late. I think that's just the champions they're picking are just more towards like mid and early game.
When we beat Curse, it's been from us getting a huge advantage early, and when we lost, it was them getting advantage early.
Our last win against them, we definitely showed that we can beat Cloud9.
So this time around, we don't want the same thing to happen. They kind of walked over us last game, and this game, it's our turn to return the favor.
The first question I want to ask you is about the bold strategy that you guys came out with yesterday, which was that double ADC comp. So basically, where did that come from?
Well, the players on our team have a lot of freedom to pick which champions they want, and so Voyboy was always a fan of kind of some more interesting picks mid, and he wanted to try out the Tristana. And double AD carry compositions have been around for a while. They were in Season 3. They crop up from time to time. And Voy just thought it was a strong pick, and we built the team comp around that.
Let's everybody at home just make a note here. He's confirming that Voyboy was trolling in that Travis interview about it being an accident. It was 100% planned. Yep. He's been practicing that all week.
I spoiled it.
So they might use that again in the future. But really, what we want to talk about is the performance of the team in the LCS hasn't been matching up with really the expectations that the team has been coming into the LCS with. Because whenever you talk to the players, everyone's like, oh yeah, Curse is doing so well in scrims. Pretty much every single work. And they're like, oh yeah, they're really scary now. This is going to be the week. What is the discrepancy between scrims and actual LCS performance? And how do you tackle that as a coach?
Yeah, it's a really tough issue. If there was like an easy fix, we probably would have done it already. I think it really comes down to how teams kind of play different in scrims. People play a lot looser. They're trying more things out. And we're a team that reacts very well to people. And so we can punish mistakes easier. And we get a lot of early game leads. And then because it's a scrim and there's more mistakes being made, the early game lead is more like 3 to 5K goal, whereas in the LCS it can be 1 or 2. And so you have a lot more freedom when you have a bigger lead early. So in scrims, we get the same kind of leads, but because people play looser, they're bigger. And so we have struggled a little bit with taking smaller leads and extending them. So we actually have the second most gold leads in the LCS at 10 minutes, and we have like the first most first blood. So we're very good at getting an advantage, but the difference is in scrims, it's a lot bigger. So it's easier to kind of extend it.
Now, what exactly is your day-to-day role in creating the strategies that your team uses? And how collaborative of an effort is that? And how much of it is you saying like, no, this is the way it's going to be, let's do it?
No, I'm no dictator. It's a very democratic system. People say, what picks they think are strong, and my job is to facilitate essentially. And so in the double AD carry composition that we came up with, I didn't say like we should run this. It was Voy wanting to play the AD carry mid, and then me making sure we understand the power points, when you're strong, when you're weak. The fact that, with an AD carry mid, you usually have less burst, less utility than you would if you had a standard mage, and really just understanding what's strong and weak with the composition and making sure we use it fully.
That's pretty interesting because coming up for playoffs, the whole format is going to change to a best of 5. Now, this is something that the players haven't been practicing on, so it's going to be a lot more on you to, bring something new to the table for those players. Do you think that they're going to perform better in this new, the best of 5 things, or what kind of special practice might you have for playoffs?
I'm excited for a best of 5, honestly. I think our players in particular have very deep pools. They're always trying out things. We're probably one of the more experimental teams, and so in the best of 5, you can really try and mind game some people and have more games that you can really try something weird, whereas in the best of 3, you might have like one game, you try something weird, it doesn't work, and now you need to win 2 in a row to continue on. So it's a little bit more freedom. I think that favors us, and of course it's what I get to do more of. I get to come in after the games and say, we need to work on this. They did this early game. How can we counter that kind of stuff?
Awesome. Well, that's a fabulous little taste into the life of an analyst. I want to thank you very much for joining us here on the desk. Now we're going to send it right over to Riv and Jat to get us into the game.
Thank you very much, Dash. And we are on to our final LCS match. It's Team Curse versus Cloud9.
Yeah, and Riv, like you just said, these are two teams that seem to be trying the most different stuff. In the spring split, Curse would try pretty much any team comp, and
true.
they've kept that spirit alive. The most recent example was yesterday with the double 80 carry and the Tristan in mid lane. But a thing that this could change is just keeping their opponents off balance, and it's working pretty well.
And they made it work the last time they faced off against Cloud9, and it gave them their first and only win against them in all their competitive play.
Yeah, but Cloud9 have continued to show improvement since their lackluster start, and the swing back to a more traditional laning phase really seems to have helped their psyche. Against Complexity, both High and Balls were able to take control of their lanes and actually get kills in straight-up 1v1 scenarios, and Meteos couldn't be happier with that. He's done with the jungle buddy system, and then he could invade the jungle and take control over the enemy jungler because his lanes were winning. It was just a good, clean game for Cloud9.
All right, let's get right into this one and check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, this time it will be Curse. That means it is Quas in the top lane, dominating the jungle, Voyboy in mid, Cop at 80 carry, and Special wetting his whistle on support.
And on the red side, it is Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High and mid, Sneaky on AD, and Lemon Nation on support.
Sneaky just gave a little wave to the fans. We'll be heading to the top lane for today's featured matchup, Quas versus Balls. We touched on it before. Both of these players have really benefited from the return of the 1v1 top lane.
Oh dear. Yesterday, Balls had a very big game on Nidalee. He put up a lot of map pressure with Nidalee split push, and he really helped carry his team. But on the same day yesterday, Quas was able to shut down Zion Spartan on the same champion. And if he could shut down Balls in the same way, it would go a long way in creating a Curse victory for the second time over Cloud9.
We'll have to see. If any, I believe if any more new champions come out for the top lane, it'll be Quas. He's the guy that brought us Aatrox last split and started bringing out a little bit of the crazy stuff. I think he could do it again. But we've seen a few different things in mid lane as well, and a lot of the focus of the junglers having to be towards the bottom lane. So we'll have to see how they coordinate. Curse likes to do a lot of little things in the beginning to get themselves going, and Cloud9 knows that's what'll get Curse the lead.
Yeah, Curse having those small edges in the early game. Cloud9 also plays so well with a lead, and they've been getting better and better at creating an early game lead because of those standard laning phases they've been able to get. Also, just champion diversity as we move into picks and bans really shortly here. Meteos played 4 different junglers in his past 4 games. Or sorry, Balls played 4 different top laners in his past 4 games.
4 different top laners.
Meteos as well started to break out the Nunu. Right, going back, picking some different things around, getting good jungle control, especially with Eve. And High still just playing pretty much every champion, starting to find some success.
That's true. There has been a switch up of what High has needed to play in the mid lane. We are going to be in Champion Select for the last matchup of the day. We'll see if Curse can take another game off of Cloud9. It will be their last chance.
It's crazy to think, actually, that the super weak victory that Curse had over Cloud9 was the first time Curse had ever beaten Cloud9.
First time ever.
So a monumental occasion for them. Syndra ban, actually, it's something High has been finding the most success on. Taken clean away.
The Curse Cloud9 game was one of the very low kill games, if you remember correctly.
Yes, 4 kills to 2, actually.
Yep.
That was the split push Jax game.
Yeah.
Jax, of course, hasn't been picked or banned too much since the base stat nerfs. Something we have to mention here, though, Yasuo not banned for the first time this week.
Yeah.
In our final game. So will Curse first pick it, or will they let it go to High? Because High would very willingly play that.
Yep, even without Trist. Saw it a lot, mentioned it a lot of times today. They're going to go try it and true 3 times in a row. It'll be Quas's Lulu in the top lane. They've been doing that since the start, or I should say middle of week 8.
Yeah, yesterday, Cloud9 actually played Lulu as a support. Big mind game coming in there. But, I mean, it's just the way these picks are going. Curse decided to do somewhat more targeted bans, especially with the Syndra being thrown in there. Cloud9 decided to block Dominate's Rengar because they're very good at coordinating mid lane ganks. But it leaves up a lot of stuff. Yasuo in particular, I feel like, is the highest priority of them all.
Yeah, don't have to pick.
Don't even pick it.
The Elite.
What's going on here?
The Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw also has been banned out quite a bit today. Haven't seen him spitting up any Void Ooze recently. Probably not going to see the Lee Sin, so it's not banned or worried about by Meteos. Dominate usually does not take that jungler, so they kind of skip by easy peasy on that.
It's actually kind of strange. Dominate hasn't played Lee Sin in competitive.
No.
But everyone I talk to says, yeah, Dominate's Lee Sin is really good. He crushes with it in scrims. And you're like, well, then why doesn't he? Well, we'll see if he does it today.
And then the one time he plays it, he has the St. Vicious result, where everybody counts how many Qs he misses, and it becomes a video in itself. There's a dangerous game to be played there, chat.
Dangerous game of League of Legends.
We'll see what
Still
they
wondering.
do have.
I mean, Lulu top works so well with Yasuo mid lane, and Voyboy was playing Yasuo before all the other guys in North America were.
Yeah.
Words, grammar.
Good catch. No police for you this time. Slow lock-in. And it will be the Eve. It will be a little bit potential side swiping of these team fights coming in from Dominate. Had a good play on that. In the recent days, LMQ was their recent win when he played Evelyn, so definitely tried and tested. What does High and the crew answer with? They still don't see a mid lane. We also have the chance for Nidalee to still be picked up in this game.
Very true. However, Quas was Lulu against Nidalee and handled Zion's Nidalee quite well. The ranged attacks and wave clear turret would be very good wards against a 2v1. Which is one of the big reasons Zion did well on Nidalee today. He got to play against Aurelia.
Yeah.
Basically 2v1 top until he was going. Whoa.
Definitely been resorting back to that Mundo quite a bit recently.
There's just a couple strange things about this champion select, Riv, and we did say these were two teams that tried the most stuff, so it makes a bit of sense that they do not have the same ban or pick prioritizations as other teams, but the fact that Braum fell through so many rotations back and forth in pick and ban, and the fact that Yasuo wasn't banned despite being banned in every game this week, and may not even be picked here. There would be a good choice if Voyboy did it mid here. They have tons of knockup synergy already with Thresh and Lulu. There we go. There we go. It all makes sense.
Switch.
Is he gonna lock it in?
Slow. There we go. He's making sure they wanted it. You didn't want to accidentally lock in anything.
Yeah. High was ready with Ryze, though. I
Easy.
think that's why they played this whole little mind game. Ryze is really good against Yasuo in lane. Able to itemize armor as well. So he doesn't have the same vulnerabilities that other mid laners would.
So we'll see what High can do on the rise. Wouldn't say forced onto that, as champion pool getting a little deeper here. Probably up to his waist at this point. Has a few more to go after that, but it is a lot of safety for that Kog'Maw, for something Sneaky has been able to wreak havoc on before.
And Cloud9 is going to have a very tanky team outside of Kog'Maw. Mundo Ryze and Braum, just a huge amount of meat in that mid lane that will be difficult to slice through. Especially Yasuo and Lulu. Yasuo, an assassin wanting to get the squishy targets. There's pretty much only one that he would really want to lock down.
It's going to be a tough game.
It's a little tricky.
Voyboy likes to make moves, so he's probably going to try to get out of that mid lane as soon as possible. Let's see how you've been voting while the teams are loading into the game. According to LolEsports.com, 71% of you have so far said that Cloud9 is going to take the victory.
You can keep those votes coming if you change your mind, or if you just agree a whole bunch. Tweet hashtag CRS win or hashtag Scene9 win.
Definitely these games towards the end of the split mean so much more for teams like Curse, teams towards the bottom. And I can even say teams like Curse, they're actually in the middle of the pack now. They've been doing a lot of work for themselves, and that catalyst started coming off a super week. They just need to grab a few more wins to still be a threat to these top tier teams.
This will be a big one for Curse, especially considering Complexity lost.
Yeah.
Curse has a chance to really distance themselves once again. They had that golden opportunity last week where they played both EG and Complexity, lost both games. Curse is kind of turning into the team that beats the top tier teams and loses to the low tier teams. Almost like Cloud9.
It's the opposite of TSM. Yeah, almost like Cloud9 indeed. We'll see how this clash happens here. Last game of the day before Challenger starts for your LCS. We're going to be on the Rift, locked and loaded. Curse versus Cloud9. Curse really looking to pick up a win here. High, already starting with the aggressive Crystal. to get into lane and start to do some damage. See how this plays out. Doran's ring to shield in the top lane. A little bit of Tarragon's love for both supports in the bottom. I say relic point.
Yeah, it will soon be a Targon.
Indeed. Righto, sir. Mid lane foray.
Cop always going to the mid lane. It's just what Curse likes to do. But there's no fun skill shots for him to dodge this time. Skill shot battle happens in the top lane this time. Ball's throwing stuff at Quas. Oh, Vivid! Oh, got him. Shield's down. He'll just go run around in circle and get it back.
Yep.
It begins.
There's going to be a lot of it today, too. If he's on Mundo, he's not dying instantly in these fights. They're going to be a chance for a while. So, Ball's got the home crowd on his side right now. See if this works for him. Quas is going to try to shut down those voices throughout the game. Balls actually didn't need any help for his Nidalee play. We'll see how much Meteos focuses that top lane this time against the Lulu pickup.
Nothing for I will dominate? That's rude.
Can't do it. It's not single syllable. It doesn't work as well.
Yeah, we can see standard lanes looking. Dominate will not have the easiest jungle start. This is going to hurt a little bit, the fact that he will reveal himself as soon as he starts this. People are trying. Oh, no.
Over it. Got the override. Righto. Here we go. Lock it down. The first attacks come out in the mid lane. They go tit for tat. And the trade pretty even to start off the game. See how much love they actually give each other. Copy and a Winter's Bite to the face. No play here by Sneaky to get some Bio-Arcane shots on. Very interesting early game that Cop and Xpecial have been playing. They try to get a very early aggression, as most people would. But then they just can't seem to hold it. Cloud9 will find a way to either force something with Meteos that gives Cop to blow his flash, and that's all that Cloud9 needs to take back control.
I thought that was a really cool interview with Curse's analyst before this game. But the hook actually creating some damage.
Very nice.
How he said in scrims, teams play a lot more loose.
Yeah.
Curse is actually really good at capitalizing on mistakes. So instead of having a 5,000 gold lead, they have a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
And honestly, if your team's play style is built around capitalizing on any mistakes, it means you're not actually very good at manufacturing your own victories or your own plays.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense why Curse is having issues transitioning, despite being so good at scrims. They need to be the initiators of positive trades, not the beneficiaries of enemy mistakes.
Right. So far, they have provided themselves a little bit of an advantage in the bottom lane, at least reaching, I would say 2 first. Yeah, okay. I thought they had 3s on the side of Sneaky already. So they're good and pushed up, but Elimination's already healed up. The Relic keeping them safe, so we'll wait for that pushback that we're looking for. Good pressure by High has already brought Void Boy down, caused him to chug a few of those potions. But he can't get any farther than this. Yasuo at the turret. You're just going to be throwing stuff into a wall.
Still a nice early laning phase by High. Meteos kind of waiting in the wings, hoping to catch a counter gank. Because High is really daring to be ganked right now, throwing spells basically at turret range.
He is going to have to back already. And High kind of not drastically changing his gameplay, but definitely staying aggressive.
There's the counter.
Oh, wow. Could come back in for the kill. Double buff refresh going over to Meteos. No, it is stopped. The teleport comes in and is not stopped from Quas.
Gets a knockup.
No way. Double buffs going to Void Boy. He gets the double kill. Not as calculated as he would have liked. Double buffs go away, but that's huge.
He gives the kill back to get one, plus the huge wave is lost by High at the turret right here. The fact that Quas was actually able to make that teleport a positive exchange was fantastic. It was a counter gank and then a counter gank, basically what happened here. Meteos waiting in the wings, not level 4. Made him a little squishier right here, and he immediately turns when the teleport happens, but look how far away Quas is here. Runs, dashes in, gets the double glitter lance.
Yeah, double lance was huge there.
If not for the rune prison by High there, it would have been a 2-for-0. And another early game lead by Curse.
There it is, Jap. Can they carry it? Keeping an eye on just that 600 gold lead. They said it's not big. Small increments. There's the first one. How will the dominoes fall now? for Cloud9. Trying to reactivate something in mid where they have pink ward control. See if Meteos now can get into the hair of Dominate and thwart some of his ganks.
It's going to be tricky after Meteos loses his double buffs.
Yep, that was not easy.
And we actually mentioned yesterday how Curse had first blood in 16 of their 21 games. They didn't actually get first blood in this game, technically speaking, so that won't increase, but they still get the better end of the first exchange.
Of a bad situation that was starting for sure. Pi even missing that CS, still 28 to 15 in the mid lane, and he's happy to sit and charge up the tier, so he comes off that all right with the kill. He's looking for the late game. Point blank hook coming from Xpecial, takes Lemon Nation for a quick walk there. No Voidoo's in range for Sneaky, so they just use this to get a little bit of zone.
That bottom lane, very even for now.
Yeah. Could definitely tell us a lot of the story later.
Oh, can he get the knockup?
That flash is down. There's not a lot of crowd control to be had. Oh my gosh, the perseverance in mid lane with 0 crowd control. They still come up with a kill.
It's one thing for High to play aggressive and deny CS, but it's another to not have the backup of your jungler.
Yeah.
Voyboy going aggressive at the right time and really making that Yasuo work. 3-1 already in the lane and evening out the CS from early.
Oh no! Now taking Sneaky for a walk.
Yeah, you brought in a whole bunch of trouble.
Yeah, you asked for it and they gave it. Very good block coming in from Lemon Nation. And Cloud9 kind of grabs the upper hand that Cop and Xpecial had just a bit ago.
That's the crazy thing about Kog'Maw right now, is if he gets in a melee range of you and lands all of his spells, especially the early game Armored Magic Resist Shred, you just can't trade with the guy, especially Braum when he can come in afterwards and block that stuff. So a level 5 bottom lane versus level 4 bottom lane getting hooked in, even though it seemed like a good idea, it was a really bad one.
Walls keeping himself safe in the top lane. Dominate has not paid him a visit, and he's 6, so now a bit safer under the turret. Whoa, maybe not, maybe not. That was close. That was close. It's all covered in glitter right now.
This is looking like a game that Cloud9 will need to take to late game.
Yeah, the builds, they're showing it as well. Sneaky's going for the Phage Triforce. He should have a good spike of damage around 13, 14 minutes. And if Cloud9 can control the dragons, they can do things like let balls just farm top lane and get high to be a huge rise towards the late game. They still have Cop they're looking at. Voyboy is going to be quite big at making plays as well. And like we said, once he does hit 6, once that potential comes in, we might see a little bit of roam from him.
And High still has the potential to bully Voyboy in lane. Voyboy rushed Mercury Treads for a little bit of added magic resist, but most importantly so the root wouldn't last very long. And the stun from Elise as well.
A lot of fight coming out of these teams. You can see that story being told by the CS. 8.5 minutes in, 40-40 in the mid lane, 60s on the AD carries. These guys are definitely getting a lot of poke on in the lane. Missing out on a bit of farm. Let's see who that goes to the advantage of. Top lane, 73-66, so Quas is playing it nice.
Chipping away that turret.
Yeah, he'll get that turret before Quas, or Balls rather, can really prevent any ganks from happening. Nobody really wanting a full commit here, just the back and forth. Those 5s and 6s kind of not allowing the gank to fully go through. Would love to have the ultimates on the supports right now, and that might be what Lemonation and Sneaky are looking for here. Getting good damage, trying to poke down Cop over and over with the Winter's Bite. And Lemon getting high to roam possibly.
Oh, he's got to be careful.
Ah, he realized he was hatching that pink ward.
There's a lot of danger knowing how well Eve has started this game, but Cop is a little bit weak right now.
That's the level 6. Lemon and Sneaky hit it, but they wait a little long in the Glacial Fissure. They could still get Cop out of this. The box is there. He gets pulled in. Sneaky can only watch Lemon now, but he walks in range for the stand behind me. Oh my God, teleport's coming in on board side. It's about to be a party, Jack. Dominate's gonna get locked up. They smell blood. They're gonna keep going for balls now. He throws down the ultimate. He can't. He actually doesn't have it. They are pushing Cloud9 off to this, and it could spell Dragon. Voyboy with one tap completes it. Will he flash? One last attack. The shield is too big. It's gonna fall soon. He gets the Q. Does he have a triple kill to himself? Balls now, or High rather, coming up huge. One last Q gets himself a double kill. Voyboy went way too deep on this one, and he gives up the 2 kills in the form of gold. over to Meteos.
5v5 happened in the bot lane 10 minutes in. Everybody wanted to join the party, and Curse and Cloud9 both went a little bit crazy. Cloud9 comes out the victor and the dragon afterwards.
I thought Curse had that until Voidboy dove in. I thought Curse was going to back up and be like, Dragon, let's go.
I think they very well could have. I mean, first off, there's a lot to talk about this fight.
Oh, yeah.
The level 6 burst from Kog'Maw and Braum is massive. You just got to land a few spells in there incredibly low. The ultimate from Kog'Maw is what makes his trade so one-sided. They get the one slow, meaning they can land a whole bunch of other slows. Then obviously the missile created the heal being burned, which made you think Dominate was going to be able to come in and clean up very easily. Look at how many people are not in bottom lane right now in the minimap, and how many soon
go.
Double teleports, obviously. Dom really didn't get the close he needed. The fact that he didn't finish off Lemon here really hurt them in the greater context of the fight, especially because Quas had to burn his ultimate on Dominate instead of Voidboy. They could have used it right there to get a quick double knockup, a quick double kill, and stop the extra shove from coming through. But then Voidboy chased into the turret, forgetting about High. Keep in mind, if they get those 2 kills in the turret, they could have backed up beforehand. So Cloud9 really capitalizing on Curse's over-aggression there and bloodthirstiness to keep this game close.
Always wanting a little too much. And always giving them a little bit of trouble. 5-4 here. Gold is 700 in favor right now of Curse after that huge fight.
Check this out. They actually lane swap. Balls and High right here. Voidboy won't be able to cut through the huge tankiness of Balls, even if he's built magic resist right now. This game also really reminds me of the last time that Cloud9 played Mundo and Kog'Maw in an eerie number of ways. It was against LMQ in week 7, Riv. But in that game, there was also an LMQ team that had an early lead, dove too far in the early game, and then Balls turned it around and got a bunch of kills. This time it was actually High that turned it around.
Yeah.
But in the same sense, it's allowing this Cloud9 late game team composition an excuse to stall for later, because the big assault that was supposed to swing Curse into a huge lead backfired, and now they still have that late game composition in their back.
Oh no, that's a Dedic special coming in. The combination of Living Artillery and Byrocane is such a burst. Usually an AD carry cannot bring at level 6. That's Kog'Maw's damage, and he's showing it right there. Good crowd control and teamwork by Lemonation and Sneaky in the bottom lane to get a winning lane out of that while being pushed in early at the beginning. Seeing Meteos come down as well. He only approaches the situation if he feels very sure about the result, and that's going to be a lockup. Oh my gosh, he walks around and does he have the kill? He already used his repel, but he does have his range of Q to get in for the kill, and he was very sure.
Very well played gank there by Meteos, timing his spells just right. A lot of Elises will try for the stun first, but Meteos closed the distance to then make the stun a higher percentage shot. Also, he has the damage item for Elise, the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith.
Also got the Summoner Heal out of comp on that one too.
And Meteos has actually changed his Elise skill order since switching items. Most Elises have done this. The big thing that was happening when Elises were going the Spirit of the Ancient Golem is they would max their E second for a longer duration stun. They'd want it 2 seconds by level 13. Now that they have more ability power, they want the damage from that volatile spider. And the Spiderlings as well for just faster clear and faster damage. It also, in my opinion, helps the Merc Tread case for Voidboy, because there's going to be a bunch of micro stuns that he's now reducing. A 0.75 second route from Ryze early game, only a 1 second stun from Elise, meaning it'll actually be a lot easier for people to get away because he has those Merc Treads.
Also, wants to get away from that exhaust. Lemonation is going to be throwing down on him. A little support wars going on. Oh, wow, looks like Special brought way more to the party than Lemonation.
He had an invisible friend that was actually real. So Dominate came after him.
No imaginations here. Almost finished up on the Triforce for Sneaky. Actually quite late for the average Triforces we've usually seen. Completed by 13, 14 minutes, even on a semi-bad game. Voidboy getting some wards in. They have good coverage already up here, so it's really for Curse to get more coverage, try to give themselves options to be created. Heavy wards on the red. Interesting. Dragon 1 minute and 30. See if they can catch Meteos out trying to farm one of his buffs before they go for this. Right now they see him in the bottom lane. Dominate. Will not be seen.
this bottom lane for Cloud9 is also really starting to take over. See, laning like this is one of the most underrated things that propelled Cloud9 to the top of the LCS for so long. It makes life very easy for Meteos when he has a bunch of winning options to go to. Should I go to the bottom lane that's killing a bunch of people? Or the mid lane with a really fed Rise? I think I'll do either one.
Uh-oh. Just walk away from the situation.
Look at this, though. They were basically fighting off a 2v3. Now it's a 4v2, and they're still not going down.
Very interesting. Quas did that teleport from mid lane. That's Yasuo on the top, and Curse is still going to stick with this one, trying to go very strong. Meteos on the backside to help protect. And he's quite big with the Spectral finished up. Phoenix Codex as well on the backside.
And that's the best. Codex. That is the best feeling as a bottom lane Riv, when the other team sends 4 people for you,
and you just stop
and you just get away. No problem.
You know, Jack, you're talking about how everything's kind of working in Cloud9's favor. It really does. You're saying Meteos gets to do what he wants. He doesn't have to roam the jungle with Balls anymore. Balls gets his solo in the top lane now. And High can keep himself safe, which even puts a bigger smile on Meteos' face that he doesn't have to stay in the back pocket. So it's even just the switch in the patches really working out for Cloud9 when they were starting to struggle in the middle of the season there.
Really fast Dragon as well by Elise. Stopping Curse from being able to collapse on them. Curse really wants to find a fight. They're feeling a little bit pressed right now, knowing everything has been going against them.
Very aggressive Void Boy. Probably hoping the team could follow up on that if they did execute.
They want it.
So look at, he flashes!
There's no flash on High, though.
Sidestepped. Sidestepped for 5 minutes. How's that?
It's yet another force that doesn't work for Curse. They can only do that so many times before they lose control of the game. But because Cloud9 did do that Dragon, they're trying to get some turret pushes. They might get 2 turrets here.
Nice influx of gold to bring it back to exactly even. The map pressure won by Curse. 3 turrets down. They're going to go ahead and start using power in numbers to make things happen for themselves. Cloud9 has still been trying to work the laning phase, get themselves up before they have to approach the fight. And it's like Curse said, going to have to bring that team that's ready to fight, a team that's ready to be mechanically advanced against Cloud9. Let's see if they can get that team fight going down. They have the Yasuo, and they have Quas for good utility once they get inside. But it's the late game that Cloud9's looking for. You see Sneaky's more than happy to
Sneaky has been
lock
such a
down this turret
for Cloud9
this season
as well.
Yeah.
Kind of the most consistent member on the team. So it feels good to have him on a Kog'Maw who is doing well. With the Trinity Force completed, him being able to abuse that quick range disparity with his maxed W, that first hit will be doing so much damage. If they can land any type of slow to begin the fight, it basically means Cop would have to flash away immediately.
Keeping things safe. Curse is getting themselves, they've had these forward wards in the top side, but they haven't really been able to use any of them just yet. Now knowing the red is up, see if they can formulate a plan even deeper now. Curse is spending a lot of time getting these in position. Hopefully they work.
They really are. A lot of minions were lost there just to get the red buff, but it's all about whether they can capitalize that into kills. They're trying again, but here could be the counter. Another whiff.
Oh no, just to the left. Xpecial trying to predict the walk of High coming in, but he gets locked up and he doesn't make the move. There's the ultimate onto Void Boy. Very early, but that utility is going to help him stay alive for a second. Sneaky on the backside, able to quickly shred through. Looks like the HP bars weren't even there for Curse. Meteos now having to form a new formation. As Balls comes in, he's going to take down Xpecial with the Burning Agony on. No! The Summoner heal comes out. A Cathian surprise from Sneaky. True damage takes down Xpecial. Cop coming up, getting excited. He's taken down one of the Spiderlings. And what a chaotic fight that Cloud9 falls to.
Curse had more people in that fight, and their continual attempts of finding a fight
paid off.
Finally paid off. Exactly. They're now up 9 kills to 8. And that was a scary looking fight because it didn't seem like they're going to have the damage to take down Kog'Maw, but they killed enough damage that they had the time to do it. Especially when you miss a
scary initiation.
But quite honestly, they just had more people there before Cloud9 did. It was a 4v2 for a while, and Meteos was around the outskirts of the fight. Finishing off High before he could really chunk people down too much. And then watch Xpecial, actually. It's a very critical thing in this fight. landing enough lockdown onto Sneaky that Sneaky could not do very much damage. Plays into 2 hooks in a row, and he kept him down. Voyboy, though, that's not good. Oh!
Curse gets something, and they want too much.
Let's check out this missile, though. No.
Good catch. Isotoners. 9-9 score after these fights. Voyboy, well, headstrong on that one.
We got ourselves a game, though, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Curse not giving up. They tasted what it was like to beat Cloud9 the first time in their competitive play, and they want another one before it's over in this split.
Yeah, 20 minutes in, gold leads non-existent.
Again, right back to even.
However, Kog'Maw plus Mundo plus Rise are rather scary. Not to take away from Jinx, Yasuo, Lulu. They can pull off some very awesome things themselves if you're looking at the 3 main carries of a team, top lane, mid lane, and AD carry. But it's not to the same level at which Cloud9 is. So assuming perfect play, if this game makes 40 minutes, Cloud9 will win.
Very according purchases coming from the supports as well. Lemonation looking to stay even more tanky with some Ninja Tabis. I like the purchase from Xpecial on Lucidity boots, wanting to create hook opportunities. Keep those hooks coming.
Yeah, that wind wall doesn't stop
too much at the turret,
That was pretty much just Sneaky's damage, taking Voyboy to 25%.
Just missing the cord. Man of the hour enters the fight with the team in mid lane. And it looks like they're going to try and get this turret. They should have it on this push. I don't think Curse is going to have enough power to stop. Curse is backed up into their side of the jungle, or their side of the jungle and the map, but they've gotten the Baron wards they need. 2 pink wards on that will give them enough time to set up some defense if Cloud9 feels like they have the advantage there.
Voyboy needed to go back to base long ago. He was chunked down.
Oh yeah, in that situation.
He was chunked down, and then he
long
spent
outside.
about 15 seconds taking the raid camp. And because Cloud9 ended up seeing him doing that, they can now get ward control for Dragon, which is really important in games this close, especially when Curse is the team that needs to make the moves. Cloud9 in full position to take this Dragon because there's no ward control from Curse.
You have to realize every action has reaction. Even the small visual of Voyboy doing the wrong thing. They know now he's in the bottom lane. This is going to be once again
And look how dangerous this is by Owl Dominate walking in there. They do get the scrying orb off, but it's too late.
Nothing. Eats up the choppers. High is still in there. Almost sees it, gets a flash, gets Cobb's flash, so that means he needs the lantern, but he goes down instantly. Yes, he got the rocket off, but was it enough for the team to continue the damage? Dominate gets the ultimate. That was in defense this time. We just saw Curse doing everything on the offense. What can they do now to recuperate after they've been initiated? Boy goes 1. Can he get another one now? It's going to be on to Lemonation. He gets the next kill. That was a shutdown coming into Meteos. Does he have the gap closed to take down balls? No, he does not. And he's safe under the turret, but this looks like another turret takedown coming in for Curse. As they get a little more, they take a lot.
Wow, the gold is still even, unbelievably, after all this, but Curse is pushing 3v1. Ball's the only lone survivor. That was honestly Cloud9 reaching a little bit too far, and Voyboy being in just the right position by the end of the fight. They end up taking another turret in this one and are doing just enough to keep themselves in position in this game.
Being such a complete monster. It went so different when Curse initiated.
So here's the thing. Yes, they did kill Cobb, but High basically died in the process. So those are kind of 2 big carries taken down. And then it's really about Voyboy here coming in from the back of the fight. He doesn't actually ult to finish off Sneaky because he didn't need to.
Right.
Then
you get everybody.
He finishes off Meteos right there. And because of the massive shields of Lulu, he is untouchable and Balls has to run away. Because the Rise and the Kog'Maw fell so early on in that fight, Curse was again able to take on the world. Sneaky's got to be able to keep himself safe.
Frozen Heart Rush, or Rush, second item from High as he's building himself up accordingly. Blade of the Ruin King builds from Voyboy instead of going for that Infinity Edge damage. And keeping himself alive in these fights. Double shield to help as well. And all the summoner heals being shut down by this Morello Namicon.
Might be in position. Balls has no teleport. Cloud9 is smart to get out of there as quickly as possible.
He's cruising. He's going to be walking through a lot of wards right now. Curse back to the mid lane. Doesn't look like they're going to try to get anything out of this.
itemization-wise, Cop is really far behind this game.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, just the Infinity Edge and Zeal. So it is
He's
really
only got
on
950
it's
gold.
really on the shoulders of Voyboy. Cop gonna have to be doing the upfront damage. He needs more of that. To make this work. Voyboy though taking on a tank. Oh my god!
Almost on the end, but the speed allows him to get out safely, and we can see what Voyboy now can do by himself. The correct build, that percent damage from the Blade of the Rune King chunking through the HP bar of Balls right now. 11 to 13 as they may decide to coax out a Baron.
It is so dangerous.
Yeah.
They're basically only playing for vision control right here. They're hoping that they can catch Cloud9 in ward control wars.
Oh,
so
no way!
aggressive.
No way! He goes on to Sneaky. He closes that gap immediately, and he puts him up into the air, and Dunkster down to the ground. Dunkster, is that even a word? It is now, because Voyboy just did it. 26 minutes in, I cannot believe they got a pick solely on the AD carry out in mid lane.
Hey, Voyboy is using the mobility of Yasuo, and Sneaky is getting caught in some uncompromising positions. The ward is on the Baron right here, no Kog'Maw. But Baron against Ryze is a very scary proposition. I feel like I've seen this game before.
Oh my gosh, deja vu as we're coming in. Lemonation's gonna try to get a Glacial Fissure perfectly in the Baron's end. He does. Xpecial's forced to flash out, and that's high balls. Sneaky is already down from the previous engagement. That is gonna be Quas dropping now. Meteos, they are all over Cloud9. Balls next in the eyes of Curse. They could get it. That's gonna be the zap. That's gonna be the takedown. Xpecial looks for a hook to bring in Balls, but he's still the last one standing to run from the fight.
Meteos focused the Baron there to make sure that it wasn't a total loss for Cloud9. It's always a choice when you go in for these Baron fights, whether you try and take the fight or whether you try and take the Baron. Very clearly, Curse wanted the fight, and Cloud9 wanted to steal the Baron. That's why they ended up dying in this fight, because it was a 4v5, but look at the damage High put down right at the start of this. Meteos doesn't even think about players. Says, hey guys, I'm gonna take the Baron. If he didn't do that, I think Cloud9 still loses the fight. Curse has Baron as well as 4 people alive, but because the Baron steal happened, this game remains incredibly close.
Absolutely amazing. Meteos holding on to the smite, and Dominate actually helped him get that one. 17 to 12. Still, really not even a gold lead within this game. The small increments that Curse gets, they don't come in big chunks. It's just 1,000 right now that they're sitting on, and 4 to 2. That Baron going over to Cloud9, very, very helpful. Really only sitting on one member.
And we actually still haven't seen a clean fight from Cloud9.
No.
Most of these fights from Curse,
like crazy flash engages.
Curse has been in better positions. Sneaky, obviously the composition doesn't do well to defend the Kog'Maw. And it is a team of fairly tanky people, or at least hard people to kill if you factor in Elise.
Okay.
So there's a huge target on Sneaky's back. But with that being said, if Cloud9 has a clean fight and Braum can protect the Kog'Maw properly, it still stands to reason that Cloud9 should be able to win that fight fairly handily. It is but for the great play of Curse that they are staying in this game with all their kills. Dragon up in 15 seconds.
Grouping up is exactly what Voyboy wants out of Cloud9. It's just very hard to get to that back line once it happens. So much coverage.
Wants the right kind of catch.
Yeah.
They need a way of knocking up Sneaky as well. Quas is doing a split push here. It looks like they're contented to give up this Dragon and not face them 5v5. There's a bit of respect there to the team cover.
Where are they going to take this? Looks like they're going to go top side. Baron's down. Map is objective free. That turret is very low. It's going down no matter what after this engagement. And Balls may be going down too.
Would they
Cuddly incoming, and it may be Cuddly going down. Balls is going to get knocked up. Ouch! They give him a kick right in the name.
Another one right there. They get the kill on the tank, and now they have minions with the 5v4. They did burn a lot of ults, so the dive efficiency here could be questionable. The hook misses as well.
Oh my gosh, the ultimate AoE coming in from Ryze is doing enough damage to probably turn this fight. Where's Sneaky on the outside doing enough shots. Voyboy in for a quick static shiv proc. Good damage over on the Lemonation, but they don't take it. That one shot goes down. Curse. Cop able to pick himself up a kill. It looks like they will reset for another attack.
These teams are playing with fire, Riv, because
off.
if they get one reset onto Jinx, it could just be curtains. And they were standing in a group for Ryze AoE, so it could have just went back the other way just as easily.
Very, very interesting altercations between both teams as they commit and then disengage to these fights almost at the same time. 1,600 gold sitting on Sneaky right now, probably looking to turn that into a Phantom Dancer when he can. More crit, more power, more Kog'Maw. He's been hitting pretty good living artilleries. But both teams seem to be getting the fights they want. One happens in favor of Curse, one in Cloud9.
This has been an action-packed game, and honestly, I've been really impressed with the amount of aggression these teams in general have been taking this week. We definitely had that week of super slow games when the AD carry itemization came in. And I could be reading too much into this, but when the AD carries became so much more powerful, teams weren't really sure how to react because it had been a while since they'd played the incredibly aggressive dive the AD carry or be killed game.
Right.
And they were just staying away from each other for so long. But now that they've been sitting on those strong AD carries for a little while, teams are becoming much more confident and they're much more willing to just go in and get something done. And it's a trend that I hope continues because these games are fantastic to watch.
Definitely creating more high priority targets for teams to be focused on. And when it's the AD carry, when it's the one dealing out the DPS, becomes a big factor. Cloud9 trying to get around that with Ryze's DPS acting the same way, coming out of the mid lane. And we see Voyboy trying to execute the same. Jinx and Kog'Maw, the choices of our final game here in week 9. Both have been seen quite a bit with the resurgence of the late game AD carries. Kog'Maw finding himself more on the ban list than not, with Sneaky getting him this game 5-4-1. Feeling very comfortable out of the laning phase.
And I do have to point out, we've been talking so much about Voyboy in this game. Dominate and Quas have been absolutely everywhere. 17 of the 19 kills for Dominate, and as a top laner, Quas has been involved in 16 of the 19 kills. That is almost
very omnipresent,
unheard of.
And they weren't coming to his lane. Those were all teleports that we've seen throughout the game. Definitely making those opportunities.
That's the first pick Lulu paying dividends.
It's crazy. Get that first pick quite a bit for themselves. You can always get a safe lane out of Quas. Definitely this time some results. 300 CS to 220 in that lane. Still actually quite low in the realm of CS with the amount of engages we've had in this game. Everybody's focused on champions and sharing minions in the lanes, as you can see. 57 seconds on Baron. Both teams pretty much just biding their time until the worm resurfaces.
Which will happen in 51 seconds.
That is true.
Wonder if Quas will try and get some split push going. No Lich Bane, which will slow down his split push a little bit. I also have to point out Sneaky's Phantom Dancer on Kog'Maw.
Yep, just got that.
You usually see an Infinity Edge or a Last Whisper as that third item. But in this game in particular, you can see almost no armor being built onto Curse. And a Phantom Dancer instead of an Infinity Edge because it will grant him a little bit of extra mobility. And he really needs that this game. As well as if you're able to just stand still and auto attack on Kog'Maw because of his percentage health damage, Phantom Dancer will do just as much in that case as Infinity Edge will. At this stage in the build.
Looks like they're trying to get everything cleared out now. Baron is live. The Nasher is
teleporting
the
in,
objective.
actually.
Oh my
that
gosh.
is a really early teleport. They have a pink ward inside.
They say, let's do it.
But, I mean, how long is it going to last? They already played this game once.
Dominate's got to run around. They're peeling off, but Cobb doesn't know he's about to get whacked. Oh, that's actually on the same team. What am I talking about? Lost here. I'm getting so excited I want to fight. Balls on the backside.
Damage on this Baron. It's actually about half health, and they're taking a little bit of poke. I'd say a little bit too much. X-Special looking a little bit vulnerable here.
Very close. He always leaves himself out. He will go down for the team as long as he can throw that box out.
Oh, man.
But you don't want to be taking that much. Volatile Spider even cutting off a good chunk from both.
Now they're vulnerable to the Cloud9 Baron. And we know how strong Cloud9 is in proper 5v5s. This is the fight!
Locked in. The Agony's Embrace to come down from Dominate. Cloud9 has to funnel in here. Can they get to Cop? Cop has a free chance to shoot everybody. What an amazing rocket! A 4-member attack. And Cop still on the outside, getting good damage down. Balls is about to be the next one to go down. The flashes are getting out. Great shields, great attacks. Cop does get a reset there. Sneaky is very healthy. One shot can kill a few. Cop, oh my God, one shot can kill a few. That's what he needed, and here it comes. Sneaky's gonna turn it around, and he does.
A quadra kill from Sneaky. What an insane fight. Everyone funneled into the corridor and got hit by pretty much everything.
Talk about going mission impossible and keeping quiet for the better of this situation. Sneaky was hidden for 3 to 4 seconds there, but came out on top because he knew what he was doing.
I mean, the Phantom Dancer as well, giving him that little bit of extra mobility, but I do feel like this fight was actually heavily about Cop and his inability to manage his getting excited resets. But just watch this.
Yeah, I thought he had it.
Boyboy lands a great thing on a Sneaky to keep them kind of low. But just watch here. Where is Cop and how much stuttering is he doing versus damage?
Yeah.
Really good right here, but at this point, he has his flash. He could flash and kill high and then jump for Sneaky, but here, he's doing a lot of dancing back and forth while no one's doing damage. He then decides to flash, doesn't get the kill, ends up killing himself, and did not wait out the timer. Sneaky, though, waiting in the brush. That did have no vision, by the way.
Right.
Which was the biggest ruse of them all. Sneaky hit out at the very end.
And Mouse being played by Sneaky. Patience is a virtue, Jet.
It really is. Quadra kill is huge. They're just right back at it. Why not? They almost won that last fight. They know that Cloud9 is amazing late game. Go for Baron.
And it's good because nobody's going to come around behind Cop this time. What a fight! 17 to 23. We're going at it again. Right back to the fight. Bring the batting order back around because it looks time. Curse is going to be going around the bases on this one. Sneaky tries for the same brush, but he's not getting the same result. Cloud9 is running for the hills on this one, and Curse gets what they want.
The Baron and the fight win. They just brute forced their way through the Cloud9 team there. They said they did not care. The Glitter Lances from Quas were spectacular, and because everyone was so clumped, the AoE from Jinx was just spectacular in that time. They now have Baron, 3 people down on Cloud9. They might be looking at ending game.
37 minutes on the clock. Curse is going to knock down the first inhibitor, and they're going to make Cloud9 rather look very scared for the rest of this matchup. Cloud9 now going to try to get as much pushing in their lanes as they can. One to focus on the bottom lane. Let's keep the action going.
They do not seem hesitant to go and do things. Owl Dominate's ultimate will be up pretty fast. Voidboy flying in. There's Quas!
That was a millimeter of a turret to save, and everybody actually left the base for it. Cloud9 making some very risky decisions there to just see that Curse was going to take down their turret. Curse now running amok on Cloud9 side of the base. They've got a 4,000 gold lead. Those incremental advantages now surmounting for Curse.
I think one of the biggest stories of this game as well, Riv, is the amount of assists that Curse has. And it really tells a story of team fighting versus not team fighting well. I mean, the total kills in the game is not, there's not too big of a discrepancy, 26 to 17. But there's no one on Cloud9 with double-digit assists. Every single person on Curse is sitting in double-digit assists right now. The kill participation...
Almost 20 across the board.
The kill participation is huge. I give props to every Curse fantasy owner who started the Curse player this week.
Oh dear.
They're getting rewarded greatly right now. But as well, just to the Curse team for grouping up and being just a more mobile, more coordinated team than Cloud9. We keep mentioning how, or I kept mentioning how the Cloud9 team fight, like in theory, works very well, especially if they can get into the late game.
Yeah.
But if they're never actually fighting as 5, or if they get caught out and then fight as 5, or if they pile in a really close corridor as 5 and it doesn't really matter, all these things are just creating a bigger and bigger Curse lead.
We'll see what they have to pressure that next. You have to consider both of what they did just get out of Cloud9 were forced towards Baron fights, and they were able to capitalize on those. Yes, we did say Curse had trouble getting things to happen, but they had the objective to be the catalyst there. Can they make it happen straightforward now? Breaking through the second turret in the base of Cloud9 is going to be a little bit more difficult with all eyes on them.
Voidboy has been a monster on Yasuo this game. Really, Curse has played very, very well.
Very
Aside from that early slip-up, honestly, when they overdove the turret.
There's the overdive, then a little bit of a fight at Baron versus health.
But with all that said, it's a 4,000 gold lead. This game is still close.
At
the
this
itemization
point,
strength at Cloud9 is very real.
No meaning.
Sneaky still does a lot of damage. But Eve is behind them. Here it comes.
Where's the follow-up?
Oh my gosh, they almost don't even react right away. They don't even know what's happening. A fly in and a crush here from Curse. Lemonation goes down, but do they have enough? This is now very chaotic once Cloud9 has figured out what was happening, and it doesn't come so easy. They get 2 on each side, and Curse is forced out of the base.
Voyboy and Quas, the 2 solos going down just for 2, but basically the 2 most supportive members of Cloud9 fall. Meaning all the damage in the world is up right now for Cloud9. They got to be careful to dodge the crowd control if they decide to fight this. But a base defense successful for Cloud9.
Very good job. They didn't get the inhibitor. Good play by Cloud9 coming out. Balls will start to get the lanes pushed.
Yeah.
See this
I mean,
one
look at
more
Dogs.
time.
It was a great open. You can see how threatening he is to Sneaky. But the follow-up never arrived. No one else could help him.
No.
Everyone else gets caught up in the turret.
Lemon Nation killed first. A lot of health to go through there.
Yeah, Voyboy was a blur in that one. Just a mess on top of that turret. No one focusing on the turret. They're going for the ace and then win.
Yeah. Gotta take the white. All right, so let's see. Curse working what they can now, having a bit of trouble getting inside the base of Cloud9. That 4,000 gold lead, like you're saying, Jad, at this point, 70,000 on each team. They might as well not even be there. Let's see what Cloud9's next move can be. I feel like if they actually get the upper hand on a fight, they'll be right in Curse's base. Curse is not having an easy time with these engages.
Well, 41 minutes into the game now, so death timers are nothing to joke
That too. Have a long time to take a waltz down mid lane. Shortest lane of the game. Cloud9 will for sure make use of that. Moving up now. They are getting obviously pushed towards the open inhibitor. Work that till it goes down, but their side lane is now towards the top side. It's not going to hurt. They have a minute and 20 to do that.
So just a note on item builds as well. Quas obviously built the Morellonomicon this game on Lulu to try and prevent Balls' regen on Mundo. But because he has that itemization slot, he didn't have room for Azanias early on in the game. It also blocks him from building a Lich Bait, which is a core item on so many late game Lulu items in the past. So that's actually going to hurt Curse a fair bit.
Yeah, they could use that structure damage right now.
They could use the structure damage in sieging, absolutely. As well as if Quas can actually get in the back line on some squishies. That burst damage he would be able to have from the Lich Bait is huge. I'd almost say it's worth it's almost worth to forego the Zanyas. But he's completed it now, and that's basically max item. No Lich Bane is possible for Quas now. Voyboy's at max items, you know. You look at High, and Sneaky's almost at max items as well. If Sneaky gets to that Bloodthirster, he's going to need about 1,000 more gold. He is going to be a huge damage threat, but still very squishy. They found Dominate. This could be the fight.
Do they focus him though? Dominate is very big right now, and they have to find where the DPS is coming from. Balls, that's the Morellonomicon keeping him down. Cop threads the needle and finds the rocket hit. The flash over the wall. All-star special play, but can the team follow through? The shots are coming in. Cop gets one reset. Cop looking for another one. They're going to be coming off the rest of the team, and Curse almost dominating out Cloud9. But wait, Sneaky's having his way with the team, and he comes up huge. Curse is aced.
That's the damage and the late game potential that Cloud9 has been waiting for this entire time. Sneaky somehow doesn't die despite the spectacular flash hook from X Special. And now it's all about how much Sneaky and Meteos can get done to Curse's base.
I feel like they can get a lot done. Skittering Frenzy along with Kog'Maw stacked up on pretty much the max attack speed he's going to get with the passive from his Caustic Spittle being leveled up. They have some serious damage here. The lowest timer is 15 seconds, and a Thresh is not going to shut this down. They may stay for some Nexus turret.
How long are they going to stay? It's 20 seconds on relevant
Sneaky's taking shots.
It's only so big. They might try
Chad,
the game.
This is going to be game.
X Special's the only one alive. He can't defend.
Unless he can get a double death sentence, double flay. The game is over. The teleport's coming in. What a matchup to end week 9. 44.5 minutes in. Cloud9 takes down Curse.
There were 55 kills in that 45-minute game.
And I loved every one of them.
An absolute bloodbath.
Wow. I'm covered.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what happened right there. Cloud9 couldn't find the right team fights in the entire game. They finally find the right one at the end, where their tanks are actually focused, Lemon and Balls going down first, and their damage dealers are alive at the end of it. That's what it took. 11-5-7 on Sneaky's Cogma. He was just a pinata for most of the game, but eventually he got enough damage to close this one out. And miraculously, Cloud9 comes from behind and wins.
I think that might be the first Kog'Maw game I've seen a Kog'Maw stay safe without one shield that he could get. He had a Braum stand behind him, but without one shield, he continuously stayed on the back line. Complete positioning gave Cloud9 the advance in that game.
Well, at least by the end of it, Lemonation built up 2 itemization shields, which let me tell you were rather important.
Yeah, have to synergize those in towards the end.
Jeez, what a way to finish the week. I mean, Cloud9 is probably pretty happy to come away with the win after just getting killed the whole game. I'm willing to say that's the most a North American LCS team has died this split and won. 31 deaths in victory.
That probably is
Cloud9.
a true story. Beautiful game coming from both teams. The gold is still 80.5 and 80.3 at the end of the game. We only had a 4,000 gold lead at the time, and I think that was one of our main stories, is that the gold will never be that far apart in this game. Teams are going to try to grab something if you get it from them quicker.
What a game.
Absolutely. We're not going to stop. We're not going to wait. We want more info. Right now, we're going to send it down to Dash, who's standing by on the red side.
Thanks, Riv. I'm here with Sneaky after a pretty intense battle there against Curse Gaming. Now, that win brings you guys to 13-9, which ties you with CLG up in second place. So first off, how does that feel going into the last 6 games of the season?
It actually feels really great knowing that we're higher in the ranks now. We've been 5th place the entire season, about around then, and now we're actually moving up. And I think we are improving our play, and it is showing.
I asked Balls a little bit about it yesterday, and I just want to follow up with you in that having been a first-place team in the past couple splits and having that kind of mentality of, we're doing super well, what have you learned so far this split from the losses that you've picked up that you think is propelling you now later in the season into, kind of that top tier?
I think what I've learned a lot of is just how we practice is what translates into LCS. If we're having really good practice weeks, we'll do really well in LCS. But I think through the first couple weeks, we were doing pretty bad in our practice, just how we were going about it and just how we were playing in general. It wasn't that great, so we actually lost a lot of games, but now we're improving a lot because we've improved our practice.
All right, so now to jump into the game. This was an extraordinarily explosive game. And there was 40 kills at 35 minutes. That's a ton of kills. So how do you deal with a game when it just seems like it's fight after fight after fight and you don't have a moment to breathe and reset?
I knew I was really strong personally, so I knew I could do loads of damage as long as Yasuo wasn't stopping me. So I didn't really tell it to my team, but they knew how strong I was. So we kind of just played around me in the fights. At least I think. I was playing in the back, just waiting till my W was up to go in at all. And I think it kind of turned out pretty well for us, even though we had really close fights.
Yeah, following up on that, the fact that you were so strong, but also so squishy compared to the other members of your team. I mean, you had a huge Mundo, a huge Rise, a Braum, so you knew the target was on your back. It's with a Yasuo and an Evelynn. 1, how stressful is that? And then 2, what are the steps to dealing with that when in a really hectic team fight?
It's actually that stressful as long as I know I have my flash up. If I don't have flash, I'm literally going to die. It actually happened right after they got Baron. I didn't have flash up and I died for it. But every other fight that I had flash, I was almost impossible to kill just because of Bork and Trinity Force making me so impossible to kill through sustain and just move speed, I guess.
All right, well, another question would be that at the end of the game there, you guys got that ace and you were pushing down the middle. Who made the call to go ahead and try and finish it, knowing that the timers and the death timers were going to be pretty close to coming back up?
I think it was mainly high, but we were like, well, couldn't we do Baron? But it's not like we're really going to get anything off Baron because it'll only be me and Meteos getting the buff. So we just went for the push, and it worked out.
All right, my final question for the day would be looking ahead at playoffs, who do you feel is going to be your toughest competition when it comes to those semis and finals?
I know CLG and LMQ are both above us, and I do think they'll be the hardest matches. So that's it.
All right, well, best of luck in those matches. Thank you so much. It looks like you guys are moving pretty strong into the postseason. Anyway, we're going to throw it back up to Riv and Jack to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Dash, and an amazing game indeed. I don't think we can say it enough out of that. All the games today, very competitive.
I really just have to say, even in defeat, I think Curse made some really positive strides. So much of their previous games have been capitalizing on teams' mistakes. They were actually trying to make a lot of big moves, even if they didn't work out with victory. The fact that they showed the initiative, made the initiations, and had Cloud9 on the ropes is a good testament to their future.
And we saw a lot of players bringing out some news today. Not new for Bjergsen, but he brought Xerath out again. That was Hai's first Rise that he brought out, so he was playing quite strong on that. We saw LMQ kind of return to a few things, and the Gragas working again for them with the Lee Sin. A lot of things that are coming to fruition for these teams that are seeing that they work, but then again, you're giving the other teams an idea of how to stop it, so it's only going to get more competitive. We saw that this week in Week 9. So let's pull up the standings to see how the table is set. In first, it is LMQ with 15 wins.
And 2 games ahead of the pack, but tied for second is Cloud9, CLG, and TSM.
That's
One
right.
game back is Dignitas in 5th with Curse in 6th.
Always got to be a tie this season. Complexity sits in 7th place. They're going to be followed by Evil Geniuses in last. And there were a ton of LCS big plays this week, but let's break down who were the OP players. Up first, it's Ackerman in the top lane, who showed just how dangerous the Fat Man can be. His Gragas helped secure LMQ's hold on first place.
And in the jungle, another player from the same team, it's No Name. He consistently gets his team off to an early lead, and his Baron steal allowed LMQ to take control of the game against COG. He's also their primary shot caller.
And in the mid lane, it's going to be Voyboy. He surprised a lot of people with his Tristana pick, and not least of which were the Dignitas players. Then today, he turned in a valiant effort as Yasuo against Cloud9.
10 kills and 17 assists in that game. OP at 80 carry, it is sneaky. His Kog'Maw was responsible for their incredibly close win just now over Curse to make it 2-0 on the week.
And finally, on support, it's more from LMQ. You can depend on him to secure early kills for Vasily, and it brings a lot of lane pressure. But one player who stood out this week above the rest is going to be LMQ's Ackerman.
Yeah, he kind of proved himself to be the master of Gragas in North America. That kill was a shocker for everyone, and then he was the last man standing to close out that game. I mean, he builds Gragas differently each game. He also used the champ to match effectiveness, and honestly, he also helped them take sole possession of first place this week, which is the biggest thing of all. It's been Xiao again and again for LMQ. It's Ackerman's turn to step up a bit.
They've secured their playoff spot, and no problem to him, kind of showing that the big man can still be an assassin of some types if he really gets going. So the LCS will be back next week, starting off with a popping hot serving of the LCS preview show on Thursday, 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 5:30 Central European Summertime.
Make sure to catch that. Then the European LCS kicks off with Roccat versus Gambit, followed by Millennium taking on the Copenhagen Wolves.
And then the North American LCS returns on Saturday, starting with LMQ versus Complexity, and after that TSM will battle it out with Evil Geniuses, followed by Cloud9 versus Dignitas. For a full rundown of the schedule, head over to LOLesports.com. And as we throw it over to Freak and Zyrene for the North American Challenger Series, let's take a quick look back at some of the highlights from our day so far.
Don't you think the minions would have learned by now to stop running through the lane? Because they're just going to die?
Now giving Dig time to recuperate in a set of the fight. Zion Spartan, he makes the leap, and he makes the strike.
Give me some skin.
Give me some skin? What the
That's what you say when you want to fist bump someone. Give me some skin. No, dude,
That's messed
give
up.
me some skin.
That's messed
It's
up.
not messed
Give me
up.
That is definitely messed up.
Okay, let's
Amazing ward jumps, but is he going to be able to finalize? The Sonic Wave does not hit, but he's in position.
You are my fire, the one desire. Believe when I say that I want it that way.
Teleport, he's going to come in. Is it going to go down in favor of Team SoloMid? Oh my god, it's stolen by No Name. They get the Baron. They shut down Double Lift. LMQ completely wipes out Counter Logic Gaming. Sneaky is
is very healthy. One shot can kill a few. Oh my God. One shot can kill a few. That's what he needed. And here it comes. Sneaky's going to turn it around. And he does.
Hey everyone, welcome to the North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David FLICKR alongside of me, packing 5 Doran's Blades is Aiden Zyrene Moon. How's it going?
It's going all right, Freak. We got to start this off right. Give me some skin.
Bam. Done. I didn't even get cut by your Doran's Blades. It was great. Today is the last quarterfinal match of Summer Series 2, and it's between 2nd seed Team LolPro and 7th seed Cognitive Gaming.
Yeah, and the last time we saw Team LolPro in Challenger, they were handily beat by Team Coast in the Summer 1 Finals in London, but they still finished in 2nd place. They've already clinched a playoff spot, and now they boast a former LCS pro at the support position.
Exactly. Former Dignitas player Patoy has joined the team and obviously has his sights set on a return to the LCS. Patoy actually has the highest career KDA of all North American LCS supports in history. Things are actually going pretty good for your team when you acquire a guy who's statistically better than Aframu, Lemonation, and Xpecial combined.
Yeah, but
KDA combined works.
But statistics, they're either completely true or they're just flat out lying to you. Then today, LolPro faces Cognitive Gaming, who were named Team Solo Kill in the Challenger play-in. And Cognitive had a reason for that name. They love to fight. They mostly take part in little small skirmishes around the map, but look for them to use a lot of aggression early to try and take control of this matchup.
So here's a snapshot then of how the Summer 2 tournament stands right now at this time. Team Coast and Team 8 are preparing to face off in the semifinals next week after both their dominating quarterfinal wins.
And after today's match, the other semifinal will be set. Either Team LolPro or Cognitive Gaming will face Curse Academy 1 week from today.
And of course, whenever you win in the Challenger Series, you get points for your postseason. At the end of Summer Series 2, the teams with the 6 highest scores will clinch a playoff spot, and of course 5 of those spots are actually already spoken for. Team Coast, Team LolPro, Curse Academy, Team 8, and Wasabi Gaming all have made it, but are now battling for a first-round bye.
And if Cognitive Gaming wins today, they will take the 6th and final spot in the playoffs. But if they fall to LolPro, they'll have another chance, and there'll be a 3-way tie between Cognitive, Denial Esports, and Zenith Esports.
So those teams going to be rooting for LolPro in this game, of course. And to keep up on all the Challenger action, log on to lolesports.com.
Under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, you'll find scores, schedules, and everything else you need to follow the Challenger Series and the LCS all season long.
All right, so the teams are in the lobby. We're about to be going for this best-of-3 matchup. Team LolPro versus Cognitive Gaming, and we haven't gotten to see Cog very much, but so far they have been doing very well in their play-in games.
Yeah, they used to be Team Solo Kill, and they love to group up and have small skirmishes. They are 48, 18, and 94 in 2 games. That's an average of every kill you participate in. There's at least 2 assists on the back end of it. So a lot of kills down bottom with jungler assistance, a lot of skirmishes in the mid game.
And they're betraying their name. They're not getting solo kills. They're clearly getting them in groups of 3, so that's unfortunate. But we're going to talk about LolPro's new support, Patoy, 6.19 KDA in the North American LCS. Again, we said it's the highest for supports throughout the LCS. He's real good.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned here too, though, because back when they had Low, he was the shot caller, and they had the patented lotation strategy that kind of carried them up to first, or at least this first in points, and then they ended up tied with Coast, and Coast overtook them 2-0 in that finals. So without having Low on the team, they've only had a couple of weeks, 2 weeks or so, to really mesh with Patoy, and what has he brought to the team, and is he a shot caller for them?
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting trick as well, is I haven't seen Patoy play on any teams for a while, and the game changes over the course of a year or so, right? And the types of things that work before don't often work now. People are a lot more focused on how the side lanes work out. Like, back when Patoy was with Dignitas, teleport top lane wasn't a very common thing. Like, yes, Kiwi Kid used it some, but it wasn't the go-to. So you do have to kind of question just how up with the times he is.
Yeah, so there's still a distinct possibility Cognitive could run away with these games if the shot calling falls apart, because this is high-level challenger play. In 5s, it's a group game. You're not going to be watching solo queue, and just having team solo kill and winning your lane be the key to victory. You need shot calling, decisive action.
And we'll see if they can have that for themselves. Of course, we also want to talk about LolPro's. I guess at this point it's not new anymore, but their mid laner, Lod, he's actually done incredibly well, over 80% kill participation. He's just the biggest member of that team.
Yeah, he was the MVP for me on this team in particular, because every time he seemed to show up. His Syndra games were incredible and warranted bans later on in the season. He kept playing these champions that were fairly new to him because he came from the AD carry role.
Right.
But now he's embraced that completely. And a lot of the best challenger mid laners are former AD carries. We have Slushy, we have Laud. All these guys just transfer their skills over and work phenomenally well with the game.
Yeah, you even had guys like Nian and Wild Turtle both had swapped to mid lane for a short time and had some decent midterm success. Of course, I think those two are best served actually staying on AD carry. I don't know what Nian's going to be up to at some point, but Wild Turtle's obviously a great AD carry on TSM. He went back to his own calling, but. So the question is, basically it's Cognitive, who we haven't gotten to see much of, right? We haven't streamed them very much. They played their play-in games. They are around in the other various challenger tournaments, so they've got some experience under their belt. But you still have to really say, how well do they stand up now being tested on the big stage?
Yeah, and speaking of being tested in outside tournaments, LolPro have been looking in a slump lately. I've been looking at their outside tournament scores right now in, I think it's the NESL Pro Series, or I think it might be Premier Series, actually. It's the NESL Pro Series. They are currently the last team in terms of bracket standings over 8 other teams.
Right.
There's things in there like No Dice Gaming that are higher than them. Wasabi Gaming's higher than them. They are very low in those standings, and I don't know what that's going to do for them coming into this and having a roster swap at the same time.
Right.
Maybe it'll help them. Maybe it'll be.
I mean, that's the goal, right? I mean, you don't pick a roster swap with hopes that it actually decreases your chances of winning. Basically, with Team LolPro, they, as we talked about, they replaced their support there. They basically weren't getting. This will be an oversimplification, but it's fairly accurate. They weren't basically getting along with Low very well. The first time they actually all met in person was actually in London. Was actually at the Wembley Arena for the Challenger Finals, and they realized, this won't work as a long-term team. We don't mesh as sort of people, personality-wise, so they went to go look for someone else. And it's only been 2 weeks with Patoy, but they think things are looking up for the team at least, and at the very least, there's a future ahead for them.
Okay, so it's a long-term decision there by the management of LolPro.
Yeah, I mean the players themselves, of course, because it's them who are playing. But yes, basically them decided they wanted to replace that. So picks and bans starting up, of course. Gragas, Lee Sin, Tristana all removed away from Cognitive. Meanwhile, Twisted Fate, Cassidy, and Kog'Maw all away from LolPro, and I would not be surprised to see Kog'Maw banned from Hood Stomp all the time.
Yeah, he loves that champion. He loves Graves as well, but not kind of in the meta right now at all. Tristana, Kog'Maw banned away. They're going to go with the hyper-aggressive AD carry for Hood Stomp, which is his fallback. So now, what's Cruel going to go with? Because he is actually rocking a 23 KDA right now off the back of Caitlyn and Tristana.
Yeah.
Might go for the Kate and try to match the aggression in lane, or he might go for something else. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think my guess definitely would be Caitlyn here. I think it makes the most sense there. A lot of random hovers here for Cognitive, but I want to kind of take a quick look at the fact that Rengar actually got first picked here, which is very interesting to me because it's normally not the heavy priority champion here, but Heaven Time really being about that Rengar. And to be fair, it could be Hanser as well.
Yeah, that's true. It could be a top lane Rengar. There's a lot of options here for where it can go, and we just have to see if they're playing a mind game or if it really is going to go to the jungle like standardized.
Well, when you consider the champions, like Lulu is still up, and yet, right, they don't go for that one. Of course, that went first round here for Cognitive. That actually gives me more reason to believe that, because there are so many other good junglers available, like the elites, like the Evelyn that just got grabbed here, that I feel like the Rengar is actually, they're trying to sneak in a top lane, even though it's, I feel like to me right here, it's not that sneaky. But maybe I'm wrong and it actually was, trick the whole time, right? That's the deal with the flex pick, is you can always make your choices later. Lulu top going to be around. Evelyn jungle grab. The whole bottom lane is there. It is Caitlyn plus the Braum here for Cognitive Gaming. And now the last few choices for LolPro. They need a mid laner and a top or jungle.
Yeah, that hover over Draven, I would believe that for a bit if this was 4.12, because Lucian is actually really good in the mid lane currently. And if they even try to pull it out right now on the 4.11 patch that they're playing, man. But yeah, if they're going to do a ball delivery system, I would totally see this one coming. Orianna Rengar combination is very deadly. You leap in, you get the root. Even if you miss that root, you get a follow-up one because you'll get 5 Frosty from your ultimate, and it is going to be that jungle Rengar.
All right, well, that explains the Rengar grab. Then they're not caring about the rest of the lineup. They just want to make sure they lock in that combination for themselves. They weren't worried about Orianna being taken, and they got that on their last round here. So top lane Ryze, mid lane Orianna, and the jungle Rengar through here for Heaven Time. Someone I have not seen play much of the champion, but I guess they practiced it enough to feel confident. Cognitive now to make their last few choices. The interesting thing, actually, with fighting Orianna Rengar is Caitlyn has a really hard time getting away from that. I think she actually needs the Morgana. Well, I mean, you can't get a Morgana unless you go mid-Morg. It's really hard for Caitlyn to get away because you'll actually stuff her 90 caliber net at all times with a Shockwave, and so it's very easy to trap her down.
Okay, I think this is actually going to be a Yasuo.
Yeah.
Because the way that their composition was looking, Lulu top, they got that first rotation alongside a Braum. It's just the most logical way to go with it. And they did hover Yasuo for a little bit in earlier champions.
Okay, well then here's kind of the risk then is there's a chance actually that I suppose Doppler can put the wind wall up and prevent further damage off of a shockwave combo. Whenever I see a combo like that, I'm like, here's the very obvious thing you're gonna look for is, you know, the ball delivery system on the cat, and Rengar's gonna go in there and the shockwave's gonna come out. Then what happens? Like, it's a very obvious like key point of every single team fight is they're gonna look for this every single time. For Cognitive, they don't have a ton of peel for him, but it just might be enough that the shockwave won't turn into kills all the time. Wind wall, Braum, shield, maybe there's just enough defense coming out of Lulu, but I think it's still a tough road ahead for Cognitive.
Yeah, they're going to have to watch for those level 6 ganks. They do have some Wombo combo in their team, but then at the same time, LolPro does as well.
Yeah.
The Ryze Wombo combo alongside the Orianna, with the Rengar. Then you have, you know, Yasuo on the other side with the Lulu. There's a lot of different things that each team brings to the table here, but they want to team fight each other is what it's true. But you will get some picks with Rengar in the start.
And it's true, and I suppose I don't want to understate how effective Cognitive can be as well. Evelynn flanks into Lulu ultis are a good way to start fights. Braum can also flash Glacial Fissure, so those things exist. I think it's just, to me, it's slightly harder to land, but of course, these are among the best players in North America, so you got to believe they can pull it out. They're going to get ourselves into the game. Interestingly, right off the bat, Patoy opens Doran's Shield Thresh. That is extremely uncommon.
Yeah, a lot of people will start with one of the gold generation items. You know, sometimes it's the Ancient Coin.
I actually hate Coin Thresh.
Some people do it if they're lane swapping.
Yeah, it's the only time I think you can do it.
Start with the Relic Shield.
Some do Ruby Crystal.
Some do Ruby Crystal, like Lemon does Ruby Crystal to get the Sightstone early.
Yep.
But the Shield, especially against a bottom lane that only has one person who would be doing ranged auto attacks to you early. Because the Braum's not going to be making any use of that.
Nope. Well, early jungle push comes through. I believe, was that a real green ward that got put down there by Cognitive?
Yes, one of them is a real green ward.
It's the one on the red buff. Interesting. So they really want to be able to track Heaven Time's jungle route here. Laugh from Trance, why not? He's safe. Gears don't hurt Braum very much.
Throwing a wrench in their plans.
So far.
Took a little HP.
Yeah, he regenerates.
He had a good chuckle about it, too. That was like a sensible chuckle.
Yeah, that was a strong, meaty laugh. That was like /L with a capital L. That'd be cool if it was like different if you capitalized it.
And then if it was just all capitals, just really loud.
/laugh in all caps. You know you can do /L, right?
Yes.
Okay.
L
like all caps,
L.
I just did /L. Yeah, /LOL is the same, actually.
/laugh. Boom. And this has been a macro class with freaking Zyrene.
Why not? You also hit Control 4 is laugh, I believe.
I always use D for laugh.
D for laugh. That would be my ignite key.
And F for dance.
F for dance. Yeah, that's how it works. Well, here we go, guys. We're going to get ourselves into this match, and looks like we're going to completely standard lanes. Jungle Invades just turned into some vision, and they know that Heaven Time started out on the bottom side of the red buff here. The early 2-on-2 looks like push lead will go to LolPro. They miss 2 CS, but that's okay. They're going to push on, and looks like level 2 will come in first for the boys in blue here.
Good amount of trading in the mid lane. They already got a potion out of Doppler, and Laud is chugging one of his too. They both got down to about half HP. No summoners blown for the good trades.
That's the thing to watch out.
Invade here in the jungle.
All right, looks like the Kitty wants to play against Evelynn, but look at that. The early defensive Trinket Ward comes out, and Schroeder Ace will be ready to fight back. Hides in the wings, Heaven Time puts the wards down, says, you knew I was coming.
The mid laners, though, are just so engaged in fighting each other and fighting for this CS that nobody can come to back it up.
I think he just
starts it.
Oh, man. Top lane, though. Big play right here. Haunter only has Flash, the combat summoner. And Dragon Raider just pushed some health down and forced him to chug some potions. They're going to stay safe. Heaven Time still wants to battle Shorter Ace. The first smite goes through. Heaven Time gets it. Shorter Ace does not smite the correct target.
Here comes Yasuo, though.
Oh, man. The chase is on. No Flash available. Doppler wants to be here. The Qs, I mean, Shorter Ace is catching up. Nice slow, though, will get him away. And the buff steal goes through. Well played to Heaven Time.
And a flash from either side. Heaven Time ending up with this bluff steal. And Evelynn actually makes his way straight top.
trying to make the best of his time. Actually, will walk into Heaven Time first. Oh, gets revealed though, and doesn't want to fight against the two of them. No health left on Shorter Ace. He makes the wrong call, and down he goes.
And no support there from Dragon Raider. He had less HP and was not able to combat the Rise. He came to the lane with a little bit more damage in his pockets.
I'm disappointed that Shorter Ace tried to run into Rise instead of just fighting the Rengar right off the bat. I think it could have pushed Heaven Time away and then kind of ran farther south to escape, maybe. Because he knew Rengar was low from the earlier fight.
He still came back to engage it. Ooh, the
wow.
What? Wow.
Just off to the side. I know it looked like a hit for me too.
Yeah, oh yeah. Very flexible cop.
Yep. And dodging bullets. She's Neo. Doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Dodged a lot of hooks too. That was quite impressive.
Is it Peter Pan?
See,
best I can get.
No, I was jogging my brain for something with a hook in it, and I was like, I can't think of anything. I'll just give up.
The movie Hook
boom.
would be one.
Yep.
You would think there would be hooks involved, and that was the case. You could also go with I Know What You Did Last Summer. I think.
Have you ever seen that movie?
I think I have. I've seen one of them. There were sequels.
I think I have.
Good enough. Well, here we go. Heaven Time, though, of course, with the first blood assist, the recall for the longsword, putting a lot of ward control down. He can really track Shorter Ace here as he goes across the map. And maybe. No, I guess mid lane pushed in. Doppler's just got a turret to hide behind, so no kill pressure there just yet. Dragon Raider does have flash, but no ward coverage.
Ooh. Well, we don't know about movies, but this wasn't seen down bottom. Shorter Ace making his move in.
Oh no, Trans stays a little bit too far, has to jump back to Cruel, and he's gonna survive after burning the Ignite away, but no kill will happen. Teleport in for Hanser.
Interrupted.
Yeah, Dragon Raider does land the win, but there comes Heaven Time. Good flash to get away from the Vola, and Dragon Raider stays safe.
A lot of ganks going out simultaneously here, but no capitalization, but there is an 800 gold lead for LolPro from one kill and the CS advantage they've created in the top lane and the bottom.
600 gold for the first blood with assist, and with 200 for the minion scores. Well played by these guys. 12 minion lead on the bottom, and I gotta say, very well done by Hoodstomp and the new sort of addition for Toy to make that happen.
And a big thing here is that the first blood went on to Hanser on the Rise. You don't want it on the Rise. Maybe the jungler, but the fact that he's able to get that early tier and he's gonna have the catalyst out of ages a little sooner, it's going to be terrible because he's gonna be not as bullied in lane by Lulu, and then he'll be able to transition into his Glacial Shroud and the Frozen Heart, which will be hell for the Yasuo. And now, trying to just apply pressure all around the map where they need it, Heaven Time trying to make a move in.
Well, he's recalling right now, but this could be the way in. They're going to go right here. Jumps into a minion. There's the E, the slow as he dodges the good wind wall, but there's the root in place. Doppler might have to burn Flasher, and he does. He's going to get out, but loses some health and a summoner spell.
Good control by Laud to not blow his shockwave. That was really good restraint because the wind wall just stunted the ball and its advance, and then afterwards there's just no real opportunity. So I like the fact that he wasn't willing to just use it nitty-witty.
Yep.
Nitty-gritty.
Nilly-willy?
Nilly-willy.
That's the one.
Nitty-gritty.
We're good.
No, get down to the nitty-gritty.
Okay.
On the nilly-willy.
Great. That's how that went.
Save myself.
Sure. You know what? I'll believe in this one.
Boom.
There's, you already see a play being made. Braum is supporting Evelynn in the attempt for a red buff steal right on the respawn. That's part of the reason for the 3-minute ward as well, is saying, hey, we'll know the exact timer. Type that one in chat in this patch. And then there you go, red buff steal, 7 minutes, 30 seconds in. Heaven Time gonna walk by and be very sad. Shorter Ace, but look at, yeah, it's for 5. I was wondering why he's getting that one down. That is a level up. Nope.
Heaven Time. He just got his red buff stolen. Doesn't feel good, does it?
No. Nope. Yeah. Gotta be careful on this one. Trant's showing up.
Evelyn's on this side of the map, though. Last time, though, that was not a very good gank setup by Trance and Cruel. They play too far forward when there's a gank available. And Hoodstomp and Toy are just reading it.
And you got a player with a lot of experience there playing on the pro scene. You're going to be able to read people sometimes. Flay's not going to land.
That's that experience paying off.
Back right off. They're going to be okay.
Shorter Ace.
That's mean.
I know, it's very mean. I'm a very mean person. It was a great segue, though.
Yes.
I had to use it.
Didn't even have to walk.
Yeah. Just hopped right on board. And Heaven Time, they just have tabs all over this Kitty's jungle. Heaven Time is not having a good time.
Well, he's not too far down in levels at the very least. They're actually equal in items, just more consumables still on Heaven Time. He's actually spending a lot of money putting wards down, but it's letting him potentially fall behind in the item gain here, right? Ro8 spent some time dead. Eventime had a 200 gold head start.
I'm not so concerned with the levels, but I'm more concerned with the level, because here's the 6 Revelant.
And there we go, big damage coming through. Eventime very close to it. Heals himself, takes a lantern out the hook onto Trance, and there comes Hanser, though. Here comes Dragon Raider as well. First kill goes over onto Rengar. Ro8 at 1 HP, so is Trance, and they don't have a way out of this one. Dragon Raider 2-man slow, the trap comes down, and I can't believe it, but Ro8 and Trance got out.
Hey, living up to their name still. They got a kill, but at the same time, there were 2 assists on the back of it, so they're being very consistent in how they've played in the past.
Yeah, it's the counter ganks, and they're working pretty nicely for them. The kill coming through though on a 4-on-4 is pretty impressive for how much it felt like the bot lane was winning from LolPro already.
Yeah, that was the big thing for me though, right before that gank happened, and I just couldn't get it out. There's something wrong with me today.
It's okay.
The fact that Eventime is behind in items isn't as big a deal as the fact that he's behind in levels, because he was 5 coming into that, didn't have his ultimate, and you want to get 6 as fast as possible as Rengar. Evelyn came up, already had ultimate, was able to use it that fight, and got out alive pretty much because of it in the shield.
Yeah, honestly, 10 minutes is a very, very late level 6. I would consider 7 minutes on the slightly fast side, but anything close to that, maybe within 8, is good. And that was just nowhere to be seen at all for Eventime. You're absolutely right.
The jungler is further behind than the support right now in levels.
Yeah, that's a rare sight. Hanser, though, is up a little bit here on Dragon Raider. 26 minions kind of cashing in that first blood on further lane advantage. First blue buffs going over. Ro8 actually keeps his, because he's, of course, got a Yasuo mid lane. Doesn't care much for that one.
He's also going to be 7 at the same time Eventime gets 6. So there they are, coming out with those levels after the gank. And after that last camp.
All right, well, Rengar has a ball of yarn to play with finally. Level 6 can turn invisible, and maybe he can sneak up on somebody. Still does not have Blizzard Elder done.
Maybe you'll have a ball of yarn from Orianna just slapped right on him.
Yeah.
See, I hope they chose that skin. I didn't look.
Stone Chaos?
I don't think it is.
That's unfortunate. I don't think anyone really runs the skin. They're going to go in for Hanser, though. No ulti yet on Evelyn, but can they get the knockup from Lulu? They're almost in range, but they can't quite do it. Damage on a Hanser. Pops the ulti, deals some damage back, and chugs a couple biscuits.
Right now, Orianna, Lod, the new guy to the mid lane. I can't really call him new still. We still like to.
Yeah, I do.
But man, 110 CS at 11 minutes. He's farming his brains out, but he didn't take the skin.
No, that's okay. And part of that could be the reason that this Rengar is so far held down. There's a lot of players who just focus very heavily on taking the Wraith camp over and over, making their scores look good, getting their gold income. And that can't deny your junglers. The easiest camp to clear is Wraiths. It's always on the way to your roots. It's quick to kill. They're low health units.
And on that note, it's one of the most effective camps to ward, because they're always going to be clearing it out. And the hook.
Oh, that one does land. Cruel's got to back up with that one. 2-man play hits as well. Beatable stuff here, but here comes the rest of the gank. Trance now locked up in the front lines, goes down very cleanly. Nice job by LolPro.
Eventime closed all of that distance, didn't even use his ultimate, so he still has that available for the next gank.
That is actually a pretty big thing. Bottom turret will be going down here. Patoy takes some damage. All right, there we go. Eventime claims that one. He got all the local gold, actually, so a bit of a tiny spike for him.
Definitely needs it. We were talking about how he's getting behind in items, doesn't have his boots yet. Shorter race does, and now the ping's coming around the Dragon area. Eventime looking for those deeper wards.
And it gets one down right there. Of course, the actually purchased stealth wards do see farther than trinket wards, so that will actually let him actually see into the blue buff where a trinket ward would not. That'll be a nice little thing for him. He's actually already swept to the red trinket anyway, or the red bone tooth necklace at this point. 24 minions, though, is a remarkably low number. That's what he's going to have here for Eventime. However, Cognitive group up, and they want Dragon off the recalls, and they're going to have complete control.
Lod looking for it, gets nothing. But Cog get the first Dragon of the game, put themselves a little bit further up. 1,300 gold in the deficit, though.
It's not horrible, but it is one to keep in mind here. So really what matters is where the gold is and who's using it for what ends. Hanser basically is the guy with the gold lead there, right? 27 minions and a first blood is a significant portion of what that 1,300 gold lead would be. And so unless Hanser either becomes his late game carry or starts really creating pressure to that holds down Dragon Raider, the rest of this map is basically equal.
Yeah, they're falling behind by about 100 gold every minute, which isn't bad. I mean, if you think about it, 30 minutes mark, you'll be like, oh, we're down 3,000. It's not bad at all.
Yeah. I do it as a percentage of the enemy team's gold.
Yeah.
I say 10% is like, it's fine. 30% is like, you're probably going to lose this game.
It's pretty relative to how much they have, because sometimes you see very slow games, you see lane swaps, and then gold income in one of the lanes is stunted, and things like that happen. So percentage is actually a fantastic way to do it.
That's my general rule of thumb anyway, but sometimes it doesn't matter. We've seen games, won with gold deficits, of course. Very large ones at that. CLG were playing with a 10,000 gold deficit most of the game, which was like a 25% reduction. They were just fine.
Nothing from that ultimate on Heaven Time. It's a good instinct to back off from Doppler. He pushed the wave up, and there's no reason for him to be so far forward. But now, Laud and Heaven Time are going to try to bully him out.
Uh-oh, Hoodstomp's got to be careful. He doesn't know these two are in the brush. He walks very far forward. Patoy's around.
Patoy's?
And he could lantern him out. This is good by Patoy. He's walking too far forward.
Oh, what?
Oh, they don't want it at all. And now they go in anyway, though. Trance goes to the ulti. The Q comes across as well. Kalen ulti on top of Patoy, but Trance just way overextended. Just goes down right away. Hoodstomp's already got a Trinity Force. Does so much damage there. Dragon Raider T-feed. Here comes Hanser. There's the E. There's big damage coming out. The flash away. Patoy stays alive. Wild Growth used. Rise in range, and Dragon Raider forced to burn both summoners to escape.
And now Yasuo on the backside, but Oriana's looking to pinch him in. And they get nothing from there. But
oh! I think he crit both shots there, too. He crit at least one of them, but I could have sworn I saw two.
With the Trinity Force? Maybe he got one or two. Oh, he just crit those two as well.
Yeah. Hey, man.
It's Hoodstomp's lucky day.
Roll the dice. Sometimes it works out, though. Might have been enough without the crits. But, hey, made it happen, though. Well played by Hoodstomp. And now suddenly it's looking even better for LolPro. 2,500 gold leads. Pretty substantial. They're set to siege mid.
That's why you pray to RNGesus before the game. Double crits on Lucian shots. That looked like it was back-to-back, too. And Patoy with the hooks. Shorter Ace looking for a flank.
Oh.
They're going to have to forfeit this
They need to wait for the AD carry, but the shotgun comes in right as the turret goes down, and Trance is in the wrong spot, forced to flash away, but they will trade one back. Supports go down. Shorter Ace, one hit from dead, but Hoodstomp can't quite reach him. Q from Cruel. Heaven Time ulted. He's not going to get anything for that.
Walking around pretty limply there. He looked pretty loose. He wasn't ambulating at all.
I mean, he's also got no boots, right? So, like, that 50% move speed you get in stealth is doesn't really matter when you're still slow.
You get a larger portion after you break the stealth. And you have to be moving towards somebody as well.
Yes, you do.
So.
Yes, you do.
He's just chilling in the stealth. I love how they wait for the turret to go down and then they engage it. That forces Shorter Ace's hand. He had to make a decision there and had to go in. The rest of his team just wasn't there quite yet. And LolPro come out on top with a really good trade.
Except for them, Hanser wants to push down Dragon Raider as well. This turret has not really been taken down any time, but it's still that 20 minion lead just kind of holds equal here for Hanser. If he can actually get some health down to the turret, kind of create some more pressure on the map, that'd be good for LolPro.
Yeah, he's already got his stacking build going, so just focusing on farming, focusing on roaming around the map, that's all he needs to do. He can sit on these items for a little while.
That's true.
He'll be fine. He doesn't have
I
to
suppose you don't have to crush lane as Rise to win your game. You can just
crush it early.
Just crush the minions and ignore the enemy champion. That'll work out okay.
And the fact that he got some advantages early means that he's now in a very comfortable spot. It's like a retirement fund. Yeah. It's starting to pay off later on.
Ooh, good smite. Shorter Ace gets the Wraith for himself. I do actually like that both top laners have seemed to hold their teleports up the entire game. I don't believe any of them TP'd back to lane. And so they were always ready to counter gank that bottom lane when things went down. And when you got a Rengar on Evelyn, both of whom can force ganks pretty well. Thresh and Braum have great follow-up or initiation. The fact that both top laners were like, hey, I'm there for you if things go down. They always have their teammates back.
Yeah, they're pretty much countering each other's teleports. I can only just think of the one that was interrupted on Hanser's side.
Yeah.
On the Polymorph. Otherwise, they've just been leaving the lane at the same time. Holding parity with one another.
Yep.
Mid lane push here. Trance with the assistance.
Just kind of reveals himself, stacks up some ferocity. Goes, all right, great, I'm at 5.
Yeah, he's just trying to clear.
Hey, ulti's up, you can look bottom.
Get ready for the next gank. They have to set up for the Dragon 40 seconds on that one. If they get a pick, then it set them up perfectly. And that's what Rengar does best.
And I like that LolPro are actually pushing their lanes up pretty heavily as well. This helps them get ward control. You can see they're pinging like, hey, we want to kind of control this dragon. Guys, can we get the ward over the wall? Heaven Time sees a little mouse, pounces on it. Down goes the ward. And yeah, with his bottom lane pushed up, though, it locks up Cruel. We know that Caitlyn is stuck on under her turret last hitting minions. And it says, okay, LolPro, you kind of guarantee a numbers lead. You can take over some board cover. Short race forced to flash away right away. Nearly was a kill if Hanser had hit that rune prison a quarter second sooner.
It's crazy. His hand went up too.
Yeah.
He was reading from his book. He just doesn't read fast enough.
We get some eyeglasses. Read faster.
Professor Rise again would have been the one to go with.
Yep. Would have gotten the spell out in time. You gotta be careful though. Looks like Cognitive want to push down the mid lane as Dragon set up. Hood stomps by himself. Knockup's gonna land, and here they go. All of them onto the Lucian. Gets completely obliterated. Well played, Whimsy plus Doppler's Yasuo.
That was a great Whimsy for the speed up, and now they aren't even actually stopping them from reinforcing on this side. They decide to just back up, cut their losses, because it looks like LolPro want to engage. They'll counter it.
They're gonna trans the lanes in case they want to pull Hanser in as well, and they do actually. All of them sit inside the box. Three-man Shockwave goes in, and Hanser just looks for shorter race. He almost goes down. Trance puts his body in the way, but it's not enough. Kills coming through now for Cognitive. Actually, as they run away, Dragon Raider falling down as well. 2 kills for LolPro, 7-3 on the scoreboard. Now Heaven Time, pretty extended, and he's gonna go down. Picks up shorter race though for the team. Another double knockup for Doppler. He is trying to run, but that ball is making his life pain. Shield comes out. Lod gets that one. Now 9-4.
God, Lod is such a great player. The way that he's been using his shockwaves all game long, and the way he's not been using them. When he holds on to it and waits for that opportune moment, it's those types of shockwaves that just blow your mind when somebody's playing Orianna. And actually, you know, it's a great comeback mechanic, but it's great for accelerating you and just exacerbating your lead. Watch his ball placement during this entire fiasco. He's going to throw it off the left. They collapse onto it. They do the work for him because the fight trailed off to the right. Then they all just kind of scatter around. They have no HP to fight this. Dragon Raider and Doppler off on the side. Focus the healthy members who are left. Divide, conquer, wrap around, because now you have that little avenue in. They pick up shorter race afterwards. And LOG, he does this so quickly too. He throws it out, eases himself, comes back in off the dissonance that gave the movement speed, and he just has great control this early on in the game because you don't have max cooldown on your spells just yet.
Nope.
He's managing them perfectly though.
Absolutely phenomenal player. I gotta say, Lod's been good every single time we've seen him with this team. I think, as you talked about in the pregame, I think he's LolPro's MVP here. And even though his kill participation is not crazy high, it's only 5 compared to like 7 for Hanser, he's still like, he's the guy that makes all the big plays, that makes it happen when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, and LolPro's been a team that's around for a long time, and the last real big roster change they made was that. But we'll get to that in a second, because a fight up top.
Knock up there coming in from Dragon Raider. Hoodstomp forced back, but now he can put the culling in and keep on chasing. Hanser nearly in range. Flashes in, the Q goes on both of them. Now Heaven Time, can he get the root onto Trance? Here's Patoy as well, gets the root from everybody. Turret goes down, both kills as well. LolPro just keep finding the correct battles.
And they get that top turret. They had a dragon previously off the last fight, and they're just completely pushing this game now. 7k gold advantage in 21 minutes. Lod, 220 CS, and they're just collapsing perfectly and making great rotations, even without low.
No, man, and Doppler's got to be real careful, though, because right now he's trying to defend a 3v5. This turret's going to go down right there, so LolPro 2 kills and 2 turrets off that move. And yeah, you're right, we talked about, are they going to be coordinated? Well, yes, they are.
It's actually a 3v4 up top, because Lod was mid, and now he's clearing bottom. All these waves are pushed up. He leaves his team a lot of options here for pressure.
That is perfect from LolPro. They completely put the right number of people in the right spots. Lod, if he gets away from this one as well, this might not happen, though. Dragon Raider wants to slow, gets it. There's the E-Ulti as well. Looks like Lod has nowhere to go. Shield is on. He's now at a 1-1 with a shorter ace. The dissonance might just be enough, and it actually is. So again, LolPro putting the exact right number of people in all the right spots. Half the team recalls back, and yet they maintain minion wave control.
Just pushing it out in the middle, pushing it out top, pushing it out bottom. Doing a really great job of pressuring all the lanes. And actually, what I was saying before was what really put LolPro on the map was the roster change of putting Lod from AD carry to the mid lane and then picking up Hoodstomp.
Yep.
That really made them a force to be reckoned with. They've been a team that's been around for a long time, and they weren't really on a lot of people's maps as opposed to like really top challenger teams at the time, like Cloud9 Tempest and things along those. But picking up Lod, putting him in the mid, that's huge. That put them right in there in terms of competition. And I know that they moved Nijaki out, but his champion pool was kind of dwindling and playing things like Morgana that were no longer in the meta, and adjusting was really slow for him. Whereas Lod, new player to the mid, he's still picking up the stuff that's really powerful very quickly. He's like, I'm gonna play Syndra, I'm gonna play Orianna, I'm gonna play it well.
Yeah. and he's doing just freaking phenomenally. And I do want to make one secondary point to Nijaki, though, in that I do think you could be this team that plays weird stuff. I know you love singing like teammates praise, for example, where it's like, well, top Kozka's in the meta, but we're going to do it anyway, right? Top Vlad's not in the meta, but we're going to do it anyway. I think you can make a team that works with, you know, mid Morgana, for example. You have to get damage from other sources.
Yeah, you have to adjust your pick.
Right, like everyone's got to be on the same page with that. And if you don't have hyper carry top and AD carry players, then you can't play that type of style. And that wasn't the roster for LolPro. They've got a more conventional mid laner, and this style is working for them.
Yeah, they play a very conventional style here. Hauntzer, though, he does like a little more of the carry top laners. But now, two-man.
Two-man Shockwave there. Nearly takes down Dragon Raider. This turret, one hit from dead, and they don't quite take it down, but Cognitive losing so much health right here. The nice Q comes off. Actually, they get really close to that one. The jump on in. Doppler gets the 1-on-1 kill in the mid lane. That is a big setup for these guys. But they still lose a turret.
Yep, they get themselves a turret. A blue buff may be on the way out here as well. Dragon in minute 30. They ward up, they back, then they go for the Dragon, and Cognitive have to try and contest this. Doppler got a solo kill mid, team solo kill. Coming up big.
All right. They need more of that, though. They've only got 5 kills so far in this game, but the one guy who is doing well is Doppler here in the mid lane.
He actually doesn't use his ultimate at all in this fight. He just chases Hauntzer down. Want to watch the wind wall here, see if he actually gets one perfectly off. No, doesn't even have to use it.
Just the damage output.
Yep.
Ignite flashes everything, makes it go through.
Too much, and Blade of the Ruined King coming up big there for the chase.
There's actually another situation. We've seen it now a couple times with Yasuo's going Circuit Greaves and Blade of the Ruined King. So I went back and found the number. It's 117% bonus attack speed. Puts you at the, basically the cooldown and casting time cap on the Q. Now that could be level 18 plus 60% in items, because he gets 3% per level, or just 117% through all kinds of random sources and whatever. Basically, you don't need Ruined King and Shiv and Zerker Greaves to hit that cap. Now, you will hit the cap sooner. You'll hit that cap at a lower level, but at this point, you basically got superfluous attack speed.
Unless he's auto-attacking people, and then it's still...
And then, yeah, unless he wants like just the direct auto-attack attack speed.
Yeah.
Or he fights a Frozen Heart, which, of course, will come in at some point for Ryze, which, again, was the point you made last time we saw this build, was will it buffers him against Ryze, and that I do agree with.
Now moving for the Dragon. Cognitive actually have the advantage here, but there's the TP behind them. They're all forced away.
Dragon Raider takes a whole bunch of pain, and down he goes right away. The wombo combo works. The wind wall gets dashed through. A second kill comes down. No Heaven Times in the front there, and Doppler gets Rune Prison. 3 kills come through. Hook onto a shorter ace. LolPro just keep finding these picks, and kill after kill comes through.
That was a trickle in. They left him, and then everybody's like, oh, wait, no, we got to help him now. It's like that guy you forgot about. And then you're like, oh, no, oh, we forgot about him. Let's go back for him.
It's like Kevin in Home Alone.
Yeah.
Except Kevin can fend for himself.
And Dragon Raider, not so much. Not against that many people. He's not just getting robbed, he's getting mugged, beat up, too.
That was just straight murder at that point.
Ooh. A lot of crimes being committed today. Just the trickle in afterwards, and the focus targeting here from LolPro. I'm sure their comms are just shouting out one person's name. It's basically a death note.
And it's going to be Baron now picked up as well for LolPro afterwards. So an 11,000 gold lead, 27 minutes in. These guys are playing very well with the new addition of Patoy. Hoodstomp and Patoy won their duo lane very successfully. You're seeing Patoy specifically completely outplaying Trance here in the bottom lane. You can see, right, 208 compared to 06 and 2. Just much better choices have been made so far. And LolPro as a team do look sharp as well. So, hey, guys look good.
Yeah, Patoy started with the Doran shield. Make sure that he could trade with the Caitlyn. Don't know if it's best decision, but he ended up getting the Talisman of Ascension and the mobility boots to set his team up for these engages and these flanks and these wraparounds. Basically, the team just feels like they're surrounding and stopping people from escaping.
Yeah, there's just enough ways in. The cat ball engage is working. The hooks are landing as well. Hoodstomp is not afraid to just dive past everything and go for the kill right there. We've seen multiple aggressive dashes or flashes. And yeah, with LolPro willing to engage all the time, doing a good job of controlling vision, as you see, like the Eastern jungle, almost no wards for Cognitive. LolPro just keep getting these battles because Cog are kind of walking into them without vision.
Their ward control all across the river has been really good, and jungle coverage. All of the team just chipping in, buying the wards. Patoy Usually in the late game, it is almost solely the support's job of warding and using those 3 wards he has at his disposal. Patoy's been doing a really damn good job.
He absolutely has, man. There's the pink ward coming out to set up control. They want to watch for Evelynn flanks. Well, guess what? Evelyn's on the other side of this one, so no flanks for her. Turret now taking damage. Trans will try to protect some of that one, but still got to be careful. He's fairly squishy. Only 2 items in his inventory. Combat items, I should say. Sightstone gives health. Stop loses the shield. Seed still continuing. Nice wind wall, though. We'll keep them alive for one more wave, but you can see how much damage still comes through. Of course, Hoodstomp's Q, as well as Hauntzer's Rune Prison, will penetrate that wind wall. So some damage can keep coming through here.
They're just chipping away at it. One more wave, and it'll drop. Hoodstomp, he has the Trinity Force. He has the extra damage from the Infinity Edge. Ultimate from Heaven Time. Being blown, they're going to rush
go
this.
right on in. There's the shockwave onto 3, and the fight has begun. The turret will go down. Hoodstomp takes the time to grit that one. Now Heaven Time backing away, but the kills are already coming through. Trans gets locked up. The Wild Growth not going to do much to save him. Doppler gets hooked as well. Dragon going to hit the box wall. All the kills coming through. Cruel, I'm sorry, but you are going to be going down potentially as well. Triple kill there for Hoodstomped, and that's going to be probably the game for LolPro.
Yeah, LolPro looking extremely good. You don't even have to aim the shockwave if it's on the cat that's going to rush right in, and that's what the Talisman Ascension was for, off the back of the Rengar ultimate. Very well played there. 30-minute game here for LolPro. Over Cognitive, very decisive.
30-minute game, beautiful play by them, and I like all the little synergies they actually added into their builds. Patoy going for the slightly later coin, but an early Talisman Ascension overall. Sometimes it's like your 3rd item bot. That was basically his first big item after Sightstone. So you speed the cat in. With Command Protect, you can walk through wind walls. There's actually no way to counteract that at that point. You've got to somehow block him with maybe like a Braum ulti. Couldn't happen in that case. And they had the dedicated engage. Heaven Time went pretty much full tank. Lizard Elder into a Randuin's right off the bat. Good choice there. I actually do like the tankier Rangars. We're going to play them as an engaged champion. And just all I can really say is start to finish, LolPro played a really good game. They outskilled their opponents in pretty much every single lane matchup. And they made better choices as a team as well.
Yeah, up top, we saw the first gank go down, ended up with a kill for Haunzer. Then you just left the Ryze alone and said, you're good against this Lulu. You're completely fine in that bully lane. Went mid, went bottom, set up really good ganks from Heaven Time. Hoodstomp got so far ahead, he's just critting you under turret, killing you, pushing up, and that was the first inhibitor they took, and the last one, because they just ended the game off of it.
And that's all it really takes. I mean, and I like the fact that they are decisive. I saw a lot of good moves by LolPro, the guy who is shot calling. I want to say Patoy, but I need to ask someone on that team to be sure. Did a really good job. And again, I just have to go back to that like 20-minute mark where they pushed top, they got the 2 kills, they got the second turret, and they already had Laud in the bottom lane, clearing the waves to make sure when they backed, there was no control left available for Cognitive. Like, to get wars done, you have to push the waves up first because there's too much chance that you're getting trapped from other sides in the map. And they just kind of never let up. They never let Cog in on the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you need to do. You need to basically, once you get a chokehold of your opponent, just don't let go and then end the game.
Yep.
Just huge advantage there is like Cruel had 8.4k gold at the end of the game. Hoodstomp, 13,000.
Yeah.
He had a 5k gold advantage over him, basically had 2 items.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous how far ahead he was and how much he was pushing that advantage and not just sitting on it. Hoodstomp's a very aggressive player, and we saw him go for dives there, and that kind of seemed like it suited what Patoy was doing, because Patoy was protecting him from the back line and throwing hooks in. Like that's the thing about a Thresh player. Is some are really good at landing hooks, some are really good at throwing lanterns and being defensive.
Yeah.
But if you can do all of that and use all of his kit to your advantage and greatly timed flays, like things that Xpecial's known for, just combine that and you're like the best Thresh player to ever grace the planet.
Sure.
Patoy was showing signs of that.
And that's kind of the thing to look at is LolPro have been able to rely on the fact that they have great individual playmaking. I think right now it showed they were better than Cognitive at that, but maybe things changed in Game 2. But so far, LolPro look like they can play aggressive champions, push the lanes out, shove every single wave, have a jungler ready to back them up at any single point in time, and just look for the aggressive moves, and it's worked out so well. So maybe we'll see more of the same for LolPro. Maybe we'll see Cognitive bounce back. We've had some series go 3 games already. Now, guys, Zyrene has to recall and buy another Doran's Blade, but when we return, it's time for Game 2 between Cognitive Gaming and Team LolPro. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going to sell my boots for those.
Darn right.
Forfeit
this
They need to wait for the AD carry, but the shotgun comes in right as the turret goes down, and Trance is in the wrong spot, forced to flash away, but they will trade one back. Hook on a Trance the lanes in case they want to pull Hanser in as well, and they do actually. All of them sit inside the box. Three-man shockwave goes into Hanser. Dragon Raider takes a whole bunch of pain, and down he goes right away. The wombo combo works. The Windwall gets dashed through. A second kill comes down. No Heaven Times in the front there, and Doppler gets Rune Prison. 3 kills come through. Hook onto a shorter ace. Now Heaven Time backing away, but the kills are already coming through. Trance gets locked up. The Wild Grove not going to do much to save him. Doppler gets hooked as well. Dragon Raider hits a box wall. Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American Challenger Series. It's almost time for the second game between LolPro and Cognitive Gaming. Now LolPro does lead 1-0 after a pretty decisive 30-minute game.
Yeah, they showed that even though they got 2-0'd by Coast last time we saw them, they deserved that second place spot because that was a very decisive victory in about 30 minutes with a great tower dive. They didn't just kind of go back and forth under the turret. They're like, we're going to chunk it down, get it to this little sliver, and then we're going to engage on you. Hood Stomp's going to finish the turret while we are 5-man shockwaving your team, 4-man shockwaving it in the back with Hanser, with Heaven Time.
And thing is, there were a lot of really good individual performances by LolPro. Kind of down the line, you can pick kind of anyone and come up with a really good scoreline for him. But the guys we've been talking about most is Lod, their newish mid laner of a few months, and Patoy, their actually new support of 2 weeks. Those two, I felt, stepped up the most, maybe as they were kind of expected to do, but still had kind of, to me, the best performances.
Yeah, Heaventime had some great decision making. He got Hauntzer going at the start, and then he kind of just left that lane alone, and then Heaventime was going to go roam around. Hauntzer would just show up to the fights down bottom or mid, wherever they happened, and just kind of stuck on his own island. Then Patoy set up Hood Stomp to be that huge monster who got 15 out of the 20 kills in participation. Just really, really big plays there from Hood Stomp, pushing up that bottom lane. And that was their ticket into the base, just pushing all the way up that bot and pushing all the lanes out off of Lod's great farming, which set them up for instantaneous wave clear and shock waves that were decimating later.
Yeah, every single team but just seemed to go LolPro's way, and we'll see if they can do that again for the second game. Here, the Rengar gets banned away from Heaventime. No surprise, Twisted Fate. Thresh also added to remove that from Patoy. Things that I expect, although, to be fair, LolPro do respect Doppler's Yasuo. They say, you know, we don't want that one again.
Yeah, especially if they aren't going to have their hands on a Rengar for those easy ganks. A lot of top lane bans here, though. So Hauntzer is going to have to go on to something else, but they leave the Kassadin up.
Yeah, you thought Doppler's Yasuo was scary. You give the guy Kassadin, he's going to insta-lock, and to be fair, he didn't win lane last. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's the mid lane Tristana, the AD Tristana actually does extremely well against Kassadin because you auto-attack him all early game. You use your E on him, 110 damage at rank 1, put about 3 points into that. You wave clear constantly on top of him, and he's very bad at wave clearing levels 1 through like 9.
Yeah.
Absolutely abysmal at it.
And keep in mind, Kassadin is sort of touted, like that's, I mean, basically his design is he is an anti-mage. He has a magic damage blocking shield, right? He's going to try to blink on top of you and get out of, you know, in and out of engage range when his spells are back up, but I've waited to see what the strategic counterpick actually is to Kassadin. People kept saying Orianna, double AD carry I think is great.
So I actually want to talk more even about this, because these are the two top priority hyper carries right now. You can't actually build too well against them because one is all physical damage, the other one has a huge hybrid Kog'Maw of magic damage in there, and here's the kicker. We talk about Lod, former AD carry player.
True.
He's on an AD carry in the mid lane now. Those mechanics are definitely going to cross over for him very easily.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch then. Team LolPro running the double AD comp. What happens if we get trolled and it's AP Trist?
It's AP Trist?
Yeah.
Then
I think it's unlikely.
I'm going to be even more excited because he's going to be blowing people up and it's just going to jump out of nowhere. DFG, you're gone!
There will be explosions, I guarantee it, one way or the other. Lee Sin picked up Braum as well for defense. And yeah, if you want to match the AD carry train, you can go for Jinx here, I suppose, if you want for Cruel. But I still expect... Maybe I think Lucian should be pretty easy for him to pick up here. He knows he can pick whatever AD carry he wants. LolPro will pick another. I don't think triple AD comps are a thing.
Yeah.
AD carry comps anyway.
That would be a little bit ridiculous.
A little.
They go Quintop or something.
Yeah, right. I mean, if they really want to, they can. Looks like Shyvana and Jinx actually will be the pickup here. Jinx, I'm a bit surprised by. I know she has no real dive threat. A double AD comp is not going to run divers in their other lanes. I mean, Elise is a little weird for me that they picked it there, but she's just a strong champion.
Yeah.
It's all about having kind of AoE lockdown, which Zyra does. Sona would be a good choice here. Nami would be a good choice here as well. But just like a beefy front line so that your AD carries don't have to kite backwards. They can just shoot forwards and have to worry about themselves. That was a problem actually with Diggs comp in the first day. Was no front line and Xerath and Kog had to run away the entire game. So LolPro, just get a front line and you guys are good. Shyvana does come through. They actually are looking for ways to threaten the back line. Shyvana, maybe Kassadin follows, maybe a Jinx ult follows, but I think that's a tall order. But Kog can try to threaten the AD carries to get rid of them. That's what this comp looks like to me.
Yeah, that was a problem that I guess we were on the desk pointing that out about Curse versus Diggs competition, where you didn't have any hard engage to get to those AD carries. Even when there's like one Tristana on a team, you're sitting there thinking, we have to get to her. How are we going to do that? And when you have Xerath and Elise and all these other champions that they set up in Italy, they can't really get to those champions and stick to them. That's the big thing, because you have to be very sticky. And Shyvana's actually very good at that, because once she dives in, you can TP at an awkward angle, you can get in from an unexpected place. use your Dragon's Descent, and then you have Burnout multiple times. You build Blade of the Ruined King, gives you a little more stickiness. Maybe he'll go Frozen Mallet super late game.
Yeah.
You know, it's always a possibility. But there they go, the beefy frontliner locked in, and I love that because it's a ton of kiting potential all over this team. The Zyra's got the disengage, the Mundo's got the burn down, chunk a little bit damage, and turn around a fight. So if you overcommit towards Tristana in the backline, or even the Kog'Maw, you're going to have this Mundo on you, burning you the entire time, to the point that they will actually begin to turn around when you do.
Yes, and so in an actual 5v5 team fight with no flanking, no nothing going on, I think LolPro are well set up to win the team fights. But the one thing I do want to point out is how does this pan out in a 5-on-5 game? Because back when Shyvana and Mundo were all the rage in the top lane, now that, you know, Lulu and the Kale and all that kind of came around, back when that was the big thing, Shyvana was one of the champions you liked to bring against Mundo, because she could beat him up in the one-on-one, could actually win that fight the entire way through, early lane as well as later on in the split push game. And so if Hauntzer starts losing to Dragon Raider Shyvana starts actually crushing that 1v1, a double AD comp does not gank well. You don't have playmaking. I mean, yeah, you could like rocket over and like try to bust or shot a Shyvana back in, but like realistically, you don't have that good of like gank pressure. And that means you can't necessarily deal with this advantageous split push. And then two, it means that you are never fighting a 4v4 because you can't pull Mundo away. You'll lose turrets.
Yeah.
Right? You can't force them off because you have 80 carries. You can try to siege, maybe, but maybe they can push you back with Jinx wave clear. And so the actual map-wide gameplay could actually just go Cognitive's way, even if they can't immediately threaten the 80 carries.
When you have double AD carry, I don't think you split push at all. I think you just group up and just have them chunk turrets.
And you just rush the turrets down faster than Shiv does.
Yeah, I think that would be the way to go with this.
Okay.
There was actually something I was thinking about. The Zyra.
Yeah.
Man, if a Zyra builds any AP, it usually does the most damage in the game, even as a support.
Yeah.
I always look at those post-game graphs, especially when there's a Zyra support, sit there and go, wow, that was a ton of damage. How'd they outdamage me? I was an AP mid laner.
Right.
Why are those plants killing everybody?
Plants do a lot of damage. And that is actually why I like the Mundo pickup. I think Shiv would have worked well as on top of that one, but I'm glad they didn't go for like a Renekton or a Trundle, because just having more guys that deal magic damage, there is the chance that if you're chasing the 80 carries and they kite back, you will eventually die to Mundo and Zyra. And I think that's actually a good choice with this composition here for LolPro. This could work very nicely for them.
And LolPro, one of these sister teams in the Curse organization, taking a Curse strat here. It is AD Trist. Got 80 runes, and he's got a Doran's.
And Trance is forced to run away. 3 cleavers in the back. Hauntzer saying, hey, TPS reports, come on, let's go.
Want them on my desk. Yeah, I forgot the cover to those. Again.
30 seconds until minions.
Can't believe you forgot the cover sheet to your TPS report. That's unacceptable. But Cognitive, gonna go ahead and walk forward, get some ward control down themselves. Both teams invaded the red buff here, which means they will know the buff that these players start at. They will not necessarily know the timer based on where the junglers actually start, but they'll get a good, decent estimation.
And the fan out after the invade. Those 3 wards placed all throughout the jungle for Cognitive. Given the position. Once you see them not start at the other buff, you're like, okay, we know where you're starting. Just because you have information of one, kind of gives you information of the other one too.
And I like that Hauntzer, if you actually look at the minimap, is waiting by his team's red buff just in case they go for that late invade and that buff steal. Hauntzer actually pretty risky to go right here, because he has actually no way of knowing if they were waiting in that pressure or not. He actually very realistically could have just been attacked right then and killed, but he decided that Cog weren't going for that red buff invade. Is correct there, so they know that they will be able to trade their buffs pretty safely. Now there is a gameplay here where the wards are all going to time out, and Shorter Ace could just rush the red buff down.
Yeah. See if that happens, but
nope.
Nope.
He's going Wolfgang. There's already no. Bot lane, though, is a really close fight because these minions are dying at pretty similar rates, and both lanes have really good damage pressure at level 2. The push actually goes Cognitive's favor. Patoylo's still trying to harass, but he's not going to land much. As soon as those minions go down, Cog can go for an aggression.
The level 2, when it comes out, we got one. Toy just getting chunked a tiny bit, lots of potions, and they're going to have to back off of this.
That's going to be level 2 for LolPro as well, though, so not too much is gained. And now Patoy will have seeds for his support Zyra. And there they are.
And that means plants. And more CS.
And gold.
If they take it.
some point. Why not? It's if you don't get hit by the plants, you get 3 health for the Butcher Mastery for last hitting him. You actually don't get much lifesteal returns. It actually lifesteals based on the actual damage dealt.
Yeah.
Basically nothing. Whereas you do lifesteal for full off of wards.
I was about to say that. I was about to say,
Yep. They work very different, trust me.
Yeah.
Those plants are annoying.
And if you even throw like high damaging things at them, sometimes it just hits them a tiny bit.
Yep. Single target spells deal 4 damage. So actually it's pretty easy for Andy to one-shot them. Auto attack Q will always kill a plant.
Something like a Thresh Hook though.
4 damage. It has 6 health, by the way.
A lot of things get blocked by it, yep.
Yep. Although Cognitive with Cogma with a Blade of the Ruin King and a Bioarcane Barrage on will deal 3 damage per shot. You can 2-shot plants.
Oh, OP.
So with your W on, you can 2-shot them, or you can Q auto them and kill them in 1 attack.
Gotta nerf that, that's OP.
It's a lot of mana.
Too good.
I mean...
2-shotting Zyra plants.
What a matchup breaker. You would outrange them though with W on, so I suppose he would actually work reasonably well. So we're looking at the mid lane right here. I do want to see how this plays out, actually. Doppler is not too far down, to be honest.
He's
right?
playing
Like,
really safe.
Of course, I mean, you got to. You're going to take so much damage from Trist, but one thing I like about that... Oh, actually, yeah, his Q shield's down. Is the Q shield comes out the second you press the button, and it starts the cast animation. So you can actually shield a decent amount of damage there. Or it's like when it finishes the cast animation, I think. But you block a decent amount of damage there. Laud's got to be a bit careful. Q's going to land. Good damage comes through.
Still damage.
Yep. But Laud, of course, sitting there with some lifesteal and the potion not even used. That damage could just be irrelevant. Doppler can't threaten him.
And if he has the Butcher Mastery, he kills minions pretty quickly and pushes them.
Yep. Get over 18 health a wave.
Yeah. Plus your regen, you'll be good. You'll be golden in a couple seconds.
So he's getting some gold every few seconds here. Hood Stump, 14 per caster minion. Eventime winning around to the wings. Plant comes down. Shorter Ace also wants a part of this. He will walk by a Trink. Oh my gosh, this didn't see him till just now. And here they go. The 3-on-3 going to happen. Eventime goes with a Cocoon onto Shorter Ace. They turn onto the Lee Sin, but big damage coming through. First Blood still happens. There's the Repel. Now transports to run. He flashes out. Eventime is not done. Has to run from the Zap though. 2 hits from dead. Cruel, walks a little bit too far forward. Has to burn his flash as well. But now Trance almost goes down. Slow Plant not going to guarantee the kill. Cruel takes a couple hundred health. But Stop wanted it. Not going to get it.
This bottom lane is true damage death passives too, so even if you kill them, they'll blow you up.
I predict at least 1 trade kill this game from a passive. Exactly 1, actually.
Oh, exactly 1. Okay.
Plants coming down. Damage through to transport. Forced to flash away. Hood Stomp. This could be his 1, actually. He's going to die. Nope. Eventime claimed it. Cruel will survive. And actually, could he get more out of this one? Eventime. Nope. Going to dodge away. Cocoon comes down. Here's Shorter Ace. Lands it. Beautiful by Shorter Ace. And a vengeance there. 2 for 2. And now Patoy, might that be 3 for 2? Yes, it is. Shorter Ace with a double kill. Off the respawn.
Yeah, it's early game. These respawn timers are very low. Hood Stomp's already back up.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Counter gank from the dead jungler.
A gank so long and a chase so far at 5 minutes in the game that you come back to rejoin the fight. That was really a 4-on-3 in the bottom lane.
Yep. Shorter Ace was basically York that time.
He came back again.
This is why you should bring Revive on junglers, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Who needs Smite anyway?
No, instead of Flash.
No, you always need Flash. How are you going to get over camp walls?
Ward Hop, you're Lee Sin, bro.
No. Oh.
Look at this, though. Yeah, LolPro basically using the recall timing of Cognitive winning that bottom lane fight to just say, you know what, let's go for this. W9D2 carries out a ton of damage early on. They're just kind of on Doran's blades for Lodge, but with Eventime, it's enough. The ward comes down to like, oh, crap. Shorter Ace. Oh, Smite does not come down in time. He does kill the enemy jungler. The Shorter Ace got nowhere to go. 1 for 1. Wow. A kill in the top lane at the same time. Hanser won that one.
Yep. Shyvana, Dragon Raider ended up losing to Hanser in a 1-on-1. That's a team solo kill coming out. But
that is not what you expect from that matchup, though. That's very strange to have that happen.
It looked like the 6 came out from window, and then he ended up picking it up. Get a little bit of a close-up on this one. Eventime constantly making some overextended plays. But both junglers have died twice.
And they're actually most of the kills in the teams as well, actually. 5 of the 8 kills in this game are on junglers here, so I want to kind of pay more attention to these guys for what kind of stuff they can do. Shorter Ace has been playing fairly well this game, so I do want to see what else he's got in store for us. Maybe he can turn it around in this one.
Yeah, he almost stole that.
Yeah, he did. He was close.
Yeah, very close to doing so. But LolPro take a gold lead off the Dragon.
1,600 gold. Not massive, but it definitely does matter. Trance gets wards down in his lane right here, but Patoy with a defensive pink ward wants to keep wards out of that brush so we can get Heaven Time to sneak in. Hanser losing a ton of health in the top lane, actually. Dragon Raider keeps fighting the guy. These guys are at each other's throats right now, but looks like no kills did come through. Heaven Time with the pink ward, also sweeping some wards away, so gold comes in for the team. And now the fights start happening. Doppler doing some decent damage to Lod, but Lod going to push them back to the other side of the map. Dodges the Q, and here comes Heaven Time.
He's got a red buff.
Breaks the cocoon, not going to get that. And look at that, just pressure on the turret.
Heaven Time coming up at the right time just to dissuade them from continuing it. Ooh, they're sticking around though. He's got kicked. He's going to try to kick him into the Braum.
We're going to see if they're going to get much. Oh my god, LOD's Lod is going to get exploded there, and he does go down. Doppler happy with that one.
Oh, counter kill.
Again, they trade back on the jungle, but Heaven Time is now overextended. He's not going to get much, and Cognitive looking a lot better this game, a 2-for-1.
Yep, 3-3-2 on Shorter Ace, 3-3-0 on Heaven Time. Shorter Ace doing a lot of work for his team, involved in 5 out of the 6 kills, and Patoy rotates to help pick up this lane.
And he'll get some golden experience. We'll watch that fight again.
Yeah, you can see Braum roaming up here. They have no idea that this is happening. He kicks both of them to the damage, and then Law just gets destroyed by that Ignite at the very end from Doppler. Shorter Ace taken out by Heaven Time, and the counter kill doesn't come up huge, but if you're going to trade, at least get something out of it and make it 3.
It was a really fortunate repel as well. I don't believe he predicted it or saw it coming. He was just chasing, but he happened to dodge the Jinx rocket. Like, honestly, like, Cruel nearly saved Shorter Ace right there by one-shotting the enemy jungler. It would have been awesome. So 1,300 gold. Not a bad margin to be behind. It's basically just the Dragon gold right here. Cognitive definitely look better in this game. The bot lane a lot closer. Actually a 15 minion lead here for Cruel. He just feels so much more comfortable when he's not fighting Hoodstomp's Lucian.
Oh, Heaven Time, there's a ward right next to him. He just walked into it. Heaven Time, come back.
His spidey senses were a bit dull right then.
You know, I made that joke during Doombots.
Yeah.
Stand by it.
Yeah. No, it's true. Although, to be fair, at least this one was inside brush. Ours was just like chilling in the river. I have never missed one of those wards.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just too occupied with the map.
Yeah. There's actually one thing with junglers. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong on this one. I feel like most junglers, when they jungle, aren't watching their own champion. They're watching the lanes, and they're like auto-attack.
Yeah, your F1 through 5 keys are extremely important.
Yep. And I always like see, like, when I'm watching... Oh, hold on. Heaven Time. All right, damage to Dragon Raider. Good combo. Actually stays for the fight, though. Yeah, Heaven Time, you're a bit overmatched, but you have a Mundo coming.
Oh, he got all of the spiders.
Yes. The gold coming through. Oh, wow. Flash used by Hoodstomp. He was very afraid of Trance's ultimate there, but it wasn't actually back up yet.
I do like that, though. You always want to flash before the abilities come out, just so that you don't eat the damage, because then you get pushed out of lane if you eat it. Yep. They do see Shorter Ace, though. He's standing on top of the ward. They're well aware of his existence and his presence in this bottom lane.
And yep, puts Sweeper down, says, oh, you're right. That was silly.
I'm blind, but I can see this.
The big lens overhead helps a little bit. Doppler goes in again for a trade on a Lod, and they're both about half right now. The all-in potential's close.
Yeah, it's getting close. The thing with Tristana, he's got to get that static shiv. And then he moves on to his actual beefy items for him. So right now he's just trying to make it so he's more efficient at farming the off-campus. And here's the thing, too, is Caston, you're just like, oh, late game Caston, it's ridiculous. 2 late game 80 carries?
Yeah, that's not a cog. Yo. Are you aware?
You got to build some armor too, but you got to mix it up a bit. Get some magic resistance, and nobody's on their way to that because they're still just building those first items.
Yeah, I do want to see where the builds end up panning out to right now. Caston going for a very late game focused build though. Tier and Catalyst there. It will take him a while to power up. He is holding in the lane though. 92 to 91 is a great score. Trance goes in.
Stop just sidesteps it.
No slow at all, but there's the Q. 3-man knock-up.
So it's not gonna eat the stun.
There's the traps, there's the Q stun. Now Patoy going aggressive, gets a little bit of slows down. Trance in the mix as well. Shorter Ace is still around. Jinx Rocket.
Oh,
tanked by Patoy. Shorter Ace goes in. Kicks Patoy but misses Hoodstomp. Lands the Q.
He's gonna take it.
His body says yes, and he can't get the kill. Hoodstomp claims that one in the mid lane as well. The gank makes Lod get a kill. And the turret, this is getting better and better for LolPro.
Dove in the mid lane, ended up picking up the Caston for themselves and get a turret off of it. Dragon is up in 10 seconds. Will they capitalize on that? I'm not sure.
Oh, man.
Oh, they might go blue.
Oh, no, they're going to surround the top lane. Dragon Raider's going to die.
I don't know. The blue is really tempting. Ooh, they are going to go straight for it. Heaven Time, he ends up. Oh, little stop motion there because it's a flash cocoon.
Bam. Just exploded right there. That's all you can really say. Lance Cocoon, make the kills happen. Dragon Raider did apparently get out. He ulted. No, he didn't. Yeah, he did ult away. Okay. Yep. I always get thrown off by Shyvana because the ulti icon never goes on cooldown. You have to tell by the rage decreasing. But yeah, she managed to ult out, but it does mean top lane outer turret goes over. Plus, they, I believe, did get the blue buff steal.
Yep.
So hey, all the above.
They fully clear it too.
Yep.
They didn't get the kill on Dragon Raider though.
It's okay.
Close.
Yep. They raided him, but the dragon stayed alive.
Ooh, if they do damage to Heaven Time, they might give them a free dragon.
Ooh, that's actually a really big concern right here. Teleport is still up for Dragon Raider. Cognitive are starting to went up on top of a pink ward as well. And look at that. All right, LolPro want to contest, but I don't believe they'll be here in time. They're limping in, but they're limping in too slowly.
Yeah. It's a great dragon team because you can just section off an area with Jinx. You can steal one if they've started it up with Lee Sin. It's just all around a very good place to fight for them.
Absolutely. It's one of the reasons that the Elise junglers are sticking with Spectral Wraith is they miss the 20% damage amp they would get on their abilities. That's gone from the new Ancient Golem. Because they're used to being such good buff control champions. Right? Elise Q Smite is so powerful, not just because the damage is so good on the Q, but also because you have a 20% bonus. Actually, for Wraith, I think it's 30%. I think it was only Lizard that had a 20% amp. They got nerfed because everyone was going Lizard junglers.
Interesting.
Elise got even better, and I mean, of course, on top she got bonus AP.
Does that break abilities that have caps against monsters?
I think so. The cap happens before resists, and then it's divided by a resist, and then it's multiplied by your damage amps.
Okay.
So you imagine the base damage just reads 400, and then all the math happens.
Okay.
That is my best understanding. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain. Loudbox by a ward. Ha! See?
He got that.
In the river, they do kill them.
You don't miss the river ones. With that ward, I think that ward is still there in that bush to the left.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Still there.
It's fine. Rockets do not kill plants fast. Nope. You know, zombies can learn.
Hey, if he was Kog'Maw with Blade of the Ruined King and Bioarcane Barrage up,
yeah,
he would have killed that in 2 shots.
Or lame. It's great. Well, the bottom lane turret is taking damage. LolPro looking for their 3rd outer turret right now, but Cog are looking to defend this.
On the side.
Shorter Ace is around everywhere. Ulti comes off, does not hit anyone but Patoy, and the plant takes the zap.
And it dies before he can actually take the Q or even make a decision to take the Q. Blows an ultimate.
Well, the wave crew still coming out. LolPro really wants to push this one down. They just kill minions so fast, and they actually have pretty good tertiary damage on Cruel as well.
Yeah, they're going to just forfeit the turret. They're going to concede it.
And of course, because Lod has so much pressure in the mid lane, Doppler's not able to leave and help that out. Otherwise, like if they had a mid laner with pressure, he could have come down, flanked that, made a 4-on-3, made it happen. Not the case in this matchup.
Even then, if you have a lot of pressure as a mid laner, how's your wave clear? Is your wave clear what's causing the pressure? Tristana's right up there with
Right. Well, these guys, speaking of wave clear, they're going at it with fire around their bodies to kill minions whenever they can. Hanser regenning up, but there's the Dragon Form. Yeah, it's about to time out here, which means Hanser can't run away for too much longer. Cleaver's going to be required for disengage, but now, can he get away? Looks like Shiv's not going to chase.
Wow. Yeah, Corporate Mundo's too busy for you, Shyvana.
Does deny a wave under the turret, but that's kind of it. All Dragon Raider gets here. LolPro forced back one more time. 4.3 thousand. The gold deficit for Cognitive. That number has continued to grow this game. Magic Pen Elites for Heaven Time is going to have a lot of pressure around this map and kind of continues to do so.
So far, mid lane Tristana just seems like a really good overall pick against a lot of things that are currently in the game. Mid lane AD carries were always very scary too, especially when Ezreal was a thing.
Yeah. I mean, you go back far enough, mid Ash with TP, man, that was the real... That was the real pro strats.
Thinking back to your mid lane Sivir guide.
Oh man, Rally Smite, Madness Bloodrazor. Actually, my biggest memory of back when mid lane AD carry was a normal thing was I played a whole bunch of Corki. There was an Annie player by the name of Jigsaw who would always win because Annie does so much burst damage and AD carries don't have that much base stats. You would just get one shot all the time, and I kept trying to find ways to survive, and I couldn't. Burst mages beat the mid AD carries. If you're not a burst mage,
coming in on the left.
Difficult. Cruel, couple hits from Dead. Good ults come in. Both of them flash, and here comes Hanser, though. Summoner he'll use. Braum trying to keep the team alive. Ulti comes out, but it's not going to be enough. Hoodstop claims it with the Living Artillery. Dragon Raider around as well. Going to get away from the knockout from Patoy, but Cleaver is doing some pretty good damage here from Hanser. Another flash force. Here comes Ro8 with the kick on back. They get Kog'Maw. They're going to get Zyra as well. Almost definitely the kills come through. And out goes Dragon Raider.
Well, meanwhile in mid though, Tristana has just been pushing this entire time. They got themselves a tier 2 turret. They're going to get this inhibitor turret as well. This is the fast push I was talking about.
Yep.
If you split your team, this is what's going to happen against a double AD composition.
I really like these moves from LolPro. Now, Doppler's got to be real careful. Out he goes. They're not going to chase for the kill, but maybe Lee Sin's got to be careful.
Red buff on Laud. He's got the slow from Rocket Jump.
Cleaver as well. Ward hops away. Hex Trigger not going to be able to keep him alive. Another kill comes through to LolPro. And now they can set a Baron.
They might go for this blue buff too because they did have the timer on it. That's what it looks like they're going to go for.
Okay.
The exposed inhibitor mid. It's just such a ridiculous split push to deal with from a mid lane champion. Usually you expect this from a top lane champion or even just an AD carry. But when you put it in the mid lane, this is getting ridiculous. Dragon
He's got no way out.
The rotations here from LolPro look fantastic.
They are absolutely great right here. I do love their cross-map play. They play aggressively at every single lane. When bottom lane gets attacked, they just shove the mid lane down. Requires too much attention from Cognitive, and they just get more for it every single time. LolPro once again trying for another turret here. They'll wait for the next wave. Hanser takes some damage, though. They got to be careful. The kickback onto Laud, but it's not going to be a kill picked up. The Rocket's not quite enough. Ro8 stays alive, but LolPro are real hurt.
And they're trying to get to them. LolPro trying to get out. Cog trying to get in. Meanwhile, the other Cog, Hoodstomp, in Farmtown.
Why not be in Farmtown? Blue buff on him. He actually grabbed that a second ago. I believe he took his own team's blue buff. And hey, why not put some items on the guy? He's going to be forced rooting. Uh-oh, heaven time. Yeah, that's where you're going.
Spaghetti-o.
Oh! All right, but I mean, you're facing Cassidy. Like, that's not worth it to me. You're facing Cassidy. He's going to chase you.
They bought some time. Now they are on Dragon. Hoodstomp on the case.
Well, he's going to try to solo this one. I think his Hoodstomp could actually kill that without taking the debuff.
Shorter Ace is very close, though. So Shorter Ace actually gets over the wall in time. He can steal this.
Covenant Adder goes down. There's the ward. They have to back off. They have, like, if that's Lee Sin, we lose this.
Yep.
Wow. A lot of all around the map plays. Trance very low on health. Jumps back to Cruel. But he's going the other way around here.
Former AD carry player.
Oh, wow. Oh, he's not. He doesn't see him.
The games. The games. The games.
Wow. Trance is the best player in this game. Cruel, however, is going to die. Nicely picked up there by Hanser. I mean, good luck cutting a Mundo with Jinx, though. Dragon actually goes to Cognitive as well. And hey, they're back in this game. 4,000 gold.
Yeah. There's only a 4,000 gold difference between these teams, but there is an exposed inhibitor in the mid lane. You have to play your rotations perfectly by Cognitive, or else you're going to lose an inhib about 20 minutes in the game. That is really hard to come back from.
Well, they move on in. There we go. Inhibitor taking some pretty massive damage here. Plants come up. Down to half HP. It's a 5-on-4 for a short time. But now the AD carry is back, and that's going to be LolPro signal to leave. They got the inhibitor off the 1v1 when Hanser took down Cruel.
Yep, 21 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, you lose an inhibitor. Really difficult to come back from that. And now the rotations from LolPro just coming around the side. They're going to go push top, and they're going to group as 5. And maybe Mundo.
And maybe Mundo. Well, we'll see. Mundo's holding mid, but he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Ignite goes down. There's a stun. There's a flame chopper. It's the rocket as well. Doppler grabs the kill. Hanser, no real reason to be mid.
He just wanted his stapler back.
You got a lot of these, don't you? You were like so ready for the next Corporate Mundo game.
I love those.
They're fun.
Ah.
That darn fax machine, though.
Yep.
Was it a fax machine? Was it a printer?
It was a fax machine.
Okay. I guess that's more a little
probably
like,
doubled as a printer.
Probably. I mean, fax machines do print things.
Yes, they do.
I feel like that's a little
so
smarter than Trundles.
They're both kind of right.
Yep. I wasn't wrong. I was just incomplete. It's like saying, "What are you reading?" Words. Thanks.
Oh. That just sounds like something you would say.
Yeah, actually, I should use that next time. So asking that question. English. Well, there you go. I expected Latin. Nope. Don't know the language.
My dad knows Latin. It's a dead language. But
My dad does too, actually. It's weird. Are you my brother?
I was going to go there, but no.
I did first. Great minds think alike, and we are back in the game, guys. Team LolPro. Only 3,000 gold ahead now. Cognitive are getting their way back in this game. 23 minutes in. The double AD comp does look good. Lod is playing well, but keep in mind that first pick casting for Doppler, he is 4-1-2. When he shows up, people die.
Yeah, but did they bait it, is the thing. I mean,
it's a debate right here.
Every time you come into Champion Select, you have to be thinking ban casting. Ban casting. Ban casting, or bait casting.
Yeah, one of the B words.
Ban it, bait it, or bonk it over the head.
Yes,
that's
that
what
was,
they're doing.
That was the one I'm going for. Bonk it over the head. It's not just a word, it's a phrase.
Bonk it over the head.
Hey, that was your choice.
Man, they came into this game with one word on their mind.
Bonk it over the head. It's like German, you just put all the words together and it becomes one new word. LolPro going to keep sieging up the top lane, though. They do feel confident with the big AD. Comp Monster will not split push. That is the call here. Minions still putting down the mid lane at least a little bit here. The wave clear still decent, though, right now for Cognitive.
Hood Stomp, he went with the Bilgewater Cutlass, then he went straight for a VS Sword for pushing power. For the damage that fights. Nobody really has that much HP to warrant the Blade of the Rune King either at this point. The attack speed would be really good,
yeah,
but he wants to chunk the turrets down in little bursts.
Yeah, I just feel like you stop at Famps after that point, though. Like, I don't really see the reason to stop at Cutlass on a long range carry like this. There's not a lot of gains. Oh, wow, Doppler's got to be pretty careful. The knockouts come through into a lot. The rocket misses from Cruel, and this could be bad news bears. LolPro forced to run away. A lot of low health bars. There's the first kill. Cruel's going to keep going. 3 kills picked up. Make that 4. It's going to be 5 and an ace right off the bat for Cognitive.
And it's a 5-0. They have to defend their base, though. There are super minions knocking on their Nexus right now. They're very hard to deal with because Lee Sin has very little magic damage. They're going to lose this turret, most likely, and then the second one will get started up.
Ooh, it's so close, and it does go down. That was the only time Cog had to fight, and they actually got it. Yes, they lost the Nexus turret, but they get Baron and 5 kills for it. And guys, gold lead for Team Cognitive.
We got a game on our hands right now.
Yeah, we do.
That comeback right now. The ultimate hitting 3 people there. Some of them were knocked up for a little less time, but man, the damage that is absorbed from that Unbreakable is key. The amount of burst that Doppler brings onto all of them, and the grit from Cruel to pick up the first reset, the zap on the back of it, just great teamwork, and they took advantage of the clump and their AoE damage. It's basically the Wombo combo. You talked about it. You're like, well, I can make a stretch for this and say Glacial Fissure into Force Pulse and the Super Mega Death Rocket, but I don't know if it'll ever happen.
Yeah.
Boom, you only need 1.
You only need 1, and then everyone dies off, and that's the problem. And here's the thing about this front line, is Mundo, and we saw it actually in the Cloud9 game, actually. Mundo doesn't make you hit him. He has no real crowd control threat. He has a persistent damage output, but because he doesn't buy any damage items, you have exactly the damage output you expect. It'll be 140 damage per second in an area around him, and you'll manage it. But he can't pull your attention away. Like, if you ignore an Alistar, he stuns you, headbutts you in the team, and you die. If you ignore a Renekton, he actually takes half your health bar down with a full combo. Mundo can't do that, and so you can walk past the champion, kill everyone else.
He's gonna blow ulti. Get pretty close.
If they want to defend this turret, he should. But if they want to give it up and just try to make them work for it, he can save it for the next fight.
Split push Kog'Maw here. Hood Stomp on the case. Bottom lane. Dragon Raider has his TP available. He'll be able to join the fight faster if one does break out.
What LolPro really want, though, to continue the Mundo point, is a corridor. It's a fight on the left of your screen. You see that brush right there? That's the fight that Cloud9 won, where actually they had to hit balls because he was the only guy there and they couldn't actually physically walk past him. But this is not the case right here for LolPro. Cognitive going in pretty hard. France taking a lot of damage, so he's got to be careful. Actually goes down to Heaven Time. Overextends his welcome, overstays, I should say. Gets up a kill.
Yeah, they were baroned up too on Cog. Dragon is up. There's a lot of objectives that they have control of. And instead they try to force the issue in the mid lane, and Trance goes down.
And they did push Patoy down low. They had the chance of making that kill. Just Trance didn't expect that kind of damage to come through, though. Still had ulti, still had flash, and just, you know, unfortunate for the guy. He just went down a bit of a mistake, but only his second kill of the game. Dragon does go through to Cognitive, and they are now sitting at a 1,500 gold lead. Hoodstomp's got to be careful. That's half his health bar from Doppler.
Late game Kassadin.
Yep. He has arrived. Seraph's Embrace is done, and the Rod of Ages is stacked.
And I like the fact that random zones are being completed on both Dragon Raider and Shorter Ace. They are ready for these double AD threats.
And Look at that, though. They might not be ready for the cast, and Hoodstomp is one combo away from dying. That is a problem here. And the rocket comes through. Cruel going to buy even more time for his team.
The Caffeine Surprise walked back to base. It's just sad didn't buy that.
You gotta be careful. Cognitive still wants to fight this one. The knockdowns are gonna come through. Doesn't land much there. Shorter race though, really about to drop it here, and he does. Lot goes in. Can he survive Doppler? Yes, he can, but maybe he can't survive Dragon Raider. More kills coming through. Doppler cleaning up whatever he can. Oh my gosh, the burnout not gonna be, actually it is gonna be enough. I take that back. Mundo could make anything happen. Another ace comes through for Cognitive. Now, can they close the game right now?
There's enough HP, and if you stand on the right side of the turret, you only take one turret at a time.
And now they got minions. This is going to be the game right here. Cruel on Jinx, able to clean up takedown structures, but the 5-1-11 Kassadin, the 1-2 and 12 Braum, Cog find their way back in under 29 minutes here in game 2.
They lost their middle inhibitor. They were down thousands of gold. One team fight, 5-0, the best they could have possibly hoped for. Transitioned into a Baron. They were able to defend their base from those super minions that were just gradually pushing in. And it was basically, it's now or never.
Yeah.
Because they had to pick that fight, and they picked it perfectly. And Cruel, he had been farming really well all game. He actually had the most CS in the entire game. And he came really big on Jinx. It was their counter in terms of AD carry. Because of the long range that she has pretty much all the time. You can outrange Tristana because he never got towards that level 18. It was actually still a very early game at 28 minutes, 59 seconds. So Tristana ending the game at level 14, Jinx can always trade with you. Late game, you have the 700 range on Jinx. Pretty much from level 9
By
up.
level 9, yeah.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw, you know, he'll have those little spouts of extra range, but you can still kind of work around that. So I love the pick up there, and I love the fact that Doppler, 5-1-11, played it very safe in the laning phase. He gave up some CS, he gave up some roaming, but man, that last fight was really the turning point for the entire game.
Yeah.
Just really, really well played there by Cognitive, because they had that one-win condition, and they're like, we got to fight them now, we got to wombo combo them, because they're all very squishy, and they did it, and they executed it perfectly.
And it was exactly the right time at Cognitive. That was their single window, and they took it, and that was great. For LolPro, though, most of that game, I thought they played it so well. They said, okay, if you fight us bottom lane, we push mid, we get the inhibitor for it. All that's wonderful. Two big mistakes. One, as they keep adjusting the champ select, they did not have a disruptive tank in the front line. Haunter was able to be ignored, and that is an issue. Patoy's knockup was not enough to disengage for the team. Elise went for a squishy build as well. Again, we saw that in the Dignitas game, squishy Elise with double AD carry. You don't need more damage threats is the thing. Like, Zyra support Mundo is enough persistent magic damage. You don't have to be squishy. At least I think that's an issue. The other one being that they knew if they just backed up, mid Nexus turret goes down 100%. And yet they said, okay, well, we're going to limp in just enough to this fight. Right, that top lane ace about 20 minutes in, that got them the bear and everything else. Basically, LolPro allowed that fight to happen. There's not that many great ways to force for Cognitive. A couple missteps cost them the game. And it was a game they nearly had won.
Yeah, they were very, very close to winning that game. They were a couple minutes away from grasping victory in the 2-0, but now it's 1-1. Cognitive can punch their ticket to the playoffs if they win this and not have to play the tiebreaker.
And that's actually the exact goal here for Cog, right? You got to look not only at the matches you're playing, what it sort of looks like for your playoff picture, but also just to prove that you're good enough to make top 3. All you really care about at this point is not only making playoffs, but then making top 3 at playoffs for the promo tournament. So testing yourself against the number 2 team from the last split, or the last series, I guess. If you beat them, then it's going to look a lot better for you guys as a team. We're going to see if they can do it. The guys are going to take another quick break, but when we return, Cognitive Gaming will attempt to clinch the final playoff spot with one more victory. Don't touch that keyboard. We'll be right back. The ward comes down to like, oh crap, shorter ace. Oh, Smite does not come down in time, but he does kill the enemy jungler. The shorter ace got nowhere to go. 1-for-1. LolPro forced to run away. A lot of low health bars. There's the first kill. Cruel's going to keep going. 3 kills picked up. Make that 4. It's going to be 5 and an ace. Lot goes in. Can he survive Doppler? Yes, he can, but maybe he can't survive Dragon Raider. More kills coming through. Doppler cleaning up whatever he can. Oh my gosh, the burnout.
Give me a fat beat!
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American Challenger Series. It's time for the third and final game between Team LolPro and Cognitive Gaming. We're now tied 1-1 at the series. Cog pulled back that game 2 from pretty much the brink of defeat.
Yeah, it was a crucial team fight for them on their doorstep.
Yeah.
5-0, the best possible team fight you could ask for, and then they baroned after that. Yeah. Oh, it can't get any better than that.
I mean, if they all bring Revive, you can go 10-0. You could play Hexakill.
Okay.
I'm trolling. Okay.
Yeah, in actual professional play,
okay,
we'll say it's the best you could possibly go, getting a Baron off of it. They lost a Nexus turret, though. But that was like the heart-pounding moment for them.
I know.
It's a high-stress situation for COG.
Yes. No. Yeah. Now here's like the game you have to win to make it to playoffs. Like, yes, you could lose and go in a 3-way tie and play a bunch of round-robin BO1s, and like maybe you beat these other 2 teams, but like, as we've seen from the Challenger Series, with a lot of really good teams here, and this is like, look, you win this game, your worries are over, you move forward in the bracket, maybe you get higher and higher and higher, you fight for a better seed, but it's like, this is now the most intense game Cognitive's ever been a part of.
Yeah.
These players, like, there have been old Cognitive Gaming lineups, these players now in their most intense game of their lives.
Man.
Yeah.
Just thinking about that right now. 1-1. You win it, you go on. You lose it, you have to play more and go into a tiebreaker against 2 other teams in the 3-way tie for that 6th spot.
Yeah.
These are actually very quick games. Game 1 was 30 minutes, 12 seconds. Game 2, 28 minutes, 59 seconds.
Yeah.
They're averaging around that 29-minute mark. These are very quick games, very decisive. Even when somebody's behind, it's like, bam, just huge surge of gold, huge just comeback.
They went from a 4,000 gold deficit to winning the game in the span of like 5 minutes. Basically, like the Baron buff had barely subsided by the time they closed the game out. So I gotta say, impressive. I gotta say, impressive stuff here by Cognitive to pull that one back, right? To go from the brink of defeat. And the thing is, LolPro is a team that had a very similar situation. They had that like hour-long game back in Summer 1 where they're like hoping that Hoodstomp carries them on Kog'Maw, clawing their way back in, finally win the team fight, finally get in against Frank Fang Gaming. And I'm like, well, shoot, we just did the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
We just let the 80 carries back in the game. Oh, gosh.
I'm constantly thinking about that. There's that image, I think it's Wheel of Fortune, where it's like ban Caston, but there's no A's.
Oh, yeah.
They wanted to buy a vowel that time and figure it out. Solve that puzzle, and they did. Caston's being banned now, but from the opposite team.
Yeah, well, Cognitive Gaming no better than to let that one go through. Now, LolPro, they have first picked the Kog'Maw, though. They are very confident in Hoodstomp's ability to carry on that champion. They had the option to go Lucian. They had all these other opportunities available, but no, the Kog'Maw is what he wants.
You talked about it. He had the comeback mechanic and the comeback against Niantanso's team back then, Frank Fang Gaming. So bringing it to about the hour-long mark, and they were able to come back, but they weren't able to do it that time.
Yeah, it's weird. The team with 2 late game 80 carries, and they managed to not be able to turtle it out. Of course, a well-played game by Cognitive, so now they got to make their own choices. Of course, they had banned Kog'Maw the first game around. They added Rengar, though, seeing how scary that was from Heaven Time. And so that was the ban they let up. So every time it's been available, Hoodstomp has gone for Cogs. That's kind of his new favorite right here. Other teams, keep that in mind. It's free advice for you guys. You are playing LolPro again. Cognitive going to say, you know what, Lulu for Dragon Raider was good enough to get banned away in Game 2 this time around. They've got the room to let that one through. Shorter Ace going to play Elise. And here we go.
Might go Elise Morgana combination on it. We typically see that just as a... If you're going to pick one, you pick the other to just synergize them. And now LolPro, they might take a Braum here, because that was their key to victory, was they had, I think they had Braum, and they also had Kog'Maw to keep them safe.
The very first game was Thresh Lucian. Game 2 for LolPro.
Thinking of Frank Fang Gaming.
Oh, Frank Fang. Oh, I'm
when they won their comeback with Kog'Maw.
They had a Kale top lane to keep him safe.
That's right.
That was like the big part that I remember.
That was the big part.
It was Haunster's Kale that was big for them.
Hey, you can always go protect the Kog'Maw on this.
Yep. Hey, I mean, they could. There's a lot available. Kale's still up if they want to play it.
They might go Thresh again for Patoy, so that they can go ahead and get him out with a Lantern.
I think they should.
Yeah.
They absolutely should. It was ban-worthy in Game 2. I tend to agree. They won. Like, it's weird because LolPro aren't going to the strategy that won them Game 1. They're not saying Lucian Thresh, crush the bot lane, win everywhere, bam, 30 minutes, just win everything all the time and make all the plays. It's like, you know what? We'd rather play really late game focused. I'm surprised by the Jarvan pickup. I wonder if they're going for some kind of Yasuo comp because it's so out of the ordinary to grab Jarvan here.
There's a lot of things that I'm thinking of right now because Jarvan could be a ball delivery system for them.
True,
if they do pick it in the mid lane, but also might force Cognitive to either snatch up the Orianna from them or or go for a Yasuo was my other thing because You know, you could synergize that with the Lulu. I mean,
Lulu Braum.
There's a lot of things here that definitely work out for him. But snatch up the Orianna, make sure he doesn't have the ball delivery system. And we did see Laud have an amazing Orianna game 1. So they can't go back to that complete strategy.
That's true. That's true. Actually, a lot of the things that were important to LolPro have actually gone away either by their own choice or by bans here or by stealing the picks away. The Jinx now being looked at for Cruel. It worked in the first game, and in fact, he won the lane with Jinx versus Kog'Maw. So hey, if you go back to what worked for you last time, why not repeat that success here? The lock-in will go through, and I do really love Orianna Jinx. I think Orianna is one of a few very ideal champions to pair across lane with a Jinx, because the Shockwave puts them on the exact same spot. You're basically guaranteed to land the rocket, and I find that to be just so very effective.
And the Wombo combo did come through last game.
Right.
With the Braum, just Glacial Fissure, and it worked out. Having the AoE slow from the Force Pulse right on top of everything. Now, Cognitive, I don't know, that might be a Lulu support, and then they still have to pick their top laner, or they'll just be like, oh, it's Braum, we're good.
Yeah, they're going to go back for the Shyvana versus Mundo matchup, one that actually Hanser got first blood in, or not first blood, but it's a solo kill in around level 6 or 7. And we didn't see much else from him during the game, but LolPro still opting into that matchup. Cognitive actually doing the same here, even though I felt like Dragon Raider managed to do more for himself. It is going to be support Lulu after all, so Lulu Jinx the lane has incredibly good push pressure, but I don't believe they fight all that well. Like, if you get caught by a hook, your life is going to be paying here. Is my first read on the matchup. We'll have to see how it actually plays out. Thresh Cog, though, could be good for LolPro. Also, the Syndra went through. Syndra versus Orianna. Also is very flippable with jungle games.
Yeah, and the pressure for the jungle is going to be extremely important, and if they start invading each other in the early game, who can get there, who can support them. Syndra's very good at long-range Fog of War roams, turning them. Right now, when it's just a read on these teams from me, LolPro, they have a little bit of a pick comp here between the jungler, the Syndra, and also the Thresh, and then they have some late-game team fighting presence between Syndra, also having the J4 with the lockup, then having Kog'Maw and Mundo. Then you swap it over to the other side, and what Cognitive has, they have a little more of a Wombo combo. A little bit more in that area. They do have some options with Lulu and team fighting. They have the persistent damage of Jinx and the ultimates from both Shyvana and also the fact
you got Shiv or Lulu.
Yeah, you're gonna get that ball right in there.
Yeah, you're gonna find ways to start fights almost for sure. Right now, I actually am very much liking Dragon Raiders Shyvana so far. I also like that every single game it's been thematic. It was Dragon Trainer Lulu, then 2 Shyvana games. I like when that happens, personally.
Dragon Raider. He's actually a new addition to the team. They were previously playing with Gucci Mane. Gucci Mane. There's a couple E's at the end of that. Gucci Mane. Yeah, they replaced him. He was moved to the sub positions. This is Dragon Raider's actually first appearance in the North American Challenger Series. Seeing his nerves. He's actually doing pretty well, despite the solo kill, and also the fact that he died up top for first blood in game 1.
It's okay.
So his early game has not been very present or very lane dominant.
Yeah.
What I've been seeing from Dragon Raider.
But he's found the ways to team fight, at least in that game 2. That was the important thing. Nice trinket over the wall. Adaptations by Cognitive, realizing, hey, a lot of red buff invades happen. LolPro now many times in a row going for this trinket ward over the wall. This one actually placed properly, is not spotted by any of the turrets there. So when Cognitive puts a bunch of pings down and say, hey, there's some wards around, they don't ping that one.
It's one of those wards that even when I watch LCS, a lot of LCS players don't know the exact Fog of War for that ward, and they just shove it into the lane, and it's like, oh.
Gets spotted a lot.
Got spotted.
Yeah. It is out of the true sight range of the turrets, but you can see it for the 3 seconds it stealths.
Oh. Trace is going to get hit up, though.
Flag comes down, couple cleavers hit.
Patoy with the hook.
Ooh, forces the flash. Nice play.
I was really surprised he actually stayed in that bush to throw a Glitter Lance the first time.
Yeah, he only hit
just booking it out. Because
like
he had a ward in that bush to the right. There was no reason to stick around and blow your flash.
No, it's going to be unfortunate for Trance. He at least will have it as only a 4.5-minute cooldown thanks to his utility spec. But that is still a thing you don't want to have missing. You know they're going to type that one out. That's going to be a summoner spell gone till 6 minutes in. Maybe they can make a play off that hook later on.
Heaven Time's actually going to start at the top lane. So he's going to be right in position for that bottom lane gank in time. Usually you want to start on the side that has your AD carry and support. But nope. It's going to be that bottom lane gank at around 3 minutes, 30 seconds. no flash available.
Yeah, and again, yeah, exactly. Without flash, it's a very good place to be around there. You get a lantern, flag toss someone in. There's no way for Lulu to get out. I want to see how COG plays this bottom lane with that summoner spell deficit. They get the early push in, but if I think it's right there, I feel like LolPro could have set up a freeze and completely screwed Lulu. Just use that 2 caster minions to freeze in front of their turret, and then you immediately lose the lane. Not going to be the case here, though. LolPro going to try to get their level 2 as soon as possible. Actually, Hoodstomp now is going to take a little bit of time. This is now pushing in towards them. Maybe they freeze this wave. There's clearly no rush to get level 2 right now.
A little bit of a push from COG. Heaven Time pulling it into the bush. Making sure there aren't any mistakes. They're going to freeze these 3.
Yeah, so watch. Lulu has to like sit in the river and be like, all right, if there's Jarvan, they watch the river side. They don't see Tribe Rush or any Lantern ganks. And it's now like they're in a really bad spot.
Oh, Heaven Time's actually going to just roam towards mid. Ooh, Toy missing everything.
Wow, yeah, he's going to take some good damage down on the way back of this one. Doran's shield will sustain him up a little bit. Shorter ace.
Here comes Heaven Time.
I don't know if he walked far enough down to get seen by the Trinket Ward. Here comes Heaven Time. He's there for the counter gank, though, and the Ward doesn't see that he's
Trace
around.
no
But
flash.
Trace has nowhere to go. The easiest kill of their lives. Kill goes to Hoodstomp.
They didn't even need Heaven Time. He just runs in, uses Golden Aegis, and gets an assist because of it.
Why not? It's a slow. It counts. And Shorter Ace wasn't there to counter gank in time. Just the pure damage from Hoodstomp and Batoy. Flash burn level 1, easy kill.
Yeah, and the lack of a flash and keeping that timer and the pressure up. And the fact they froze it just a couple inches up is really huge in terms of pressure.
So absolutely perfect play right there. Shorter Ace now going to look for the mid lane, but he actually already got warded up by Heaven Time a little while ago, and Lod just backs right on off. I love that part of the jungle route, by the way. Heaven Time identified the fact that COG's jungler started topside. After he finished red buff, he trinketed for the mid lane, then went to gank to make sure there was no counter gank mid for the Syndra. Such good team play.
That's what was delaying him and made it so that his gank wasn't at the 3-minute 30-second mark. It was a little after.
But beautiful stuff all the same. Couple of wards and a potion comes down, plus a long sword here for Heaven Time.
Another ward off to that left side. So Shorter Ace, you can't get a read on this mid lane gank.
And it's so beautiful, too, by LolPro, because Heaven Time trinketed the correct side, the southern side, knowing the jungle route of Shorter Ace. He did that. Then Lod put his own one down on the other side, keeps tracking this Elise. There's just no way in for Shorter Ace.
And we talked about how the Wraith camp is the most commonly cleared camp. So he puts it over by that side knowing that Elise would do that. This is basically a huge amount of game sense. They pinged that bush thinking he's still in there. And now Heaven Time looking for the gank on the right side. There's the stun.
Stun lands. EQ not going to get flashed in time. Big burst comes out. Doppler knows better than to flash away from this one. Down he goes. Heaven Time actually with red buff grabs the kill. And a bunch of minions attacks as well. Why not?
Yeah, they may have been expecting a counter gank there, but they just set it up perfectly and played to the beat of their own drum on that gank.
Thing is, there's no easy way for Elise in without going down the lane and showing up late. Heaven Time's in one of the brushes, they had a ward watch in the other.
Well, yeah, what ended up happening is Shorter Ace got into that left side bush and they pinged it because they didn't see him while in the bush. So they thought maybe he's still sitting there.
Okay,
Then they started the gank and they were like, whatever, we're just going to kill this guy.
Yeah, it was a really good setup there. That's what I like about Syndra is her gank setups are sort of low commit. If it misses, you just back up and like nothing happens to you. But if it works, then it's a bunch of kills. Pull up Toy. Ooh, good flash by Cruel.
That's another timer. Blowing flashes against a Jarvan can be very painful later on. The flag and drag comes up really huge, and then the Cataclysm is 3.5 seconds of just you can't go anywhere.
Yep, and that's kind of the issue here is both of these champions here for Cognitive do not have innate escapes. If your flash is down, you're stuck in Cataclysm. They can type right now, Jinx flash 1050, and if they go back for her, she has no way out.
Yeah, easily within the time frame of when he'll get Cataclysm. Coming down bottom, though, he's forced here because of Shorter Ace.
A hook. The hook, they're going to land it onto Shorter Ace, and there's the knock-up. So much damage. The Flame Charm is going to try to keep the team alive, but it's not going to be enough. Shorter Ace is going to go down. Patoy gets shields and just barely lives for it. Now Cognitive got to run away from this one. Nice Voidoo's going to lock up Trance and Cruel. They're staying to deal damage. They actually push back. Heaven Time. Hoodstomp really wants his kill, though. One hit and grabs it. Actually, Trance chasing down. Wants Patoy. Ignite goes in, finds it. Now Heaven Time puts his shield down. He's a glitter lance away from death. And actually the double kill for Lulu.
Little bit of an overstay there, and the sacrifice of kills. Hoodstomp ends up chasing, and man, Kog'Maw's all lonely. He used to have a bunch of friends in this lane. What happened?
It's okay. He's a 4-0 Kog'Maw. Yeah, I'd be okay if I was Hoodstomp right now. But you know what? Worth it. The Dragon engaged. Dragon Raider Pushing Hanser down. Wow.
He already blew Hanser's ultimate as well.
Yeah.
Just a long time ago, and then he whittles him down again, and he gets him to almost kill range.
It's going to be the Dragon Raider TP to get himself back in. Hanser actually forced a last hit under turret. I don't believe he has the health to push the next wave, but he's going to try. Oh, he ults to try to keep going.
Yeah. He used his ultimate thinking that Dragon Raider might still be in that left bush, and that's why he warded it.
It was also just a short cooldown. Like, one of the things of Top Mundo is you use your ult basically on cooldown as a sustain tool. As long as you're actually taking damage, it's pretty much worth the cast, so.
Yeah. It's already a fourth of the way back up.
Yep. It, like, lasts for, like, most of the duration, or most of the cooldown.
Now it's a third.
Yep. I think he'll be all right. A lot of Mundos run pretty heavy cooldown reduction sometimes. They can get away with it. It is going to be Cutlass for Dragon Raider. Interesting thing for Mundo is he would love to itemize Magic Resist first, which he does here with Spectre's Cowl, which gives a lot of power to Blade of the Rune King, and that he's not mitigating any of that damage. We'll see if Dragon Raider goes for that or for Sunfire next.
I don't know if he'll actually complete it. He might just sit on the bilge water for the smoke.
A lot do.
Yeah, a lot of them do that. Man, this freeze.
Well, then it's up to Cognitive to make some plays around this then with bot lane frozen. One of the issues, though, is the fact that because LolPro have so much more gold, they can limp into fights a little bit slow and still do pretty well. Wow, they're going for the play right there. Flay on the Cruel. There's the hook in as well. Big damage coming through. And, of course, he can't break the box wall, so the kill goes through. Beautiful play by Patoy.
Don't even have to care about the Cataclysm. You go ahead and you rush your Moby Boots before even getting Sightstone. Run up to the Jinx, hook him.
What a great choice. What an absolutely great adaptation by Patoy to say, hey, they can't get away. I'm going to go for the plays in lane.
These wards on the sides. Oh, they're brilliant. LOD, Lod, playing to his strengths, playing to the strong side of the map for his team. Now they're going to go get this dragon.
And they're going to look for it. They do sweep out one of these brushes, but there's one right on top of Dragon. Thing is, I don't think it could be stopped very easily. Hood Stomp with the W on, dealing plenty of damage here. Doppler wants his way in. Elise is in the wings as well, but there's just not enough damage, not enough team members around. LolPro with a convincing Dragon take right here. They're up now almost 4,000 gold, and life is good if you're a fan of the Curse organization.
Wow, with those 5 kills, Hood Stomp, just pretty much taken over the lane. He's dominating by 32 CS. He's almost got his Trinity Force completed at 10 minutes in. He's well on his way. Look at that. He has enough for the Zeal.
There it is.
He backs, and yeah, he's got it. Boom.
10-minute Triforce is rather fast.
Yes. Yes, it is, because he got 5 kills.
And a dragon.
Basically handed 1,500 gold.
Close to it.
Even more than that.
Yeah.
Depending on the kills, actually.
Yeah, it depends. None of them were First Blood, I don't believe. Unless I missed something. Actually, no, it might have been. It was the Lulu, wasn't it? But Schroeder Ace, kind of a bad spot right there. Gonna repel up in the air. Good shot by actually Doppler will turn this one back around. The Elise Rocket gonna do a little bit to push Doppler around. Couple hits to go. One spell, dodges the Q. W's gonna land, auto attacks, and there we go. Lod grabs the kill, 2 for 1 overall. Nicely done here to LolPro.
And they leave Hood Stomp by himself in the bot lane, but he's all good. Kog'Maw can farm with the R if he needs to.
Yep.
Get himself some extra range.
And so he takes a little bit of damage, but like even okay, he just hit every skill shot right there. Has to flash and heal. A bit over-aggressive by Hood Stomp, but also he hit like every aggressive skill.
Toy with the roam. Cruel low.
Cruel does have both summoners, though. Glitterlance misses. That is bad. There's the box. Good flash. Trance does not have it. Actually, good flash, but he doesn't choose to. Pops the Wild Growth. Flashes late and actually loses life for it. But here comes Elise. They want this fight. Patoy flashes the Cocoon. Nicely done.
Wow, well played there. Hood Stomp coming up big with the target selection and ended up killing Trance. Getting the flash, too, at the same time. They blew a lot of summoners, though.
Yeah, and here's the issue, though, is that was a misplay from Trance. He could have flashed the box wall and didn't. And we talked in the pregame about this being sort of the most stressful game that LolPro's played yet as a team. And I feel like that might be the symptom right here. Like, that might be the cause of why... You know, I know as a player, good enough to just, like, flash a box wall. Spells up, you press F, it's not even a hard problem to solve. And yet he misplays that. And that is a very rough thing when you're cognitive here.
Yeah. Cog are in a very, very stressful situation. And like you said, he's Challenger. 388 points in Challenger.
Yeah.
You don't get
Pretty
that
good
high
player.
in solo queue.
Top 150 in NA.
Exactly.
Is an exclusive club.
Oh, yeah. And he's a part of it. You got to get your flash mechanics down, and he does, but it's just the nerves. It's the fact that there's so much stress on the game. It does affect you, and it affects your mentality as well as your execution of plays. Sometimes you're like, I don't want to make a dumb flash. I don't want to flash something too early. I don't want to flash somebody who throws just a Thresh Lantern at me.
Sure.
Things like that.
I saw that video. It was great. Throw a lantern, out the go. Hawk shot, same thing. Sometimes with aggressive moves. You never know. But here we go. Cruel trying to get back up in this game. He is down 24 minions. He's down 5 kills as well. Life is hard if you're the cognitive bottom lane, but maybe you can find your way back in. They got to come back last game. And a gold deficit about this large. Here we go. Hanser goes in. Heaven Time wants it as well. And Dragon Raider, nice prediction. He predicts the Dragon's Descent. Dragon Raider does have flash. He uses it. He dodges the cleaver, but can't dodge the flash auto attack. Heaven Time claims the kill as well. That is the top laner gone.
Doppler and Shorter Race were on their way up. Are they going to get something in return?
Oh! What a shockwave. Oh! Wanted to help too.
Through the trees. Just lit him up. There's a forest fire going on somewhere on a different map.
Aw.
We have Firefire Tristana. Where are you at?
Send it to Dominion quick. But dude, there's a reason that landscape's so desolate. It was actually a Jinx rocket the whole time.
Ooh.
It wasn't a bunch of mages ruining.
Oh, TP behind Hoodstomp.
Oh man, he's trying to kill Cruel though. The ulti comes in. He gets hexed though. And Trance tries. There's the Whimsy. There's the Traps. That's the one I was going for. Hoodstomp takes the Lantern though. He's going to get on out of that one. Kill's not going to happen from Dragon Raider.
Batoy with the Moby Boots drive-by. He utilizes those boots.
Oh man, yeah.
More than any other support I've seen in the Challenger Series.
Seriously. He's made a lot of good things happen there as Thresh. Doppler just holding the mid lane now. But yeah, Batoy, gotta say, one of the best things happened to that team.
Batoy basically was like, get in my car! Woo! Hoodstomping him just left so quickly.
It's a friendly drive. It's not even a drive-by, really.
No, it's a friendly. It's like, I'm gonna pick you up from your house.
Let's go shopping.
Yeah.
And he went to the base, bought some longswords.
Boom.
Wait, is he going? Oh, no, it's Ruin King. I was about to be like, is that Yomu's? But it's not. It's Ruin King.
That's what you tell yourself.
I mean, it is Hoodstomp. He does some weird things. But stun on a Doppler. No follow-up, though. Turret's going to go down. Maybe. Maybe.
Up.
Huh?
They give them a false sense of security because they can just tap this turret.
They got to know.
They might be waiting for the cooldown on Cataclysm for the engage. They'll smack the turret down, then they'll engage it afterwards if they want to. There's a TP on Hanser.
The problem is, though, Hoodstomp is gone. Like, it's a 3v4.
Yeah.
There's no way you actually go for this. Cognitive know they have the numbers lead, and so they're just going to stay for that one and say, hey, if you go for this, we win this fight with Shockwave.
Blue buff being stolen away here. You can't let this blue buff go.
Oh, kidnapped by Syndrome. Out it goes. Whee!
Nope.
Batoy grabs it with the flay. But hey, at least it's a steal.
It like jumped up when it died. It was like startled. How did I get here?
It got flayed in the auto attack, I think.
Woo!
Knocked into the air.
Fell on its back.
Yep, it died.
Cracked spine.
Aw.
Good night,
Let's stop.
Prince.
Got it.
Oh. Dragon live. Nobody's made a move for it, but there are wards set up around it for both sides right now. They do send Cruel to the bottom lane, and Hoodstomp rotates to the mid.
Cognitive needs to react to this mid lane pressure right here, though. They do send Dragon Raider around. Teleport is up for Hanser. But he's just playing push the minions into the turret right now. Actually, it's just Mundo getting free time to push in. This is Dragon Raider better make a play really soon or he's giving up a lot of golden XP.
Dragon being started.
This is aggressive by LolPro. They know the top laner's around. They have to TP the top laner. They don't have this. Shorter Ace wants to steal. Can he get it? Heaven Time does have Smite. EQ, Smite goes over to Cognitive though. Cruel in the back lines. Trance gonna get blown up there. Hoodstop stuck in the Cataclysm. Flash is over.
Again.
He wants the AD carry fight. That's gonna be a 3-on-4 in the rest of this battle right now though. And it looks like it's going better and better and better for LolPro. This is Dragon Raider now taking a whole bunch of damage. Played backwards, does not have flash. He will be dying. 4 kills come through. Only Doppler left alive. Shockwave was not enough for that fight.
Doesn't come up big with the Shockwave. No Super Mega Death Rocket either or Wild Growth. A lot of ultimates not utilized in that fight. Even Laud didn't have to blow his. Same with Hanser. This is a pretty simple fight for LolPro to pick up after they gave up the Dragon. They scattered correctly. They opened up certain parts that caused a vacuum for Cognitive to just walk straight into.
Yeah.
And then they kind of closed in and popped the Orianna out. You're going to see right here, Hoodstomp's like, all right, I'm a 1v1 you. Come at me. Goes after Cruel. Trance is like, I have nothing. I have no mana. Why are we fighting this? And he can't even get an ultimate off.
Wow.
Dragon Raider, his ultimate gets stumped and stopped by a Flay, I think it was, or it was one of the knockups from Heaventime. Either way, his ultimates have just been pretty short.
Yeah.
It's just less like a Dragon's Descent and more like a Dragon Plummet. Dragon Plummet. There we go.
A Dragon Plummet. Oh, poor Dragon. Doesn't fly for very long. And unfortunately, for Cognitive, LolPro played that fight really smart. They managed to create the situation where the lane with the biggest lead was 1v1ing. Hoodstomp was actually battling Cruel 1v1, forced Cruel out of the fight, and then Hoodstomp just turned back, dealt more damage, and then said, no, Cruel, for you, so you're not in this battle at all.
Yeah.
So even though Mundo showed up late, it was actually a 4-on-4 at best the entire time for Cognitive.
Yeah, Hanser didn't even take a lot of damage. He walked up and he's like, oh, late to the party. Down bottom, though, we just saw a Talisman of Ascension used by Patoy. He just utilizes mobility so much. I'm actually rather floored by that. He's running around the map, tied for most kill participation with the jungler. So he's just been leaving a Hoodstomp by himself. He's got a very still Dignitas, new Dignitas style. He's very similar to Kiwi Kid right now. He's running around the map, warding it up and making plays.
Hoodstomp's been questionable in the 1v2s. There was one time he burned both summoners to get away, but I mean, to be fair, this is still working though overall.
604.
Yeah, oh, I mean, sure, when you get 5 kills in lane, sometimes you can 1v2 as Kog'Maw, but I feel like if you're going to rely on that, that's a weird strategy for LolPro, but at least in this game it is working out, so I can't hate too much. Again, Patoy has been awesome, that is definitely true. LolPro now take their second outer turret here. Hanser still has not made his way through just yet, but he's about to hold a 2-level lead over Dragon Raider.
Dragon Raider holding on to the ultimate. Same with Hanser. Just trying to farm this matchup. Going Mundo's way both times.
You know what's funny about Mundo fighting other top laners? Is after a certain amount of MR, W is actually disadvantageous to hold on in a one-on-one because Mundo will take more damage than his target. They did reduce the health costs like 2.5 years ago or something. But like back in the day, like season 1, Mundo vs. Mundo was eventually stopped pressing W because you would just lose to MR stacking. You would actually hurt yourself more than the other Mundo, but that's again way back in the day, the fact that Mundo versus Mundo was even a thing. But now Dragon Raider, he's learned to ult early away from those flag and drags because Heaventime has been great at predicting them. But it means, again, pressure on this turret, stuff that is hard for Cog to deal with.
LolPro haven't been going for aggressive turrets. They get the turret low, and they're like, all right, we'll wait for the minion wave, no problem at all. They did it with mid, they didn't overstay, they're doing it on the top again, saying, all right, push it up, no need to tank anything, or give an advantage. There's 3 people sitting on the right side of this Trace, shorter ace, Trance, shorter ace, there we go. Waiting. Hoodstomp just sitting bottom farming again.
Hey man, it's a style for him. He just wants to keep getting farm, be that carry. The thing is, LolPro don't need like a hyper carry. They could just kind of keep playing the turret type game. They've got 2 very big frontliners that can suck up aggro for a while. They can try to outplay the shockwave and kind of go in for stuff, but they are respecting the counter engage of Cognitive right now.
Oh, the stun actually didn't go through.
He tossed the ball a little bit out of range of that force.
Patoy's just been smacking his golem around.
He still won the little ones. Got 8 gold for that.
It's a rich support right there.
Yep. 8 gold. How dare you? He actually bought Alacrity boots as well. He's really going for that move speed.
Yeah.
No tank stats basically at all.
He just wants to move around the map.
He's going
475 movement speed out of combat.
375 for luck. Yeah, guy runs pretty quick.
Oh, right there!
Oh, Heaventime gets it though with the smite right there. Blue buff goes once again, second in a row now to LolPro.
That was a great prediction though by Shorter Ace. Be like, you're gonna pull it here. I know this. I've seen this before.
Darn right, but he got it anyway.
Yep. Picked up by the smite.
Well, a well-played smite battle then. LolPro playing pretty reserved now. It is game 3. We talked about this game being high pressure for Cognitive. Of course, LolPro are fighting for a first-round bye. They got second place first time around. If they get another second place finish, they are, I'm pretty certain, guaranteed a bye and a top 2 seed. No matter who actually wins the whole thing, if they go top 2, they're guaranteed top 2 in the postseason, the actual sort of seasonal playoffs. And so LolPro also have a lot to fight for here, because they won't get the bye, I don't think, if they fail to win this matchup. So
they're going to play reserved, play it smart, realize they're playing for something very important, skipping a quarterfinal match. Cognitive, of course, playing for an actual seed in the playoffs itself without playing a tiebreaker match. So both these guys are going to be a little bit more risk averse. They both know they're able to win a game. They think, well, if we don't take any big risks, we should be able to play consistent and close it out.
Well, because that's what bit LolPro in the butt last time. They took a risk. And then Cognitive capitalized on it perfectly. But 10K gold lead now for LolPro, 22 minutes in the game. These games have been averaging 29 minutes across the two that we've seen tonight.
Yeah. And LolPro have built a very sizable lead from this gameplay so far. Almost no reckless turret dives, but they've been taking great objective control throughout the game. A 9,700 gold Kog'Maw. He is a full item ahead of his counterpart Cruel. And then you just know if you get to a team fight and Hoodstop doesn't get caught, he will win the fight for you guys.
Yeah, he's been farming his mind off. He's been going crazy.
It's a weird term.
37. You know,
who farms their mind off?
Farming his brain off, farming his ass off. I wanted to say that one, but I kind of pulled back.
And then you said it anyway.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I explained it.
Yep. Gold's coming in though for the guy, I gotta say. But I want to see what else is next, though. I feel like if you, between dragons, all you get is another dragon, I think that's too safe. Like, pretty much for certain. Unless you were setting up Baron the whole time and you, like, just barely misplayed, like, a hook catch or something.
No, I don't know if it's too safe, because you would be getting a big boost in gold.
Yeah.
Do that every 6 minutes. You do it twice. You're like, oh, look at that. We got 4,000 more gold, for 3,000 more gold than before, and now it's a 13,000 gold lead. But that's not the play they're going to make, because they're going to make one for Baron right now.
And they're going to look at that one. Ward comes down, and off they back. But the thing is, like, being one item ahead means a lot more at 20 minutes than it does at 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, like, this is the biggest disparity you'll probably have between Hoodstomp and Cruel. Unless, like, you win another team fight and you obviously get a bigger gold lead, but, like, you won't have this kind of combat prowess over your opponents if you keep waiting.
Yeah, it's the difference in percentage of gold.
Yeah, basically.
That really matters, because everybody's going to have combat stats, everybody's going to have a certain amount of gold, but how much more do you have than them in terms of how much they have? So it's not like I have 3,000 more than him. Well, if you guys have 100,000 each, it doesn't matter.
True.
If you have 3,000 more and he's only got 5,000 gold,
right?
You're like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say that in the case where everyone's item capped, and I'm not even talking about that in a specific case, but like even in the case where right here, 2 items versus 1 items versus 3 items versus 2, 2 items versus 1 is still better, even though items multiply. Like, it is still the better place to be when they all reduce down. So I know we're saying the same thing. I just want to be more specific about not even just in the item capped case does it matter.
It's okay, because now they're making a move for Baron again, and it's taking that long to revisit it. So,
damage coming on through. Lantern comes across, spots out the rest of Cognitive. There's actually not a lot of ward coverage for LolPro, and they seem unwilling to risk the steal, but they will try to go for the Mundo TP. Haunter, though, cut off by some Flame Chompers. Does that mean they can go mid, though? Doppler gets caught out. His flash is already down, and Lod gets the pick.
now Heaven Time's very low. I don't think they'll go for a Baron because of that. If that had picked him up, then it definitely would have stopped that attempt.
Yep.
But now it's just going to be a mid lane push from LolPro as a response.
So how well can they wave through? Because Dragon Raider's shoving the bottom lane right now.
Haunter's
Actually, he's going to recall back. LolPro want more kills. Cruel, though. That cleaver does not land. He gets some damage. Actually, Haunter going to lose a few hundred health here, but he's not in too bad a shape. Second tier mid turret goes down. Killing a turret goes to LolPro.
Yeah, Haunter's just been zoning on the side, trying to make it so they can't reinforce that turret.
Moon is going to file himself back down towards this bottom lane a little bit. Red buff back up for LolPro, and that was actually pretty good. So they spent probably the last 2 to 3 minutes since Dragon went down, setting up around Baron, trying to find a pick, and they eventually did. That's kind of all you can expect right now when your opposing team has Jinx or Orianna. They have really good wave clear, really good defensive tools, and you can't necessarily outsplit push the Shyvana. And it did turn into a kill and a turret, so that's good. LolPro can keep this up. Dragon's up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, and maybe they'll just do the whole 6 minutes Dragon, 6 minutes Dragon.
Yeah, but if it's 6 minutes Dragon, a turret, and a kill, like, you'll win a game that way. You got 7 turrets left till Nexus is open.
Just gotta wait 35 minutes, even more than that, the 42.
But hey, if they close it out, they close it out. That's the important thing here for LolPro. And that's why sometimes you'll see in Game 3 or Game 5, the games will slow down. Because they're just like, we gotta win this one. The knockup barely hits Doppler. Stunned there for LolPro. Great shockwave, but it's not gonna be enough. Great kill. Lod with the death cap, just blowing people up. And of course, Dragon's up in a minute 20, so they got to capitalize something else for that one. Looks like bottom getting pushed, and the team is ready to defend the route for reinforcements. This could be another turret for that pick.
Everybody's going top to try and deal with Hanser from Cognitive. Now, LolPro, they're going to push bottom. This turret's already half HP. They're ready to chunk it down.
It's so dead. Yep, that is a dead turret. There we go. So, between Dragons, 2 turrets and 2 kills. They are finding these pickoffs. Actually, both are onto Dopplers, of all things. I was wondering, who's going to be able to react well to the pressure, and right now this Orianna is just getting caught out, and that is a rough place to be.
That's a 13,000 gold lead now for LolPro. Dragon up in 40 seconds. Hoodstomp, he still wants more gold.
Well, sure, they can't go to Dragon right now anyway. You've got to get the next minion wave. Basically, to me, LoL is played in kind of 30-second chunks. Kind of every minion wave, something kind of happens because minions force that, because they willingly walk forward. That's why Siege comps, even if you don't have a front line, you can use minions as a front line. Again, I go back to day 1, week 9 Dignitas, where that comp worked when they fight turrets but not barons or dragons. And oh, Trans. Ooh. Oh no, he's done. He's dead. He's dead.
It's his 5th death of the game. Just getting picked off by the team. Biggest shining moment was when he got that double kill down bottom off a little bit of a misplay by LolPro on the back side of their gank. But now, he's pretty much just been cannon fodder. He hasn't been getting a lot of ultimates either.
Yeah, and honestly, this has not been Trance's series. I know he's a good player, but unfortunately, he's been, aside from that game 2, he had a really good Braum game. Just in all their losses, he just seems to be the one that gets caught out the most, the one that's trying to help, and just unfortunately, he's in the wrong place at the wrong time a little bit too often. And it's unfortunate, but hey, it is good play by LolPro. Again, the Boots of Mobility, Talisman of Ascension, Alacrity Enchantment, Patoy. It's awesome.
He's trying to contest Heaven Time on highest kill participation by showing up to all the lanes, being like, hey, you gonna get it? All right, I'm here.
Yep.
You gonna go for a kill? Nope. All right, I'm out of here.
No worries, though. Lantern in the brush, pink ward control. I'm gonna go ahead and sweep away this Baron. He's gotta be a little aware of picks. He backs off fairly safely. Bam! Ward goes down. Crowd goes wild. Cognitive need some way to defend this 15,000 gold deficit. It's a very, very large margin. LolPro not pushing their edge too terribly fast, but they are controlling vision. They've given up no turrets. I don't believe they've even given up a dragon. Aside from steals, I think there was one. And a very clean game from LolPro.
It's very clean. 17-4, 15,000 gold lead coming in for them. It's 20 seconds out from being the longest game in this series so far.
Seriously. No one closed before then. Trance trying to get away, but he gets slowed down by Cog, forced to flash the wall. And Hoodstomp deals even more damage. Hook hits Cruel. That is not a good thing for the AD carry. The stun comes out. The ult from Lod. Why the heck not? Kill goes through. And now you've just lost map pressure if you're Cognitive.
And no longer have that threat on the field. The 0-4 Jinx and the damage return from long range. They're going to be able to go ahead and... Trance.
Wow, Trance in the wrong place as well. Lod, though, does get blown up pretty nicely. The dangerous game. Actually have to keep him alive. Doppler finally gets the damage down. The Ignite actually from Trance is enough. But another kill comes through. Now Elise is caught alone. Flashes, gets away, but that's a 2-for-1.
Doesn't even throw the hook out, but meanwhile Hoodstomp up top, getting themselves a tier 2 turret, the 6th turret of the game for LolPro, and they are just crushing in this final game.
Everything going so well for LolPro right now. The slow-ish reserve style. I mean, they say that it's 31 minutes and they're hitting Nexus or inhibitor turrets right now, but Hoodstomp been split pushing all games. Jordan Race was one hit from dead. Hook's gonna come out, does not quite land in time. The Lawn Dart not doing enough damage either, but Dragon Raider tanking this up, trying to buy some time. Hoodstomp gonna go for this turret. Hanser on the front lines now. Turret does go down. Lantern grabbed by Scumbag Hanser.
And then he walks back in.
Right, why not? He's going for Patoya shield.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Patoy didn't exactly need it, but hey.
He's looking out for him. Double sweeper comes out. Red buff controlled. Patoy walks in with another brush to make sure there's no wards there as well. So there's 3 important brushes controlled. LolPro knows they are safe to wait here for another pick.
17 out of the 20 kills Heaven Time has been a part of, and he's already got his Maw of Malmortis. So he's doing a lot of damage.
That's a damage-oriented build.
Yep.
He really feels like he's ahead. And of course he is.
Well, he is, yeah.
Yeah.
18,000 gold now, and it's about to get even larger if they get this Baron for themselves.
And LolPro finally get the rest of their front line in as Hanser shows up. I do appreciate the restraint from LolPro and how long they took to actually go for Baron until they knew it was under complete control. They did not want to risk that Baron steal. Game 1, they might have tried that. Game 3, they're like,
we've seen games turn around being a little bit over-aggressive. Play for the picks. They found many in a row, and they got turrets off each one.
A 19,000 gold lead now for Team LolPro. Looking like the second place team from Summer Series 1 behind Coast. And hey, with the addition of Patoy, they synergize really well and they bring out strats like the Tristana and then make it work. I mean, looks like a team that's bringing some innovation and some great team coordination. I like their rotations. I like the fact that they've been pushing the issue and that their games have been around 31 minutes.
Yeah, that's a good score. If you know your team can close things out before 35, you know you're making good choices. And it's always interesting to see how the games are won. Like, some games are won off just individual plays. We've seen that where it's like, well, the bottom lane crushed, so you're pretty much screwed. We've seen games won because of really bad Baron calls. We've seen games won just because a team basically rotates better. The teams that have the most assets available, the most ways to win a game, are the ones that are really awesome. Like, some games, team comp doesn't even matter because your lanes go so well, it's just the easiest game in the world to close out. Having a team that just 1 in 10 games, you just win from individual skill is great. It gives you so much extra longevity in like a season, right? If these guys are in the LCS and they just win their lanes all the time, there's just going to be free wins they get where even if they didn't have the right strategy coming in, well, it pays off because they outplayed their opponents anyway.
And speaking of outplaying the rotation to the top lane, it's really hard to stop this. You don't have a turret, inhibitor exposed. LolPro looking to possibly end the game off a team fight.
Here we go. Shield comes out for Heaven Time. They are slowly going forward. Hoodstomp takes the stun to the face, but look at that. Cog are not ready to follow up. When the AD carry gets stunned in full view of your team and you can't follow up on that, that is a risk here.
Doppler.
Cognitive Doppler very low on health. That's a flash away. Takes the wild growth at the same time. Heaven Time in the front line has to flag toss out, but hey, that is an inhibitor going down. The stun hits Dragon Raider. Big damage comes through. Look, not going to be enough to clinch a kill, but there is a minion wave now coming down the mid lane. Mundo going to happily walk through the turret. Doesn't really even care. He's a tanky man. Cocoon not going to land
that's a lot
either.
of damage on the Cruel.
Big damage on the Cruel. Ulti not quite going to land, but he's out of this fight. He's got to heal. If he has money, he's going to buy home guards for sure.
Can't
afford them.
Looking for the stun. LolPro looking to just siege the base and push this 20,000 gold advantage alongside the Baron and start going higher in the seeding.
Hoodstomp's got to be a bit careful though. Half HP and there is an Orianna on the enemy team. The ball is
caught.
right there. They're going to go on in. They find Doppler. Shockwave hits 2. Do they have the health to stay alive? They actually pick up the kill onto Shorter Ace. Doppler goes down as well. The knockup comes chasing in. There goes Haunter as well. 4 kills picked up. Shyvana only cutting off some minions for reinforcements, but has nothing else to do. Haunter happy to take the turrets. That's going to be the game picked up in 35. No way LolPro loses it from here. And they're going to move on to the semifinals.
And try to increase their seed, but they'll also be facing their sister team, Curse Academy. There's going to be a little bit of a family feud there after they end up killing this Nexus. They've been taking their sweet time with that one.
They go for the dunk at the very end. Heaven Time barely survives. Why the heck not? Keep your KDA looking good. 5-3 and 16. Did great that game. 21 kills he was a part of in that one. And that was a well-played game by LolPro. Good laning phase. They started things out pretty well. Good ganks from Heaven Time. I mean, the flash at level 1, they snowballed that. They kept punishing the low escape lanes. Orianna in one spot, Jinx, Lulu, all champions who just don't have easy ways of getting out. Every gank worked. They got control. They said, let's control Baron. Pick after pick after pick into turret after turret.
Yeah, they just kept wrestling control, and they did it just off that flash. That flash very, very early on where he was a little too far forward, sitting in the bush and decided to throw out a glitter lance. He did take a step back and then forward again.
Yeah.
He just booked it out. It wouldn't have happened. He wouldn't have put himself in that situation.
Yeah.
And then he ends up paying for it, and just the game snowballs off that bottom kill. It just transitions into the rest of his team.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, Cognitive, they did have a good showing, though. You know, that second game, they were able to take a game off of LolPro.
Yeah.
And we will be seeing them in the tiebreakers.
Yeah.
See if they can move on.
We'll see. It's I believe it's Wasabi and Zenith are the teams they're going to face up against for that one.
Not Wasabi.
Not Wasabi.
It's Cognitive, Denial. And
there we go.
Zenith.
Zenith or Wasabi?
It's Zenith.
Zenith,
Wasabi
yeah.
already has a playoff.
That's right. I'm really silly.
Because they are Frank Fan Gaming.
I don't know why I got that one wrong. Okay, so those are the 3 we'll see in the tiebreaker later on. That is going to be one final shot for Cognitive. You want them to go through. Of course, we saw Denial as well. We saw Zenith a while back as well. I got that one correct this time. Okay, cool. My brain's like not in the right place at the end of Sunday. I've been doing so much casting the last 4 days. Okay, brain work, go. So, yes, LolPro
looking a lot better with Batoyan. The individual skill surge looks good. Lod keeps playing well. We saw a new chance come out from him. It's a team to watch for sure.
Yeah, and they are going to have to compete against Denial. They are going to have to compete against Zenith, see if they can come out on top on that one. Because out of those 3 teams, Denial looks really good.
Yeah.
Cognitive today, with that showing, compared to the other teams and their showings against their opponents, I mean, Zenith did have to face Team 8, and Denial had to face, I believe, Coast.
Yeah.
So they had to fight some really big opponents.
Arguably stronger ones.
Yeah, it's true. But based off the performance I saw here in Game 2 and the comeback, I would probably give that to them.
There's chance here for these guys. Yeah, I feel like COG crumbled a little bit under pressure, but if they can kind of rebuff themselves, again, just makes mistakes I wouldn't expect from players that are that good, that I know are that good at the game. But we'll see what they can do in the tiebreakers. We'll see if they can make their way into the playoffs anyway. So with that match in the books, here's the updated Summer 2 bracket. Team LolPro moves on to the semifinals next Sunday, where they will face Curse Academy, who won yesterday.
And the other semifinal match also takes place next weekend when Team Coast and Team 8 duke it out on Saturday after the LCS.
But you won't have to wait that long for more competitive League of Legends action. On Thursday, the European LCS kicks off Week 10. When Rocket faces Gambit Gaming, then Millennium stands up to the Copenhagen Wolves.
Then it's Fnatic versus Alliance and SK Gaming against Super Hot Crew. After the European Challengers semifinals get underway as H2K Gaming battles SK Gaming Prime in a best-of-3 match.
It all starts at 8:30 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 5:30 p.m. Central European Summertime with the LCS preview show. And with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, this is Irene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG. His kill though, one hit and grabs it. Actually, Trance chasing down, wants Batoya, Ignite goes in, finds it. Now Heaventime puts his shield down. He's a little lance away from death. Heaventime wants to as well. Dragon Raider, nice prediction. He predicts the Dragon's Descent. Dragon Raider does have flash, he uses it. He dodges the fear, but can't dodge the flash. Auto attack Trance in the wrong place as well. Lado does get blown up pretty nicely. The dangerous game actually has to keep him alive. Doppler finally gets the damage down. The Ignite actually from Trance is enough. They're going to go on in. They find Doppler. Shockwave hits 2. Do they have the health to stay alive? They actually pick up the kill onto short arrays. Doppler goes down as well. The knockup comes in. Patoy going to keep chasing in. There goes Haunter as well.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls saying, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Mesh need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. I look good, right.